Thank you.
Okay, friends, I may not be able to get much of a word in. I just tuned in to what's going on in Deschutes County. The Darlene fire.
341, 386. Charlie response for a small brush fire in the area of Foster House Road and Knott Road. 312, 341, 386. Ops 2.
You're listening live to Deschutes County Fire.
Task Force 2.
For 500 other people. They just issued evacuations.
We are on off 5. We're not a mile down, continuing.
If you don't mind, I'm supposed to use that west, and maybe I can get this cleaned up.
1 from Task Force 2, I did get information from Task Force 1. They had a couple of spot fires south of Reed. Nothing reported north of Reed yet.
Okay, hopefully people will start trickling in. I got to tweet them live. We have a breaking news kind of situation.
And I don't know, do we have a ops channel available?
Are we connected?
We can switch over to Ops 4.
Okay, it says Republic.
You guys will run both on Ops 3. Copy. We'll be awaiting 811's arrival.
Okay,
341 and 386. Charlie response for a small brush fire at Foster House Road and Knott Road. 312, 323, 341, 386. This is going to be on Ops 4. Ops 4.
We are live. Okay. Thank you for being here, Sammy. Part of my back control panel not working. Sorry, friends. Yeah, thank you for being here too. Hopefully this will stabilize. Okay, yeah, it reloaded. Sorry, friends. I've been working on some technical problems. My mouth is still terribly sore. I was at the dentist yesterday when the other fires broke out. I was already asleep. I was sedated. There's no way I could have gone live anyway. And I forgot to tell people that, Monday I was not available. It was a follow-up to my cracked tooth appointment. So what we've got a situation here is the Darlene fire is at Maupin, Oregon, in Deschutes County, the same county that's just east of the Cascades. They have mandatory.
Due to your incident in South County, we're not requesting mutual aid on this incident. We'll advise if we request anything.
They've got aircraft on it, but they have issued evacuations, and it's the east side of the Dalles, California highway. I guess it's Highway 97. Hard to take a look there. Aircraft are en route. They're asking for more as far as watch duty has been saying. The Darlene fire is our thumbnail for today from the anonymous. Actually, there's somebody signed that photograph, but maybe it says anonymous user. So this is somebody at the scene, and this was a photo uploaded at 2:20 p.m. Tried to go live just then. I guess we have to add a webcam to the list of things to upgrade and buy because it's just continuously breaking down. I lost control of Zoom. Sorry, I'm far away from you. This is just the way it's got to be. Trying to reinstall the entire thing, and if we even keep the picture, it's going to be a miracle. So I've been running around this morning. Woke up at 8. Found out about what happened in Butte County yesterday, and Placer County, which is looking better. We will be going down to Butte County and everywhere else, but this is a breaking news calling for a mandatory evacuation situation in Maupin, Oregon. So hold on to your butts, guys. I really need to take a break and get some food. I haven't eaten much today at all, and I was hoping to get a moment to do that. I was watching the videos, catching myself up to speed, making a ton of phone calls that just you can't avoid. So here we are. It's not set up perfect, and I would have liked a little bit more time to put a whole bunch of links in the description of this video for everything that has to do with what's going on with the they still have mandatory evacuations going on in Butte County for the fire down there. Hey, Christopher, it's all chaos. So the more I try to learn about one fire and, create like a video to show you guys about what happened last night,
323.
the more new ones just kept happening. So Smitty's been trying to keep me informed about Butte County. We'll go there next. I want to check the air show. We are listening to Deschutes County as they may be calling for new additional evacuations. Hang on.
323.
They said not requesting mutual aid for this incident, and I don't understand that. They just said that there's another vegetation fire.
Send the power company, please.
So maybe they're talking about the little vegetation fire. This one has created some spot fires as far as I know. So we've got some decently sized tankers en route and at the scene. This is Maupin, Oregon. So this is on the mandatory evacuations on the east side of the Dallas, California highway. Down sort of southeast of Maupin proper. I'm going to see if we've got some live images in a second. Just want to make sure. Hey, goody. Hey, hello.
You can copy that. I'm almost on scene. And you good with moving to Ops 2? Dispatch from 312 Ops 4.
312 on 4.
Generally it's Ops 4, 323's work.
I dropped you.
So you probably have never heard of Maupin unless you live nearby, but maybe you've heard of Bend, Oregon. This is south of Bend. And it's east of the Cascades, so this is the dry side of Oregon. But this should be relatively flat land down here. So let's go back to assessing this situation as chatter has calmed down a little bit. I'm still assessing it for myself. I just struggled with trying to make the webcam work. I do a lot of important hand gesturing and say the fire's this way, that way, and it's got to happen. It's not vanity, We'll check up on the Apache fire in just a second. So I just tried to make a new tab. It apparently failed. Wait, for the one in Deschutes?
101, not primary.
101 on primary.
Where did it go?
Who has the district from Maupin at this time?
111.
I have to open all of those again. It's called the Darlene fire up here in Deschutes County. We have level 3 evacuations also a go now. And a small crop duster took off from Sutter County today, and I don't think it was involved with water dropping, but it failed to gain altitude and slammed into a pickup truck. That's just one of the things we can go back to. But everybody seems to be okay. Everybody walked out with a sort of a miracle. So I don't know why the Darlene thing just went away. Let me make sure I didn't. I got it. It's just I have too many tabs open and you can't see. It's all the way to the right. I resize this window. Okay, so we have Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, and if we refresh that, they're the ones who called for the evacuations. So as of 2:40 p.m., they have a temporary evacuation point established at the Maupin High School for any evacuees that need support. That's where you should head if you're affected by this fire. They added.
Is the patient known to be at that location, or is that going off of information yesterday?
Patient
Hang on.
known to be at that location, also called from there this morning.
Copy, and they want us to respond to the scene or stage.
I'll advise, I'll check with law enforcement.
It's unclear if they said no new mutual aid necessary for the smaller vegetation fire that was reported, which may be a spot fire. But I imagine they would not be turning down mutual aid for this behemoth right here. That's rather serious. So hang on, somebody was just trying to call me. Not now, I'm live. Just, come in on the stream. Hey, Urban, thanks for being here. Yeah, this is a pretty serious situation. It's the drier side of Oregon. Also flammable pine trees, they dominate the landscape. Tumbling tumbleweeds, dry grasses, you know the drill. They've got high winds, and yeah, that was broke fish trying to break in. Yeah. Oh, no worries.
I'm coming to your location to face and to my resources.
Sorry, that just
Copy that. Where's Darlene en route?
here's another look at it. Central Oregon Fire info is official information, so this is from officials. That's what it looks like. Taken from it looks like an airplane. So yeah, I can't imagine them turning down mutual aid in this instance. Tell us, do you know anything more, broke fish, about the situation that's getting bad? The pine's getting bad. Yeah, it looks like it. I've had technical problems. If I start slurring or whatever, I had more work done on to finish up what happened with my cracked tooth situation. But thank God, the new X-rays show everything's good. It just needs a little bit of healing time.
System at Station 101 on primary.
Station 101 on primary.
Okay, so we still hear some. They're assembling to try to tackle the fire. Going back to the sheriff's office, they did issue level 3 go now, and there's I'm going to try to share the evacuation map. It's right here.
112.
Mods, if you could copy and paste that.
Upper and Maupin over the 112 position.
Like save it and share it. That's the Darlene Fire evacuation map for Deschutes County, which is southwest of Bend, on the border of Klamath County.
11.
Klamath County's in red flag. I don't know if Deschutes is, but it's windy. It's pretty bad. So let's look at our resources. See if we've got any cams. I don't know that we do. Maybe we do. We do. Pine Mountain 2. Here we go. So you could see with the little colored sticks here on the left, that means that the cameras have been moved and redirected somewhat soon, within the last, hour or so.
Responding Book 7-1 to Oak.
Dead Mount Cam shows it's beginning to look like a lot like Christmas. No, not Christmas. This is not a Christmas present. This is a pyrocumulus cloud that's trying to form, it looks like. Let's do a couple of time lapses. Thank you all for being here. Remember to like to make us
back in
trend.
stage with us here at Darlene and Roslyn for now.
Yeah,
Copy, Darlene and Roslyn.
this one could get quite bad quite quickly. We have a lot of dead trees in the foreground too. A lot of struggling half-dead trees. I don't know if a different fire moved through this area. We will check on that somewhat recently, but it's not looking too great. Depending on where it possibly can spread. Oh, some of these dead trees are in the foreground. Oh, but never mind. Of the fire that was by Oak Ridge last year. So never mind. That I didn't realize how zoomed it was in, but it's for now on somewhat flat territory, and it's one of very few things going for it. Let's look at the Pine Mountain cam and do a time lapse. I think I just did. Never mind. The other one. Got a lot of cameras that just turned to look at this. I want to wrap my head around it. That's looking straight into smoke. It's hazy out there. There's several things going on in Eastern Oregon. There's the other one we'll check on in a minute. We'll go to Butte County too once we get an idea of what the heck is going on here. Death Ball Mountain. This is all dead trees from the 2020 fires, and also the Beach Creek. I believe parts of the Beach Creek, and then what happened last year with the thing going on, the Lookout fire, which is Oregon's arguably worst or top 5 fires last year. So Death Ball does not have the distance. We'll just see the plume probably drifting like so in the distance. See the 1 hour time lapse, yeah. And you can see it's trying to make its pyrocumulus right there. I think I can zoom in a second, but I would assume that is. That's the pine on fire over there. the area just southeast of Maupin. So zoomed up here is our last hour from the death ball cam. I do believe it is trying to make a pyrocumulus, which means it's got tremendous fuel to make tremendous heat. That's how these occur. So Brent says, beautiful landscape. It once was. Hopefully, mostly stays so. Hey, Husky, we got a situation in Deschutes County. We'll go check on if they're calling for any new evacuations. We got the aircraft.
Their cruise. Newberry Estates is under level 1 EVAC at this time.
That's what we're here for, listening to that.
4-3 copies, level 1 evac.
What cruise? I missed that word. I think that's the name of a street. Lapine's not a huge place, so we may be able to pick that up.
6 minutes out, load return, negative fuel.
Okay, we do have cams. We're listening to
Dispatch 323, officer.
323.
That's how it looked a little bit earlier today from Burgess Road looking south.
Power company.
You never want to see that.
I copy 323 is available out of station, 386 remaining on scene.
Nice. Okay, so it escalated quite quickly. So right now, if you're affected by this fire, you don't need
321, 371, Charlie response for a fainting patient. Northwest 16th Street, Northwest Galveston Avenue, 321.
Somebody may have passed out from the heat, or I don't know, worry about this. So I just muted that. If you're affected by the Darlene fire here at Maupin, go to Maupin High School if you can, if it's safe. Don't wait to be told to go because they're just starting, it looks like, new alerts for new areas that need to be potentially evacuated. Right now, it looks like there may be a slight amount of good news, like tentative good news, that the wind may be blowing it towards the east away from town, but it's probably blowing it north and northeast. So we're going to take a look and see if we, by the cams and by the smoke columns, if we can judge which way the smoke is going generally is the way the fire is going. So let me reshare. This is the, and if you mods can copy and paste that and keep sharing some of the links, as I did not have the time to put it in the description of the video, but that is our Deschutes County official map. We just heard them say, yeah, somebody's, Bend is coming. There was a unit leaving Bend en route to the Darlene. So I do believe they did call for mutual aid. I think they said negative mutual aid on a separate vegetation fire. Not 100%, but since Bend is coming right now, and I just heard that while it was muted for you, you know, I can't imagine something this big they would say no, you know. So if you are affected by the fire, go to Pine High School. If smoke is drifting your way, the fire may be coming. Don't wait to leave. Go, especially if you have a bad feeling or if the smoke is getting worse.
Structure group ops 5.
They're doing structure protection prep right now.
Yeah, responding to your text messages from level 1 has been put in place. And I copy that the column's starting to lay over. Are you seeing any fallout from the column?
Not at this time, and I also still have 541 on the 2205 road. They were able to drive all the way down to Reed, so they didn't see much along the road. So we've got some decent situational awareness on it. I'm not seeing anything at this time. Just want to let you know.
Copy. I'm coming up to Darlene now. I'll connect with you shortly.
All right, they have good situational awareness. That's good to report. They were worried about that earlier. I don't know if the smoke was so
from
thick.
Task Force 3, Officer. Construction group, I've met up with 313. We've made a plan. Right now, we're not going to split the resources. We're going to go scout the areas of potential and then decide to assign our resources. We are going to have 211 who's on their Type 3. They're going to be patrolling the Darlene Road and the power line. Copy.
Yeah, they said get the power company over here. I don't know if this was caused by power lines down or what. I'm just learning this about you guys about the same time that you guys are. It came across on watch duty, and I went, whoa, and I had technical problems for the first half hour just trying to go live, but I've been trying to listen. So they do have power lines kind of impeding them, and they're calling for the power company. I don't know what the local power company is.
12 minutes en route, got 3 souls on board, 2+20, out the fuel, and a risk of 3.
That's a pilot talking about souls on board and fuel and stuff. Thanks for being here, Smitty and Husky and all that. Yeah, I was sedated. I couldn't be live. I forgot to tell you guys I couldn't stream on Monday, period.
12, 12. 7-1. Where are you going to stage? We'll stage on Cascade Way. We've got enough crew if you want to stay in town. Y'all continue until you make patient contact. Copy.
All right, so more help is on the way. They're staging on Cascade Way, and there was one little street, and I couldn't write it down.
Copy, thank you.
They are
Authorized at their expense. Copy.
they are putting a new place on level 1 alert for evacuation. So if you're just tuning in, that's the evac map for the Pine, and I'm waiting for it to update. So right now they have level 3 go now, east of the railroad tracks near Darlene Way to Ice Cave Road. And cool, that's in Spanish too. This is the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office Facebook that we're getting the information from. Hey, Bill D, welcome. Are you in the Pine? Mid-State Electric is our power company. Are you nearby? Glad to have you. Do share this, guys. Like, there's a share button for the video. Hit the like. It'll help us trend so people will find us. Videos, people looking for this information won't find us unless we have a lot of likes to view ratio. And that's greatly appreciated. If you know anybody in the area, call them. Don't assume that they know about the fire. They could be taking a nap. They could be just out of view, fishing somewhere or something. Let them know. And it just makes it easier on the job for the authorities like the sheriff. Going door to door is really time consuming.
Yeah, but
So they have, hang on.
phone number for Burlington, Northern Santa Fe.
It's pretty serious. It's trying to make a power cumulus cloud. And we'll look for heat detections and try to pinpoint where it is in just a second. But here's our last hour from the Pine Mountain Deschutes 2 camera. And it doesn't have a direct view. That's a little frustrating, but you can see how that's getting pretty serious. And the user submitted photos.
832-5452.
I tried to mute that phone number. They're just trying to contact the business, it sounds like, to probably alert them about evacuation stuff. So this is right now what it looks like. The plume.
We're going to be put on hold. Just stand by.
Okay. So
Copy on 112's duty phone.
you're in Christmas Valley. Oh, wow. Hi. I always wanted to go there. Yes, so we'll check out what's going on in Del Mar. Their structure's threatened. Thanks for letting me know about that, Smitty. Yeah, Husky, I know hell broke loose, but I had my and I said at the end of my stream, although that was in the middle of the night, that oh dear, I forgot. 24th I've got
Dispatch officer.
The second dental appointment, and they did some things. It's done now, thank God. See a new fire 5.
And dispatch, and I'll patch you through with the NSF.
We got a small 5-acre.
Copy.
Small 5-acre. The West Fire is on Triangle Road, California somewhere. We'll check that out. That's 5 acres at the moment. Asking for aircraft on that, but we need to go to Del Mar. My watch just froze. It's supposed to have say show on the map. So let's look at what's going on in Del Mar too. We know that they're continuously updating for the Darlene fire, and if you're in Maupin, this is what it looks like for the evacuations. Please rally at the high school if you need somewhere to go. Let's continuously, guys, share here.
For level 3, they're going to start evacuating that to the north. Also, this has been active the Conflagration device.
Oh.
I copy, thank you. Level 3 on Newberry Estates and Conflagration activation.
Oh.
Just FYI, I'm almost in Newberry Estates now.
Okay, guys, call people. This is serious.
Do you have any spotters that can tell me the exact north-south location ahead and what's the rate of speed?
Newberry Estates, go now. Don't wait to be told. Call people that you know in Maupin. Let them know about this. Don't assume that they know, especially on the east side.
The current boundary of the head of the fire, as well as the rate of spread and direction.
All right, we got.
Copy. Yeah, it looks like it's still possibly south of Reed Road. Connect with 242, who's currently on Reed Road, scouting that area.
I copy. Branch 242, friend.
Okay. Del Mar Estates. They haven't even updated the map yet. Sorry, guys. I haven't.
Dude. On the head of the fire location, Medicine, and rate of spread.
They're still trying to figure out exactly where it is and how fast it's spreading. It's serious, though. They have declared a conflagration. That's not good. Conflagration. It's when a lot of structures could burn at once.
Your location.
Or it's quite serious.
I'm driving back on Stanley Butte. There's going to be no structural protection south of Reed. That fire is well moved through there. We do have no access from the south of it. So any structural protection will be north of Reed Road.
Okay.
Copy. Any structural protection will be north of Reed.
Okay, conflagration means that we have neighborhood potential for burning down. That's a. And they said there will be no structure protection from.
They can release anything.
Now on south of Reed Road, it's all north because it already ran through. So they said now structure protection is going to focus on Reed Road and north of that. So this is not the main part of the town. It's the southeast portion.
Yeah, do you have any resources that you can break loose to come up here to Darlene and Roslyn to support Task Force 2?
All right, guys. If you can make your way to the high school, maybe a roundabout way. So.
Copy. When you have those resources sorted out, just shift them over to Ops 5, and they can report to Task Force 2.
Lapine, assemble at Lapine if you can get there safely. Lapine High School. That's for the people involved in the evacuations. Do not wait to be told to go. If the smoke comes your way, the fire is probably coming your way. This is quite serious.
I didn't hear that traffic for structure group.
The fire has already run.
Copy your traffic.
South of Reed Road. They're going to try to do all structure protection now north of Reed Road. Yeah, don't say stuff like that, Irvin. The town's going away. Like what? That's a little out of context there. This is not the main part of the town. It's a neighborhood, and the wind may be blowing it more away from the downtown. We hope. We're gonna have to look at if the wind is, if it's steady or not, or if the direction is erratic. It looks right now that it's pretty steady. The wind is blowing from
343 and 342 from Task Force 103.
From the southwest, meaning the fire would most likely go towards the northeast. It's hard to tell though with what information we get. Yeah, Spinny, we'll be checking on the Apache and its status. but this was a breaking news situation and it's still unfolding. They are declaring for more and more places to be evacuated. Darlene, it's the Darlene fire in Maupin. Now, maybe even the official map.
I've got 2 community service officers en route to assist. Did you need law enforcement for anything else?
Negative. CSO will be great. Thank you.
It looks like Launch Duty may be updating what they hear in their own kind of version of the evacuation map faster than even Deschutes County is. It's hard to tell here. So the fire has already run through the area south of Reed Road. They're doing structure protection. They said only north of Reed Road, so we may have lost some. It's unclear. I haven't been listening to the entire theory. Okay, guys, we don't talk about the conspiracy stuff. I'm the only channel that doesn't like this.
Command 242, up to 3.
It makes people already scared.
242, command 5.
Even more so.
Yeah,
So
get back quickly on the info you requested. It looks like we're probably at least, I would guess, a quarter mile south of Reed. It looks to me like most likely the current track is going to be, the fire's going to arrive at the cemetery or just east with that moderate to high rate of spread.
all right. That's what we were listening for. We do need to figure out what's going on in Del Mar as well. So what we stick to is what we can verify, especially during a crisis, and personal opinions and speculations and stuff.
Yeah, negative. I don't think it's that fast.
That's a downtime conversation, but in general, people who are already, it's not the time to tell people you're under attack by lasers or something. When people are already evacuated and scared, like that makes people who are already under a hell of a lot of stress and sorrow, it just makes them feel worse. So we protect our people, and we don't go to those topics because it would make them tune out. But they need this kind of information to survive. We get evacuation info out to the public faster than authorities often do, and we fact check the authorities. Sometimes they're wrong with their information. That's why we do what we do. Sometimes they accidentally issue mistakes, and we could say, actually, no, don't go that way. That's where the fire is. They said east, they meant west. So this is what our channel does. Please hit the like button, subscribe with the ring bell if you ever want to hope to find us again. It can be quite difficult to find the channel again during even an emergency, but all of that helps out. If you'd like to donate, the description of this video has all sorts of links. I'll put up the pinned chat message later. Right now we're monitoring situations, so let me check on what's going on with Del Mar. We've got aircraft at least here at Lapine. Bend is on the way to help, but they have some serious situations. Just the county south, Klamath County.
Could you maybe reach out to them if possible and have to give us a call, or if they want us to land, we can go ahead and just do that.
Sorry, it's hard to monitor volume control.
Confirming you're overhead, but unable to reach ground. Just confirming you see the ground and the scene in terms of ground EMS is there.
It's a pilot.
Affirmative, there is an ambulance on site.
Okay. So it looks like the fire is heading toward the cemetery. It's a medium to moderate to high rate of spread. And he's not sure exactly if it would. And so the moving head of the fire is generally going towards the cemetery.
There are 3 on board and 2 hours, 30 minutes of fuel.
Thank you for the kind donation. Lady Bird, you're awesome. I'm getting some indications.
We're assigning you to 811, who is going to be Task Force 3. You're remaining on Ops 3. Your assignment hasn't changed at this point, other than that.
Let's try to get a straight map so we know exactly where the fire's moving head is as per radio traffic. I'm going to go to Lapine real quick off camera and drag it over. I'm just going to go straight to the cemetery. We may have lost structures. I'm not sure. They said no structure protection south of Reed Road. All structure protection will now focus north of Reed Road because a fire already passed through there. So like we were seeing with the wind direction on watch duty, sorry, this is all light mode. Maupin Cemetery is on the road that is Reed Road. So moving ahead of it will either hit the cemetery area or move past just east. So we have one good thing going for us. Wind's blowing away from the town. But still, the east side may have just been devastated. Some of these neighborhoods. I haven't been here that I can recall.
Then proper response for an automatic crash notification, possible diabetic, and 323-377 ops 2.
Right, we will hear also some other emergency calls, but you can
We
see
will have 343, 342, 642, 131, and 242.
it does not appear to be west of the main highway. That's a power substation, and that may have somehow been involved today.
On Reed Road, our safety zone is the sewage plant, as well as back here to Reed and Darlene. I'd also like you to reach out to IC and see if we can start getting some retardant all along Reed Road. We have a great fire break here to stop it from crossing the road.
They're trying to stop it at Reed Road. So we've got to check out what's going on in Del Mar. The Del Mar fire. I assume it's in Del Mar, but maybe that's a bad assumption. I just keep hearing about it, and I keep...
and dispatch food off continuing. Let's put an engine on that as well.
Yes. 323 is already on it. I'll add 373.
Looks like the fight is going to... the big battle will occur right here at the cemetery at Reed Road. Now, they said get the power company out here. I don't know if lines are down affected by the fire or lines started it. We don't know at this point.
373 with 323, Bravo response for diabetic problem after an automatic crash.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. I'm still listening to it. Still trying to navigate watch duty and find what's called the... It's called the Del Mar fire. They're requesting retardant. I mean, this is San Diego County, Del Mar fire in the Torrey Pines State Nature Reserve Extension area in Del Mar. So they have evacuation warnings.
Automatic crash notification, diabetic problem in place for 323.
See if they've updated their evacuation map. If you are in the Pine or you have property there, yes, they finally did. We have more. This is the updated official evacuation map.
Bosses from Task Force 2 met up, and we're on Hammond Road, just kind of picking a house and making a stand at this point. We're just kind of pre-prepping as well.
All right, I'll let you know what they just said. I have to write down the timestamp. Okay. So they said the
and we'll use that tomorrow. Look at along Reed Road.
Hang on.
Task Force 3 from 242. We are basically at the head of the fire here. We just tied in with a Forest Service overhead. We're getting a little bit of info from them, and the fire's still probably 1/8 of a mile, maybe a little more to the south of Reed Road. It's probably going to track right to that cemetery or just east of the cemetery.
Task Force 3 copies. I'll come face to face with you with the Forest Service.
Okay.
Copy. There's a 2-track road 200 yards west of the cemetery. We took that, one left and one right.
Copy. 2 for west of the cemetery. On left, one right.
So I think they'll put this on mandatory evacuation.
Structure group side.
This zone, LAP 667, I would go now and not wait for them to change that. That's where the fire's headed right now. They're going to try to stop it just east of the cemetery.
Harpham.
But if smoke is heading your way, so is the
I
fire.
have Wildland Command is checking with his ops right now to see if they can make that happen. I'll let you know if incoming.
Yeah, copy. Thank you.
You're watching this on ABC Live? Okay. Which channel exactly? Is it local ABC or like ABC? Is there a link?
Yeah.
Katie, don't worry. We'll be okay. We're here.
Task Force 1 is moving up to hook up with Task Force 2 with engine 141, 942, 932, and 132.
Okay, they're waiting for the fire to get to Reed Road. They'll try to stop it at the cemetery just east, but it may just go right out of reach of where the road is. They said the Reed Road, they have a good potential to defend it. On Canyon Road, there's a battle to save structures, and they said at this point we're just picking houses.
Stage at the cemetery.
We may be losing some structures in this.
Task Force 1 Command, can you repeat that traffic?
Task Force 1 is repositioning to meet with Task Force 2 with 141, 942, 932, and 132.
This is a pretty huge one, and it's moving fast.
Is Task Force 1, 141.
They're asking for the retardant drops, probably from the planes.
That is correct.
All over Reed Road. See what other cam views we may have. Yeah, that's right. Dead Mountain was very far away. Unfortunately, each cam view we have is the fire behind some hills. So we can go back to the user submitted photos. Remember, you don't have to be a member of Watch Duty. If you have it, you can see fire or smoke columns or something. There's a little camera button. You can take a picture or submit it anonymously or tell them who you are, and they accept that from everyone. You don't have to be.
Task Force 1, 313 from command.
DC 9 in the house, Tinker 103. It's sort of it's southwest of Bend. Is where that is.
Currently.
I'll show you guys. If you're located anywhere north by northeast of the cemetery, I would go now. I expect them to declare that a level 3 evacuation. Don't wait until it is. Okay, ABC 10, is that online, Santa, where you can watch it?
Copy that. Stand by. We'll confirm that we have that calm.
That's Airground 6-1. Airground 6-1 in the VHF area.
Copy. Airground 6-1.
Hey, remind viewers to hit like and subscribe with the ring bell if you want to find us again for other fires. This helps us, friends. And please donate to the laptop fund so I could take this show on the road.
Command Structure Group.
And now it's a webcam fund too.
I'd like to reevaluate my communications plan and pull all of the structure group resources to Ops 3. I think we're going to stumble with running 2 800 channels. What do you guys think?
Yeah, there hasn't been too much chatter yet. I think Ops 3 for everybody, so they're all on the same page would be a great idea.
Copy, I'll take care of that and move the Ops Force 2 resources back to Ops 3.
Okay, they're trying to defend structures. They said on Canyon Road a little bit earlier that they said at this point.
Group to Ops 3. Break 843. Did you copy that traffic moving Ops 3?
Yeah, 42 copies, off 3.
444 from Task Force 2, did you copy? You're moving off street.
444 copies, moving off 3.
745 from Task Force 2, did you copy? Moving off street.
Copy up 3.
And 541 from Task Force 2, did you copy? Moving off street.
One moment. This is the time to contact people who you know in the pine. Don't assume that they know. The situation with changing evacuation zones is happening rapidly. The fire's head is moving
All Task Force 2 is on off 3.
past the cemetery. It's going to try to get past the
Copy. I
cemetery.
want to do that count again. I've got Task Force 1's rearranged numbers. Go ahead and give me Task Force 2 what they have.
Does it have a hashtag?
Task Force 2 consists of Task Force 2 leader Meredith 713, Engine 541, Engine 843, Engine 745, and Engine 444.
Okay, we'll see if we can get some
Good
helicopter.
copy. Task Force 3, seeing traffic.
Task Force 3, 343, 342, 642, 242, 131, and all of my resources will be spread across 3 roads.
Good copy, thank you.
Okay, so what is the Del Mar fire called? It's called Del Mar Fire. Okay, that hashtag is not going to be good. That'll be the fire department.
Dispatch, are we releasing Ops 5?
Very firm.
Copy. Ops 5, close 1547.
Okay, I just tweeted ours live. Please tweet and reshare that.
Dispatch, 1271.
Okay, we may have some.
Copy. Law enforcement traffic. Available returning. 1547.
Are they broadcasting on the internet? Something we could tune into live from the sky? We don't have really good eyes on the
They
fire.
want more resources in there to be able to get in that fire and make that airdrop worthy of their resource.
Yeah, I copy. Break Task Force 3, Construction Group. Did you copy that direct?
Affirm. Copy direct.
Yeah, no worries, Katie. It's just a general thing I tell people. Just don't assume because there's a big event in somebody's backyard that they're not taking a nap or something, or in their basement, or in their garage with hearing.
15 is 14 miles to the north.
Impaired by a buzzsaw because maybe they're working on a shop project, you know. Yeah, west of the Pine right now is looking pretty good. The fire's east of the main highway that runs through the town. That's 97. So right now the people that are in the greatest danger may be anyone from hikers to.
Yeah, can you confirm some geography for me on Wickiup Junction? Can you confirm that that's south on Darlene Road from Newberry Estates?
From Newberry Estates, Wickiup Junction is everything that encompasses from the train tracks north and west of 97 all the way up to the into the structures towards the plant prairie.
Newberry Estates is level 3.
I copy.
This isn't gonna like erase the town of La Pine. This would be the most people live on the west side. This is the the more rural, you know, Christmas tree farm kind of. I don't know if there are any, but you know that kind of hobby farm and regular farm kind of area. There's a couple of estates here, but you could see that most of the neighborhoods and most of La Pine, most people live on the west side of 97, and that's good because the fire is confined to the east side as far as we know right now. So the wind is starting to push it east-northeast.
We're at 12 miles to the north.
But we're going to have some neighborhoods damaged. It moved too fast. They said
Stand by.
no structure protection anymore south of Reed Road because it already ripped through there. So they said on Canyon Road, however, that they were picking houses, which means, well, you know what that means, doing what they can. So if we go to Lapine Canyon Road, Canyon Road in Lapine, let's try to find out where that is. They are trying to get everybody out of the, what estates?
EVAC at 17515 Holgate Road. First name Lori.
Newberry Estates. They're trying to evacuate it all. So the Newberry volcano, which is like Big Crater Lake, which is where a lot of people recreate, there's some roads going towards it, and they may be caught unawares on the road. They say that the fire's headed right towards the cemetery. The main head. Let's listen.
Affirm. I had a dispatcher medic to a medical in the evacuation area. Okay. Good with your traffic.
I don't see a Canyon Road.
Copy. I've just been made aware of a large houseless camp on Roslyn Road, just ahead of Newberry Estates. Looks like it's to the northwest of Roslyn Road. We need law enforcement in there for evacuation.
Oh dear. So it's by Newberry Estates, which are being evacuated, but they just found out there's a big homeless encampment there. Don't ask me why they say houseless instead of homeless. Okay, everybody who has an apartment is houseless too, but okay. So they need law enforcement to help with evacuations. So the situation just got complicated. So that's northwest of Roslyn Road by Newberry Estates.
And I copy that traffic. We've got law enforcement en route there. Confirm that's evacuated.
I don't see a Canyon Road.
Thank you.
But I heard distinctly they said clearly Canyon Road, we're going house to house to try to save them. And so we're hoping to hear more from the structure protection groups. We just don't have any good views on the fire, no direct camera views. Hopefully we can get into, was it ABC 10? Anybody know if they are like live on YouTube?
5 minutes out, load return, negative fuel.
Because apparently they have a copter up there. Oh, that's the Del Mar fire you guys are talking about. Okay, we will look at the Del Mar fire for a second now too. Oh my God, what a horrible sound. Meanwhile,
Negative 311 has Ben's district, and I'm not in 112's district at the time.
okay, ABC
Copy,
10.
thank you.
Please go and hit the like button. Even if you're on a phone, hit the like button here on ABC 10.
Traffic for 112.
We are supporting them.
We need a BLS unit for a law enforcement request medics off Holgate.
This is a situation in Del Mar. They're doing active structure protection. The fire is burning up a hill towards some ritzy homes. So hopefully they can stop it up there. It
Law
looks like
enforcement advised that they confirmed that with Chief to send a BLS unit to transport. She has high priority needs. There's a patient.
I copy. Let's go ahead and send 173 to it.
Copy.
hopefully they've learned from past fires in this area that just put water cannons at the top of your hills, guys, and don't allow a lot of vegetation by the roads. It just kind of makes it much, much easier to defend at the ridge lines. We're still listening to Chutes County, waiting for new information on how the structure protection is going in the fight to stop that moving head of the fire.
Law enforcement request medics for transport. 17515 Holgate Court, cross of Golden Astor Road, and the end 173, altitude.
So the fire is moving up the hill. It's actually uphill to the south, bottom left corner of the screen. This is the way the smoke is going. You can see they've got retardant ropes on one flank of it. I don't know which cardinal direction we're facing, but this is the unfolding situation in Del Mar. It doesn't seem to be quite as bad as what's going on in Deschutes County, Oregon. They have evacuation warnings. They have a lot of aircraft, and they have up here some engines. Access makes all the difference. They have the deck gun in service. So they got everything going
we made
for
away
them.
from the cemetery back toward Darlene to open this gate that accesses our safety zone.
Okay, so with the Darlene fire back here in Deschutes County, which is the town of Maupin, it's burning east of Highway 97. If anybody is affected by the fire, especially if smoke is blowing your way, self-evacuate, don't wait to be told. Anywhere northeast of the cemetery, I would say go now, even though it doesn't look like there's many inhabitations that way. That's where they're trying to stop the fire, but if it jumps Reed Road, either to the left or right, to the west or the east, anywhere north of that, especially northeast.
43 Antler Lane, cross of Burgess Road, Kegel Road, 171.
Burgess Lane, what's going on there? Dispatch cut out.
We're going to cancel water for Antler, and we're going to add Crescent 1171.
Canceling water.
Maupin medic, Darlene command. On to.
It's a pretty serious affair. It's been declared a conflagration, which means probably that neighborhoods are on fire. That's what that means.
Command, offset.
So 1 minute ago, we had an update on the Darlene fire here at Lapine, McKay Crossing Campground, Prairie Campground, and the Roseland OHV play area, and the associated trails in Deschutes National Forest are being evacuated and closed.
Did you dispatch the whole gate?
Also a homeless encampment somewhat near
173.
The Newberry Estates, and all of Newberry Estates are under level 3 evacuation orders. I have no idea why LAP 667 is not under
173112.
mandatory evacuation, but it should be, in my opinion, just unless there's no roads out there or something. It's where the fire's trying to go. So they are no longer doing structure protection south of Reed Road because it already passed there. They're trying to stop it at Reed Road, and they're prepping and doing structure protection north of Reed Road, where I'm sure embers are falling.
2, correction 3, confirming your route to Holgate. And when you leave the location, head north out to Polina Road.
Now I'm going to put on the 3D view of notifications. I'm going to put on the 3D view of one of the tankers. Sometimes you can find out where they're doing a drop, although we know that they requested it on Reed Road. So the 3D view shows us the landscape in a little bit of like a 3D, kind of a way. And then we'll go around looking. It's pretty flat, drier side of Oregon, east of the Cascades, but flat. And it's just, the Pine is located southwest of Bend quite a ways, almost on the border of Klamath County. So I think they've got every chance of stopping it while it is in the flat land. But if wind picked up or something got worse, it would potentially head towards the Newberry crater and the lake there. It's a big volcanic thing. It's a lot like Crater Lake, but not quite as dramatic. So that's a big place of recreation, and at least it's a Tuesday, but still, school's out. So there's a lot of probably families and students potentially in the area. Okay, we've got an update. An evacuation order has finally been issued on the Del Mar fire. We have a go order. Please see the boundaries on the watch duty map. For the Del Mar fire in Del Mar, California, temporary assembly point for the evacuees is Del Mar Fairgrounds. So that just came down the pipe. Those are the two most serious fires Let's go look at ABC 10 again and see if they're still live. I can only do this so much as far as fair use is concerned. Fair use is where's the fire, where's it going, who is in danger. It's not, ooh, watch my channel instead of theirs. So if you could please do, I want to drive traffic to them. ABC 10 does awesome work, so is KCRA. We get these amazing views that just tell us so much in such so little time here. These are dramatic kind of views of the ocean down here in this ritzy neighborhoods. It's quite an exclusive zip code, but it's extremely fire prone.
Attention all resources, stand by for your afternoon fire weather planning forecast for Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. An upper-level trough approaching the coast will begin to destabilize the atmosphere late tonight and Wednesday, leading to some isolated to scattered thunderstorms. We will also see increasing westerly winds Wednesday, but RHs are not expected to low enough to warrant a warning. Cool and breezy conditions Thursday with some lingering mountain showers. Warmer and dry Friday and Saturday before the next weather system arrives Sunday with more breezy conditions. Break.
Breezy conditions, great. So if you could drop $1 or $5. I see some Cash App donations are coming in. Thank you so much. We have a couple of
51 to 66%, except 47 to 52% ridges. Humidity recovery moderate. 20-foot winds. Valleys and lower slopes. Northwest winds 3 to 8 miles per hour in the evening, becoming drainage winds less than 5 miles per hour. Ridges and upper slopes. Northwest winds 3 to 7 miles per hour in the evening, becoming light winds less than 5 miles per hour. CWR 0%. Tomorrow. Sky weather partly cloudy, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. Maximum temperature 77 to 83, except 71 to 78 ridges. Minimum humidity 17 to 28%. 20-foot winds. Valleys and lower slopes. Southwest winds 1 to 6 miles per hour, increasing to west 8 to 14 in the afternoon. Ridges and upper slopes. Southwest winds 2 to 6 miles per hour, shifting to the west 6 to 12 miles per hour in the afternoon. CWR 0%. Break.
We're listening to what's going on in Deschutes County, but we are watching the battle to save some homes in Del Mar, where they just issued some level 3 evacuations. So,
Minimum temperature 58-63. Maximum humidity 50 to 65%. Humidity recovery moderate. 20-foot winds. Valleys and lower slopes. Northwest winds 2 to 7 miles per hour. Ridges and upper slopes. Northwest winds 2 to 7 miles per hour. CWR 0%. Tomorrow, sky weather partly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Maximum temperature 78 to 88, except 75 to 82 ridges. Minimum humidity 22 to 33%. 20-foot winds. Valleys and lower slopes. West winds 4 to 9 miles per hour, increasing to 10 to 16 miles per hour in the afternoon. Ridges and upper slopes. West winds 3 to 8 miles per hour, increasing to 9 to 15 miles per hour in the afternoon. CWR 0%. Break.
so windy.
Minutes out. Load and turn fossil fuel.
Okay, once again, we're listening. Is it
Regional level 2. Local level 2. Dispatch response plan zone. Observed indices. Fire danger area. High desert. Adjective rating moderate. ERC 62. ERC 70th percentile. BI 133. BI 78th percentile. IFPL 1. Risk 0. One card response yellow. Ochoko Maori. Adjective rating moderate. ERC 48. ERC 86%. BI 33. BI 96%. IFPL 1. Risk 0. Run card response red. The Columbia Plateau. Adjective rating moderate. ERC 51. ERC 86th percentile. BI 35. BI 92nd percentile. IFPL 1. Risk 0. Run card response yellow. This concludes your afternoon fire weather forecast. Central Oregon Dispatch clear at 16:05. KOE 607.
One must remember that sometimes when homeless encampments are on fire, it's because somebody tried to drive them out and lit the fire. Oftentimes angry locals and sometimes murderers. I interviewed some of them and they live in terror. This happens really often, where they're just minding their own business, sleeping through the night, especially a windy night picks up. That's when somebody might come up and just toss a road flare. Or worse, and try to drive them out and or kill the homeless. Just like prostitutes, illegal immigrants, the homeless. These three groups
Force
are
3, structure group, Force 3.
often targeted by murderers because they're not as investigated, Yep, sometimes they're cooking that.
Take my way out. I'm here with Deaton.
Or sometimes they're just regular cooking. Food stamps won't buy you hot food.
Okay, I can come to you.
We could stop a lot of homeless
Yeah,
fires.
we on here for you to park and run.
By allowing them to buy hot food already.
Copy, and then wait for 242 to come out, and then I'll come down to you.
Sorry, that's incredibly loud. The stupid weather briefing forecast they read, and that was for the benefit of the firefighters who are out here trying to figure out how bad this fire will get throughout the night and if they'll be able to get relief throughout the night. It's going to remain quite windy. But yes, remember, they're not always starting it. Sometimes people are trying to drive them out. That's been the way it's been since the 30s.
Okay.
Oftentimes, also just municipalities are wringing their hands, not really doing anything. They should do something. They don't. And then it's vigilantism. If an encampment won't be cleared, fire has a way of clearing something now, does it? This situation has to be addressed. This cannot continue. The fact that a homeless person can go with food stamps card and into like a grocery store where there's hot soup ready, they can't buy it because it's hot. It's a ridiculous, stupid rule. There are a couple of exceptions here and there, but they're not good enough. It's just a dumb, stupid rule. Sometimes the hot soup is even cheaper than the canned goods soup because it's made in huge batches, right? That's cheaper, but they're forced to buy the more expensive canned soup and then buy or somehow make a fire, like maybe those little sterno cans, like fire in a can, and then they try to light a fire underneath the can to heat that up. And you can imagine if they're homeless, they don't have a lot of money to buy even proper little cook stoves or Coleman stoves. They've got to make a makeshift thing that lifts the can of soup off the fire. It's just a lot of these could be prevented by common sense law changes. And it's about time. It's about time. We've been talking about this for years. It's about time. No more messing around.
Warm Springs and Jeff Cove that I can deploy to somewhere.
Yep. Oftentimes these fires, or they're trying to keep warm, Portland did a homeless tax, Portland, Oregon, and collected more than $9 million and sat on it.
Probably about a third of the fire linked back towards the steel in areas across the goes line. Maybe some of the bigger. That'll give you a better description.
I can hear it better than you probably. Hang on. That's a pilot talking. He's describing where the fire is.
I copy over main station.
This probably is human caused, actually, and they were talking about the power company from the moment that I began listening. They said call the power company, and they said something about lines being affected. Zooming in here, I saw there's a power substation. That gets my spidey senses tingling whenever I see that. However, I have no confirmation at all that a power company was involved, or I'm not even sure which power company it is here. However,
We're looking for guidance speaking with Dr. Conklin, and we lost that call mid-flight. We're still during cardiac arrest phase right now. Is there any way you can patch me through on this channel?
I can never finish sentences here. Sorry, friends. But there's a power substation in the middle of this area. We don't have a good idea about where it started, though.
Force 3 leader from 343. All 4 rigs are spread out along Reed as we speak. 642 is at the closest point of cemetery in 131 and 343, and 342 is closest to Darlene.
That's for 3 copies.
Thank you, Angela. We have to look at the lavender fire and then
Mid-50s to 60s, unsure of specifics. The rate of PEA is somewhere in the 10 to 15 feet, and it is a wide complex, but I was with the patient about 10 minutes ago. That PEA was drastically less than that. When I walked out, there was borderline asystole.
All right, Kern County, Record Scratch. This fire's blowing up, but it's quite remote. It looks like it's farmland. There was another fire here yet 3 days.
Along Reed Road.
3 days ago, right here. Right here.
Task Force 1 will be responding for Reed Road.
Most of these fires are starting by roads. Most of them. Now, we did have confirmation that chain dragging did cause what happened in, Placer County?
These Coombs Place, across of Badger Road, and Southeast Auto Lane 378 ops 2.
Okay, so the Placer County, I wasn't here because I had a dental appointment and I was sedated and couldn't talk. The Amoruso fire of Placer County of yesterday, they did release the cause, and that was a trailer arcing and sparking, dragging something down the road.
On our monitor, and if there's no approval, he'll go.
A lot of these, the grass is so critically dry.
I'll go back down there. It's about a 5-minute hike to me to get to the patient. I'll put him on our monitor, and I'll get the PEA/asystole on 2 leads. And then if that's the case, are you giving me permission through him to terminate resuscitation? Is that correct?
Yikes.
You can terminate.
That was broken. Say again.
Well, it's like 6. If it is bad or worse, then you can terminate.
Copy that. I'll head back down there. Copy is ordered, and then I will try and get back in touch with him. And if I'll try and follow up with him once we get to a better reception area as well.
Yikes! Bad day to have a heart attack. Bad day to have a heart attack in the middle of nowhere. Because the fires region still out of control. There's still a battle hanging out at Reed Road in Deschutes County. It's what we're listening to. We're listening to see if it will jump past the cemetery. If so, they'll likely have a much bigger, serious situation to deal with. It's 4:13 in the afternoon. Welcome to the chaos. We have so many to cover right now. I still have not been able to get to the big concern of yesterday, which is Butte County's, what they call it, the Apache Fire, which is a stupid name. None of them to whoever came up with the idea or the policy of naming fires after road. I assume it's an Apache road, but in Butte County, California. Not to be confused with the other crisis that's still kind of half ongoing in New Mexico on Apache Indian land. So if anybody's Googling for information about it, they're probably getting mostly New Mexico information. And this is just got to stop. The extremely confusing fire names and doubling the names up has to stop. We run into this time and time again. Don't name fires after roads. There should just be a no list. Once a fire is a major incident, don't call anything else the same fire for 20 more years, please. Like the ones that kill and erase towns, don't call them the same name. Because anytime anybody looks for information, they get the 20-year-old stuff that comes to the top first because it has more views. So what's going on is Maupin. We're still listening to Deschutes County. Let's see what the smoke plume is doing. If they could stop it over by, do a 2-hour time lapse. If they can stop it by the cemetery, they said they've got a good solid road at Reed Road. Stop the head of it, then that will be the best scenario. And we were talking about possibilities of what started it. I don't know. I wasn't listening live to the scanner. You can often rewind, and we do have.
Airport, this is Polanco, 16 Bravo. We're 5 miles to the northwest. We'll be overflying the field at 4,000 feet, and we're going to look at the windsock fuel. Waking up.
Just trying to make a pyrocumulus. Look at that. That's pretty high altitude. We're looking at our maps with thermal not just thermal, but I mean the satellite hotspots in a second. So Del Mar has emergency evacuations at the Del Mar fire. This one is more of an emergency situation at the moment. They've got tons of aircraft on what's going on with Del Mar, and it's been going on for a bit. ABC 10 and the video we were watching for little cars.
Sure, for the.
All right, let's listen to what's going on with Deschutes County.
Ready yourself, please.
I was trying to spit out.
503-740-2022.
I am the last person who updated Twitter on Darlene Fire. Okay, let's go back to the official source. That's old. Central Oregon Fire Info. I'm going to link you this, guys, right now. Follow this one.
Task Force 3, Task Force Leader, we're going to be doing a firing out. I'd like you to start getting your cans ready, and I'll come back out and give you the information. Break Task Force 1 and Task Force 3, you guys are going to be holding on Reed Road. So prep for holding on Reed Road.
Wow. Okay, that's quite desperate but necessary. So they're going to do a firing operation to try to hold Reed Road. That means probably, if I had to guess, let's go to Reed Road. Here's the cemetery. Fire is coming up to Reed, which is right here, east of the little pin for the cemetery, right? So in order to hold Reed Road, they're probably going to walk a little bit to the south because the wind's coming out of the southwest, right? It's pushing the fire north and northeast. They'll probably do this. They'll probably walk a little bit to the south, maybe to this other road here, and that's not going to be that big of a deal. Maybe they'll even do it a little bit at a time, but they will burn off the pine needles and the sticks on the ground and that stuff. They're going to light it on fire on purpose to strengthen the Reed Road line. And if that works, and if the main seat of the fire is not there yet, they may walk a little bit further south and then light the ground on fire a little bit so it reaches more black line. So black means that at least if an ember or something comes down, rains out of the sky, it can't light anything new on fire, right? At the part where it's already burned off. This is great if you just have some quick grass, like if it's grass. That can burn off real fast. Help stop it.
You can clear the assist in front of my contact.
I assume it's south of Reed Road that they're going to light the fires just because they're ready on Reed Road to make sure it doesn't pass it. But it's there's nothing to lose by doing that because the main fire is coming that way anyway. So this is oftentimes sort of a last resort, not just because, well, it's windy, right? But this is their best hope. East-west roads, as the fires going towards the north and towards the east.
Bring the gurney inside.
Are the best way to cross the T and stop it. Stop the head. Doing the sides, if the wind's blowing the same way, are relatively easy. But you got to stop the head. And they don't have a whole lot of options further north. Nothing is an east-west road that really connects. It's not as solidly, at least. It's just like a dirt strip. This looks real narrow. Doesn't look anywhere as solid as this Reed Road here. And I assume they're trying to do it for this Forest Service Road 195. And that looks like power lines right away, which might be a good fire break too. This is their best spot. They identified it. They're waiting for the main seat of fire to come their way. Now, what we were talking about.
Right from the cemetery. Can you guys come down here and take care of that?
On my way.
Okay, they have a spot fire.
Station 1201, law enforcement requesting medic stage in the area of 3833 Northwest Brookfield Lane for a possible suicidal victim.
Prayer sent for that individual. So just hang on. Life gets better usually.
Copy. We're on scene of a spot fire right in front of the cemetery at this time. We're on 614 to come help extinguish it.
If they're talking about a spot, they're talking about a spot fire by the cemetery. It means the wind is dumping stuff out of the sky. So the main fire's not there yet.
We'll take this call. We're on Mattress Highway. Copy. Thanks.
Now we've got major electrical lines and equipment in the area. I don't believe it started at this power substation. I was speculating about could power lines be involved.
Watch two.
Right.
You clear the handler call off the boards.
Because we can rewind, thanks to your kind donations, we can rewind the 911, like dispatch call, maybe the first one that came in. Sometimes they say, caller says, you know, truck hit a power line or something. They called early.
342 is going to run back behind us and replace 642's position since we're going to handle that spot fire.
But there's one thing really characteristic about an actual power substation fire, and that's extremely black smoke, extremely tall flames, and they're unmistakable. And the power company would be reporting it as such, and nobody said that. So we've got pretty gray smoke. So if power lines were involved in the starting of it, it would probably be like the lesser thing. You know, we've got winds. I don't know if they're high enough to you know, knock anything down, but we heard them speaking about power lines, get the power company out here. One of the first things that wildfires do is chew through power lines and start lighting the poles on fire. So it could be completely unrelated. I don't have, until I go back to rewind, and it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do live. There's no like, oh, we could scrub backwards. You have to download at the time the fire started the broadcast file at the station we're listening to, Deschutes County Fire, and paramedics. We might get a clue by rewinding it back then to see what the first callers who reported this said. So, but it's not homeless. I've not heard anything about that. The fire is moving towards a homeless encampment. I wanted to make that especially clear. I've seen power substation fires, and there's something to behold. It's like a black volcano erupting. The smoke is too gray for that, and the early pictures are too gray for that. So we've got fingers crossed now to see they are doing firing operations, presumably just south of Reed Road to strengthen it. Fire's not there, but embers are landing all around the cemetery.
Hey, do you have any resources that you can give us? We're doing a firing and holding off. I can definitely use at least 3 more resources if you have anybody available.
They're asking for more help. They'll need all the water trucks and engines they can get to hold Reed Road. So they're now asking
You.
for
About what type engines you want.
You're breaking in with priority. There are 2 engines in staging that we can pull out. So if Task Force 2 can release 1 resource, we'll get you your 3. I got that. Just let me know my resources are.
oh dear.
Command Structure Group.
Command, go ahead.
Yes, these are our heroes. We're trying to be hero helpers.
Unit identifiers on those 2 resources in staging and start them to Darlene and Reed.
Yes, I have a good clean bill of health from the dentist.
Drift to 1741, Warm Springs, 2242. It's a Type 3 and a Type 6.
Sweet. Warm Springs Indian Reservation is on the way to help and providing.
1741 and 2243. I have 1 additional 800 radio that 111 gave me that I can pass along to one of those resources.
Bend came as well for help.
For him, I'll start them that way. Where would you like them to tie in? Or I'll just have them call you. That would be fine. And your Warm Springs is 2242. 42.
Copy 2242, and I'll tie in with them at Reed and Darlene.
Copy. Reading everything.
All Task Force 3 resources. I need you back to the cemetery to prepare for firing off. Task Force 3 resources to the cemetery.
We have a new vegetation fire in Sonoma, Seals Point Road, Sonoma, 4300 block. We'll continue to monitor that situation. Hold on to your butts.
Head back to the cemetery.
Hold on to your butts.
We will leave the water tender out there. I want to make sure that you don't get stuck in here, so we'll leave the water tender out there. We're going to be working for Task Force 2 as they're going to be holding.
I copy all traffic. Station here. Thanks.
Task Force 3 structure group. I'm here with the water tender. I'll go face-to-face with the operator and get the plan.
Got an automobile fire as well. Let me check on that. Is it 4-alarm by now? Sounds like it might be. I mean, just hearing the word auto mall fire. Oh man. So many petroleum products. Like just think of plastic as oil.
Sounds like you have a Type 3 and a Type 6 from staging. What would you like that third engine set to be?
Let's find out about the automobile. Is that San Jose's Mission Peak 1?
843 will be responding.
I'm stretching the screen pretty seriously. If anything goes off camera, you gotta let me know. I'll try to look at the. I've got a lot of tabs open. I'll try to look at the chat whenever possible.
Go for Task Force 1.
Here's this San Jose Auto Mall
We're
fire.
still staged at Reed and Darlene.
They're prepping.
Copy, just get you guys. Stand by.
At Maupin, they're prepping to try to hold.
One from 843.
Try to hold at the cemetery. Yikes!
Yeah, sounds like would be assigned to you. What's your location?
Cloverdale has a fire.
That's a Wapinitia Community Cemetery on Reed Lane.
Small, at least at this time, small. 32,000 block. Yes, 32,000 block of Murray Road, Cloverdale. New fires just coming in faster than we can keep up. Well, eventually, we'll get back to Butte County Road whenever we can, because that's very concerning to me, you know, having grown up in a region with my family there. But okay, an auto mall is on fire in San Jose. Hold on to your butts, guys. Hold on to your butts.
We're on our way back. Okay, copy that. Your driver will stay with the rig, and 2 people will be out for firing.
All right, they're prepping.
Copy. Driver in the rig, the other 2 firing. 41, 942, and looking to respond down Reed Lane to the cemetery.
Basically, all units, they're not.
942 copies down Reed Lane to the cemetery.
Yeah, Spinny, thanks. Which fire is that? The Pine Mountain camera? Whew. Looks like it spread to vegetation, guys. What's going on in San Jose? Let's do a 30-minute time lapse.
630 North Arrowleaf Trail, cross of West McKinney Butte Road, West
Ah.
Way, 712, 771.
Look, and it's under power lines. Pretty serious power lines. Like the big ones. On your butts. There's still aircraft over there in the Pine. They're doing firing operations, dropping retardant on Reed Road, and they're prepping the cemetery area, trying to burn off as much as they can before the head of the fire goes there. It's the fact it's not there already is confusing. Like it would have, you would think that it would have made it there by now. They have. a couple of spot fires there.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to confirm. I've got most of your resources sitting here at Darlene and Reed. You want them down there with you?
Just the 2 Type 3s are requested.
Okay, let me check it on Del Mar. They have more places on evacuation warning as well. You just need to go take a peek.
471.
471 transporting 6 on ground.
Please hit the like button so
1631.
other people find us. It's just we're fighting an algorithm. It's a mathematical formulas to determine whether or not people find the channel, and things have to be trending because YouTube treats all videos as if they're entertainment. So I hate to be a like beggar, but that's why we do that. And you will help people find the channel and life-saving information. We get
775.
evacuation info to the public
To the call on airwaves.
the moment we hear on the airwaves, and that's oftentimes much faster than officials can get it out and go door to door. Sometimes hours before they do, they get overwhelmed. So with Del Mar, looks like the fire was going uphill east by northeast. That's where it was traveling, and they now have a secondary place on level 2 get set, which is just north of the fire. So I don't know if the wind has changed direction or if it jumped that retardant line that we saw the aircraft put down there on the hill. They painted a hill red, and now I could tell that looking at the map that it was on the north side. Unknown why this neighborhood up here is on get ready, but I don't like something right now. Oh my God. They have one way out, and that's south. This is what I generally call death trap neighborhoods design in California. It needs to be illegal, so now I get it.
How you guys to the south of us? We got a pretty good front coming.
I copy. I see that coming.
Every single paved road goes south, which is where the fire would come from. So, yeah, I get it. If you're in that neighborhood, get out now before the traffic jam. Just go. And if you do get in a traffic jam, leave your car if you must, and just take shelter in the baseball diamond, assuming that's a green field, at the elementary school. Just walk there if you must. This should be illegal. That is designed to create a traffic jam in the event of emergencies. You live. It's a community on a hilltop, and fire runs uphill, and they didn't connect any of these roads with any others at the top. It's just unbelievable. The freeway's right there, but it's down at a steep embankment. You can't get to it by car. You'd have to go way far south to get back to where you are. That's hundreds of homes. So remember, there are shelter-in-place options. The best one I can see for Del Mar would be the green fields of and maybe the parking lot of the elementary school if there is a massive traffic jam that you can't escape. Remember to leave the keys in your cars. Somebody.
Return to base. Leave out 12 minutes en route. We got 3 souls on board. 1 hour plus 4 or 5 on fuel and a risk of 2.
That's an ambulance airlift. 3 souls on board. Godspeed. Probably the guy who got a heart attack. Right.
Clear the TFR.
Now we still have a lot of aircraft here in the Pine. Now do share with the share button. Mostly we spread by word of mouth because the algorithm just doesn't like to share our life-saving information and emergency show because after fires people unsub like thousands at a time. Yeah, Scan, thank you for checking that on ABC 10. The
section of Southwest Blackview Boulevard, Southwest 7th Street, 421476 on Ops 2.
Yeah, Cloverdale had a vegetation fire, Katie. I wasn't able to see exactly where, but I saw it. Watch Duty updated me on my wrist. I don't know if it got big. It was below 5 acres at the time. So what happens is when YouTube's algorithm thinks that everything is an entertainment show, we skyrocket to viral, almost sub-viral popularity when there's big fires, especially affecting big regions like Napa and LA. And so we get thousands in Tahoe, we get thousands of new subscribers. Then right after the fire's over, many don't want to hear about fires again. They're traumatized. So we get 3,000 unsubs. What does that do? Destroys the channel. Now nobody can find us anymore because YouTube punishes the search results, thinking that I offended somebody because I'm an entertainer, right? So I must have offended thousands of people. So this is automatic. We can't fight it unless people stay sub, or at least we replenish the subscriber base. Likes are and hitting the subscribe thing are the best free way you can help. But also, we have to spread via word of mouth. There is a share button. You can text it to people. It's better if you put it on your own Facebook or something, though. And go to my own Twitter page and retweet.
We're up a Redmond en route to the Darlene 3. 2 souls on board, 2 hours, 30 minutes of fuel, ETE 8 minutes to the fire.
Okay, we got more aircraft coming back. Katie says I'm doing my nails here and watching. Well, thank you. Vegetation fire near Geysers Road and Preston Drive, Cloverdale. Fire is now approximately 2 acres with a fast rate of spread.
Direction. So it looks like that column is standing up pretty good. Just keep eyes on the swivel.
All right. The fire should be...
If we're putting down, it's going to meet that column there and tie in together. Copy, thank you.
Right, they just gave it a name, the Preston Fire. It's spreading fast. Wilhelmina Drive in Oregon, a vegetation fire. Okay. Wilhelmina does not need a fire. That's a struggling ghost town with historic neighborhood. Man, I hope it's not in their lumber facilities. Oh my God.
942 from Task Force 3.
Welcome to the chaos, guys. It is only 4:38.
You guys are a holding crew. I need you to keep it out of the tops of the trees and move slowly behind us, watching the north side of the road.
I'll be holding, keeping it out of the tops of the trees, following you, keeping it out of the north side of the road.
Wow. Keep it out of the tops of the trees.
01. We're 5 minutes out. Positive fuel.
Easier said. And south of the road. So that's a quote.
843, can you guys turn around right there and I'll face to face with you?
Okay, in the pine here, the fire should be, it's really starting to spot and approach the cemetery from what we can gather. So
tail is fire.
We may be hearing about the battle soon. If they can stop the head, that's the best case scenario for the situation. Can I run for the mayor of Portland? Thanks. Thanks, Manhattan. The answer is absolutely not. I need to be president for life to make the amount of changes necessary to fix this situation. But of course,
1741.
I'll leave behind in my will that democracy returns
Go for Task Force 1.
after my death.
Ourselves and 2242 are out of the cemetery. No, we don't need your cemetery gate.
This is how it started. Pretty scary views from the pine. We got a new picture. Whoa. Whoa. So
I will meet you at the cemetery. Yeah, face to face.
We unfortunately have a conflagration declaration. That means structures. Lots of structures threatened or involved. They've not said how many structures may have been involved. They went structure protection very early on, and eventually, depressingly, they declared no more structure protection south of Reed Road because it already went through there. but there may have been little neighborhoods where they were able to stay in them. And fire doesn't move usually in a big straight line. It moves in fingers. So the wind will drive the middle finger. Sorry, that's I've seen kind of reference, but it'll where the palm is like the main part of the fire, and then wind and then terrain will dictate like little areas of the fire get out in front of the palm of your hand. So sometimes like little pockets in between the fingers never actually erupt into flames.
4761421, full August 7th with us.
Because maybe a fire truck was in between one of your fingers right there, like.
Tanker 160 is off of Redmond en route to the Darlene 3 incident. 2 souls on board, 2 hours of fuel, and showing 6 minutes en route.
Tanker 103 to DC9 is back. So anyway, if you think about like roads, and there's here and there and everywhere, every spotted around, guys, it's Beatles Day. Here, there, and everywhere, occasionally there will be a fire truck, so they may stop it like in this block here, and so it goes past them where your other fingers are, right? So you might have like a strip of homes totally fine in a row, and then that's the nature of it. That's how wind-driven, fast-moving fires work. You can't be everywhere at once. And no, it's not because space lasers are drawing W's on the map, okay? Oh man, when I hear that. You know. In fact, that's an argument against space lasers, because why wouldn't lasers like say, oh, I missed a spot, zip, zap, 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 right? Right, guys? So we are
1272. Repositioning to 1202. 1642.
that is our latest photograph. Ogden Group Campground is now closed. Yeah, if this is not stopped, the refueling and returning from Prineville, somebody just said, if they don't stop it tonight, like if the main head jumps past the cemetery, the wind may have just shifted from a more westerly direction. It was more southwest, it was coming out of the southwest. If this is correct, the surface wind direction that we're getting from watch duty, we cross-reference it with Caltopo. See if they agree. It might head towards Newberry Volcano and all the recreational stuff that people do over there. And if it got up higher into the terrain, that would really suck. Yeah, we've got sort of an agreement in wind being mostly out of the west. I'm sure it shifts around a little bit. If we had a direct view, like a constant good view here, we can look at ODOT cams. Somebody said, though, that they're not really looking in the correct place. So if you are in Maupin and you get the Watch Duty app, which you should, there is a little button with the camera. You can take a picture of your fire from the app and submit it. Say it's the Darlene fire. And then we get all this information.
775.
These pictures are worth 1,000 words, my God. And it looks like people are doing it in Maupin.
A patient has a dog that travels with her. Can you start a DCSO deputy to transport her pet for her?
Oh my God, Misha, that's scary. Scariest FaceTime you've ever seen. Were you able to save the FaceTime? I've never used it before. My son is up there with family in the Pine. He FaceTimed me to say hi, Mom, and showed me all the smoke and fire in the background. Scariest FaceTime I've ever received. They have evacuated. I'm glad that they have. Yeah, this one is, they called it Conflagration. And now the majority of people live on the west side of the highway, but they've been developing.
I just want to get hold of 642 and have them continue down this road.
Okay, copy that. I'll have him pick up his hose, and I'm going to leave 843 here at the heel.
Copy, thank you.
You get some information, such as like what is What is on fire on the ground there? It's a bit blurry and kind of pixelated.
Central Electric Fire, 63352 Lemoyne Lane, cross of Tango Creek Abbott, Liberty Lane, 355, 386, ops 2.
Okay, is that a new fire? Sorry, my tooth and mouth is still sore. I'm not that articulate.
Let's add an engine to that last call to respond with 55 and 86.
It's all of Deschutes County we're listening to, so. Hey, Noel Smith, I'm glad you got your mom out. You evacuated her
You
to
can
the south.
see just ahead of your firing operation.
Hey, firm. I think what we do with the plan is moving back on itself pretty well. We can hold this Reed Road, and then we're tying in with the Forest Service to maybe work back on the stack section. But we're going to take this all the way to Reed as long as we're safe. But from the back end, we're looking good.
Copy that. I just want to loop you in also on my contingency plan. If this thing jumps Reed, then I want to we'll stop the firing operation, pull Task Force 1 up to Newberry Estates, and leave you as Task Force 3 for protection down here. And I'll leave you with some tactical discretion as to when to withdraw.
I copy that. If you look to your right, we actually have a large field about 150 yards in. A large field, if we can get that turret on, start letting that field down, we have another good buffer zone before we even get to Newberry.
Yeah, I copy. I'll get with IC on that. Break command from structure group. Did you copy?
I copy. They want to let you in the north side of Darlene. Is that correct? Or Reed, is that correct?
Yeah, we've got a double pivot to the north of Reed Road. I was told possibly that this is the airport, so maybe city for that.
Okay, so it's looking good, but they're discussing what do we do if it jumps Reed Road. So Newberry Estates would be next in the
Negative,
crosshairs.
it's not a water truck. It's an irrigation pivot. We just want to get the irrigation pivot turned on.
Woohoo! Farmers.
Makes way more sense. Thank you.
Okay.
That's a large double pivot. If you've got an aerial view of just north of Reed Road, you'll see it.
Okay. Okay. A stationary, but kind of moves around in a circle, irrigation pivot is just like sprays water on field stuff. Was just confused with the water trucks. He's like, can you move it over there? And they went, what? He goes, we're going to spray down that entire field. And I'm like, what? How would you do that with a water truck, basically? And he goes, oh, it's a pivot. It's an irrigation pivot. Or, irrigation pivot. It's like a giant sprinkler. They go, that makes more sense. So apparently that's what they'll try to do is just wet down the field. Sounds like a crops or something. Don't know if it's fallow or what, or if there's something to burn on it, but they're wetting it down. Sounds like just on the north side of Darlene Road. I can't tell the north or the south. They said that'll be another good line of defense, which I believe they're talking about trying to protect Newberry Estates if it passes Reed Road. So let's look at the map for a second, try to orient. Now, see this big round thing? It's round because the pivots go around in a circle like the hands of a clock, right? Well, actually, like that, in a circle.
Building resources on Reed Road. Make sure you guys are keeping your eyes on the green. North side of Reed.
That's probably what they're talking about, that thing right there. It may be green this time of year or harvest or who knows.
Structure group.
From the city of Maupin, that pivot is not operational yet. It was just constructed and no water to that yet.
Get the water.
Copy. Great. Task Force 3. Structure Group, did you copy that?
Hey, firm, I copy direct.
Newell, which fire? This you're talking. It takes me a long time to go back up and read chat. No matter, even if you just spoke about a certain fire, remember with every sentence try to say which one you're talking about. It's real hard to keep track of what's going on, and harder to keep all the windows going, the volume here, checking my watch, checking watch duty, checking the phone, checking chat, making sure people are seeing something that matters. Let's see here. Yeah, you are talking about the one in Deschutes County, which is a situation where we may have lost structures. We're not sure. It was declared a conflagration. That means like a city fire, even though it's more like a rural park. They've been expanding into development, it looks like here, or at least there's more than I recall looking at the area years ago. Looks like it has expanded a bit. So most people live on the west side. If the looking at the maps, neighborhoods have any indication of, looks like there's much more elaborate. There's a heck of a lot more neighborhoods that way.
A little bit. It is mostly laying towards the east, northeast.
The wind changed, so.
I copy. Eyes out for fallout.
The Structure Group from Task Force 3. I'm here at the deal. I can see where that fire's coming towards Reed Road. It is only in the understory within the trees, so I feel comfortable leaving people on Reed Road currently.
Yes.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, it's not crowned.
And that header is actually moving east, and it's at least 500 yards inside the green.
That would explain why it's taking its sweet time to get to Reed Road. The wind changed direction. It's no longer pushing it north by northeast, it's pushing it due east. That's what we saw with our wind changes. It would be great. It would be great if we had like somebody live streaming this now or something we could tune into. I don't have an iPhone. I can't FaceTime with anybody, or I would request, hey, yeah, with me.
This is an outfire. You can cancel 326, continue 386, and we can move this to Ops 2 if you would like.
All right, it's not crowning. That's the best news we could hope for. When they said keep it out of the tops of the trees, I went, oh my God. So what a crown fire is tops of trees on fire.
For now.
A crown fire is a screaming nightmare because the fire hoses don't usually reach the tops of trees, and tops of trees, if like a little branch that's on fire, like with the pine situation, we got tall pine trees here. If little bits break off the top, they light the rest of the tops of the trees on fire, and it rushes really quickly because you've got higher wind than at the ground at the tops of the trees. Just the way wind works. It's usually faster, higher you go. Even 100 feet matters. Sometimes my drone struggles with wind at 300 feet when there's almost a dead calm at the surface. So in a way, this is good that they had plenty of time, really a lot of time, to prep Reed Road by the cemetery to stop it from going north towards most of these neighborhoods up here. And this one is by Roslyn Road, plus there's a homeless encampment there too. I don't know if that's Newberry Estates, I can't tell. So this gives them extra time. I don't know if this is a permanent wind direction change or not, but unfortunately it might move the fire to the east, and so it might become a bigger, broader fire once once Lapine is, well, safe. And it will be after a while. We just don't know when they're going to stop it, how, and how bad this is going to get. Preston Fire we are monitoring the others near Geysers Road and Cloverdale. It's more than 3 acres with moderate rate of spread, upslope with some torching and grass and oak and woodland for air attack. So let me know if that gets out of hand. Here,
we are 7 minutes out. Load return, negative fuel.
Crown Fire would have been the most likely situation.
No, Highway 97, cross of Tam Lane, Drafter Road, 171, off 2.
You see how tall these trees are, and they're pines. They're quite flammable. Quite flammable trees. Pines promote fires. They said it's moving along the ground right now.
Central Oregon copies, and I have you as positive AFF. 1655.
Now, I don't see dead tree in sight. Not that we've seen a lot of pictures.
If we are able to, and depending on resources, he's scouting it right now. We'd like to take, if we hang this up on the fire map, to move to the power line road to the east to continue doing fire operations.
Good. That's a good sign. Firing operations are strengthening Reed Road. It's looking better and better that they might be able to stop it from going north of Reed Road, east on the east side of the highway in Maupin. So what you don't want to ever see is dead trees in the landscape. You should be very alarmed if dead trees are near you, especially a lot of them, and near living trees too, because they are the assassins of the forest.
Yeah, roger that. I'll work with 9502, and when he gets here to this corner, we'll make a plan and see if we can free up at least a couple of resources to start firing down there.
So earlier photograph when it first began. I just want to show you what kind of vegetation we're dealing with here. You could see that fire hoses wouldn't reach to the top. So a dead tree will just light up like a Christmas tree fire. We've seen the videos in the living rooms that are dried up. It'll torch. The flames will race to the top. And if any other trees are even touching, and if there's any wind, it'll light the living trees on fire at the top of those trees. We have many, many dead trees, especially in a row or nearby. That's the way a crown fire really starts.
I copy your traffic that the column is bending over the top of you. Ash starting to drop. No embers noted. Continue patrol through the neighborhood. Let me know if you need additional resources.
So if your district, if your area, if your neighbors, if whoever's in charge has a policy of removing the dead trees, most of them, good. You're much safer than if you see a bunch on landscape. I mean, every once in a while you need one for an eagle nest or something, but you don't need a lot of these. They will destroy the forest by being dead. They're called snags, and they give firefighters the willies. Anybody educated, you just don't want to see a lot of snags. Eagles and such have a huge range, so they'll make a nest in like one dead tree per, like a 15 to 20 mile radius. Like you really don't need a lot of these on the landscape. Living trees are full of holes too. Nesting birds are more fire safe and safer in general in a living tree. But there's been a frightening amount of, like whenever I see dead trees that are interspersed with the living ones, I know it's going to happen eventually. Lightning that strikes a living tree, generally nothing happens. Lightning strikes a dead tree, you get a forest fire.
All Task Force 3 resources on Reed Road. I want you guys to focus on the right side. I want somebody looking on the right side for smut fires. Only keep the fire out of the trees, let all the fire on the ground burn. And please spread out further along Reed Road.
Good. The reason they can say that is I don't think they have a lot of dead trees.
3843.
843.
In these areas, the fire might renew with some fertilizing
I got active
ash.
fire off to the east of my location.
Okay, got that. Welcome back. Check it out.
If fire stays down there on the ground, it doesn't climb into the trees. For the most part, it'll renew the landscape and fertilize it with ash. That's the idea. The trees dropping pine needles all the time and cones and flammable sap. They're trying to promote the fertilizing, beneficial fires that are low intensity that are supposed to happen. Now, if we did control burns and did this on the, non-red flag or high wind, crazy hot days, it would be a heck of a lot better. And all these things become enabled when you get snags down. So it sounds like it's a much more groomed landscape than most places, and that might be why they get a handle on it today. It's looking better and better. We now have 5 p.m., guys. when is sunset? Still pretty late. We're still close. We're still pretty close. The longest day of the year, which was what, a couple of days ago at solstice. So that does two things. Aircraft could stay longer. We still have aircraft here. Looks like they're monitoring. I don't see the VLATs. Let's check. Let's cross-reference that with Flight Radar 24. Then we'll check on our other fires too. Good news. Fingers crossed. Unfortunately, we may have lost structures that went through areas that look like neighborhoods. But the wind is cooperating fantastically, pushing it away from the town. We'll take what we can get. And look, I have to commend Maupin here for whoever groomed that landscape, whether or not it's the power company with their right-of-way stuff or whatever's going on. It looks like they can get a hold of it, because I don't see dead trees. We can try to look at satellite images. They're a lot newer, but that would be a thumbs up for me if that's community grooming on purpose and fire awareness. Hey, Small World Life, thank you so much for your kind donation, and thanks guys who did Cash App and PayPal. My phone is probably been overwhelmed with messages. It's been real hard to check it out. I need to check out the latest for what is going on in Del Mar. We've not had an update on watch duty for the last 30 minutes. So that I think what we need to do is quickly check on Butte County to see what they're talking about in the fire miss yesterday, and I feel terrible about it. I do. The Apache. Butte County, it's close to my heart, guys. And I have family in the area. We don't have any new watch duty information on it, but I wanted to go back and show you some of the time lapses, how it got bad yesterday, and talk to you about that, of course. I took some crazy, screenshots that look a lot like this from the different cams. And it was what I was working on when all hell broke loose in Deschutes County, Oregon.
Back up a little bit.
We're still listening to it. The Preston fire.
Where are you at now?
Zoom on over to Sonoma County. Oh, by the way, 100% containment on the point.
Ticker 180 off of Redmond, 3 souls on board. Showing 2 hours, 30 minutes of fuel. About 7 minutes en route to the Darlene 3 fire. Confirm AFF.
Yeah, Noel Smith, thank you for, giving us local info.
180.
Deschutes County has been fairly aggressive with their brush cleanup and scheduled burns, and hopefully that helps. I could tell. It seems groomed, And I'm using that word in a good way. Sometimes some people are trying to use that word in a bad way, like a negative way. I hope they don't destroy the word. I'm talking about like somebody who does their mustache and hair right, spritzes on the cologne. That's what I mean. Like for stepping out. That's what I mean. So cool. There was a spot fire around it, but they just declared that as long as the fire's not in the trees, they're going to let it burn along the ground, which it increases the safety of the town in case the wind shifts again. Right now it's going away from the town to the east, but fires don't just spread the wind direction. The flanks, the sides, will eventually, ironically, as like you'll see this. If winds are high and strong, right? You'll see like a spear. You'll see it spread narrow and thin like a spear, right? And then as the winds die down, fire's a slave to the wind. It can't really go against it. As they die down, it allows it to spread out, and then you'll see it widen out. So strangely, where the former head of the fire was to north, like where the Reed Road is, that's now the left flank of it as its head turns towards the east. That's what wind does. So that may be one of the best defensive areas. Now they have to think about, well, how do we keep it from spreading east now into the more wilderness areas by Newberry? I don't know. if somebody local can tell me, like, is it thick forest or what do we have to fear there? It's still relatively flat land for quite a bit. Now they've got what I was saying about longest days of the year. There's an advantage and a disadvantage. They can fly longer because they've got more light, right? The pilots do. However, light feeds fires. Direct sunlight feeds them. It strengthens them and makes their intensity worse. And it has an effect on humidity. It makes it pretty dry. And usually when the direct sunlight leaves the area, either the sun sets beyond the Cascades or whatever, that's when humidity has a chance to return, especially at night. Usually things get better at night, but like with California, we had insane low humidities where I went to bed thinking things were okay. Like after 7 o'clock hour, I was tucked in because my dental issue yesterday, I had no idea the Butte County was that something started right around 7:30 at night and then exploded by 9 p.m. And that's because of the humidity just tanked. And I believe it must have been wind. It had to have been. So thank you. I got an email, I think. I thought that was a donation. I got an email. I'll try to check that. We are looking at, we have to check on the new situation.
Can you put in an order for fuel through IC if we are going to continue any firing operations?
No, for I'm already done.
Okay.
Unsure what kind of fuel they need. Is that to do the drip torches or is that to refuel their vehicles? It's unclear. But sometimes they walk into fields and just light the grass on fire in a methodical way, and usually right next to the roads where they got all the water, and they just do that little bits at a time. So I could see why they might run out of drip torch fuel, but it's unclear if they just, sometimes they run out there with pickup trucks and stuff and have like a road flare in hand, do it manually. Sometimes they can do it with drones. They're not specifying. So this has a name now. We began watching it around 30 plus minutes ago. Sonoma County, near the Geysers Road and Preston Drive, Cloverdale. And thank goodness they didn't name it the Geysers fire because we already had one of those and it was traumatic. We also had one called something like that the other day.
Tanker 180 training is 12 miles to the north at 6,000.
At first they said it was a very rapid rate of spread. So that was quite concerning. Now they're saying moderate. Good. But then again, all it can do, if it reaches like a big, like a grove of trees that are half dead or a bunch of dead ones, heavy fuel, if it reaches something like that and gets bigger, the rate of spread can change because more things are on fire, and if the wind picked up, it could just throw embers. So it's hard to tell exactly where this is because the cams just kind of show a bullet wash.
Tanker 180. Would you like us to come in around the fire or go straight towards that right shoulder?
Yeah, thank you, Noel Smith, for the Darlene fire, and thank you for mentioning the fire name, which is at Maupin. There's a smallish buffer zone of grass between the trees and the town. That's good. It's better if they plow it so that it's bare earth rather than just grass. Graze it heavily or something. We saw the Sacramento fires that were so bad by Mesa, what seems like a lifetime ago, just days ago. We're really helped by the pre-made, just the farmers made their own like pre-made dozer lines right next to the highways. They plow a 2-car wide strip of dirt, and it's just dirt.
Yeah, you have all those lighters bump out.
I'm sure that would have been way worse in Sacramento and just huge if they hadn't taken those precautions by Jackson Road. So, and Noel Smith says, there's a smallish buffer zone of just grass between the trees and the town, but the first buildings in the way between it and the town are 2 gas stations. So things could be interesting. Smiley face. Yeah. Well, here's what is weird about gas stations. Especially if they're old, they're rock solidly safe sometimes. It's really weird. Not the store part, the pumps. And I believe they are one of the few things on Earth that have an exception to the dry chemical rule for halon. Now, Paradise had some pretty old gas stations, and they survived at the pumps area, while usually the store behind it burned to the ground. And it's not just what fire crews doing anything. They have an automatic heat detection. So if there's a fire at the pump, usually they're thinking, you know, a car refilling on fire. That's I just gotta watch the update. What was it for? Ciénaga fire, the 200 block of Ciénaga IN. What? Forward progress stopped wherever that was, guys. We're just gonna wait a little bit to see what's going on at Maupin to see if they're able to successfully herd the fire away from Reed Road. Hearing pilots there. Let's get a camera here. Guys are peak 2.
Throw a Y in here so we don't lose all the water.
Guys are peak 2. Whoa, wait, what was that?
Sunlight command.
Oh yeah, and I haven't even gotten to Fresno yet. I'm not trying to ignore it. Yeah, we'll return to Fresno County too, guys. I still haven't eaten much today at all, so
355 is available out. Ops force release.
I've got to go grab something from the kitchen. Sonoma. Here we go. What did I just say? Guys are peak 2. Geyser. View alert. There we go. Cloverdale. Right, so this is our current eye on what's concerning in Sonoma County. The same day they announced 100% containment on the point fire. Bing! Out of the oven comes your brand new fire. Just ready to rock. How timely. Thanks a lot, Wildfires. It's probably saying, you're welcome. We heard you were without fire. Here's a new one. Hey, we got aircraft. There's one of the eyes in the sky, and they're still looking at it. I don't know if there's active drops going on, but that could, it was, and still has potential for hill climbing, as you can see. I'm sorry, I wish I was more with it, but my mouth hurts from the dentist, and I need some blood sugar, as you can tell. Spinny Dude says I'm back. Any updates I missed on the Darlene? Yeah, yeah, go eat. I will, just a second. Yeah, 18% humidity in San Joaquin. It's I don't think that's particularly strange for this time of year. Small World Life says weather's real strange here. San Joaquin has humidity of 18%, 94 degrees, and wind gusts of 25 miles an hour. That sounds like California summer to me, honestly, but I don't know. Just hold on to your butts. I don't know why there's a lot more red flags have not been declared, but you know, only the National Weather Service can do that. Okay, Pine Mountain Cam. We are also looking at what's going on in Sonoma County real quick before we go back to the Lapine fire. The wind shifted direction, and it looks very, very good for keeping the fire out of the residential neighborhoods north of Reed Road on the east side of the highway in Lapine. So if the wind shifts back and blows it towards the north, or if it just tries to move that way as a flank, you know, flanks are sides of the fires, you know, not like you know, you have wind direction, the sides that are not with the wind direction, right? Those move a lot slower.
2 from 541, Ops 3.
Those are easier to deal with by far.
That's what it is. Just for information, we've got a flat. We're going to be starting to change it.
Okay, the update.
Copy that. I'll come to you.
It's looking great. Knock on wood. It's looking great. Their efforts to hold Reed Road, which is their T, like the fire was moving north, and they chose Reed Road to stop it, where it leads to the cemetery, east side of town. Well, it was barreling towards it, and then the wind shifted towards the northeast. And then the wind just went completely out of the west. Now it's a Dewey's. It's pushing it Dewey's. So that has bought them a tremendous amount of time. Get tons of units there from Warm Springs has arrived. Bend has arrived. I'm sure mutual aid from elsewhere. Aircraft keeps slamming it. So they have done firing operations. They've had the time to do that. Looks like Deschutes County or the city or whoever, private landowners, the power company, maybe all of the above, have worked together to remove dead trees off the landscape. I don't see any in any of the photos. Locals like Noel was telling us that they've been pretty aggressive.
Yeah, we've had a rethink on this burn operation. We're going to continue moving west along Reed Road and out to Darlene. We're going to need that fuel as quickly as possible if we can get a fuel truck up here to Reed and Darlene.
Diesel for your trucks or fuel for your burnout?
Yeah.
Flash fuel.
What did he say? What did he say? Flag fuel, or that's for the burnout, right? So
Dispatch copy 1770.
they are lighting backfires. It should be called front fires because it's lit in front of the fire. So when the main fire gets there, it doesn't have as much to burn, like especially if you can get the pine needles and grass out of the way. So they are calling for SOS, need fuel. I assume it's for drip torches or something else, maybe even flamethrowers. Who knows how they're lighting the backfires to protect the pine and strengthen the line at Reed Road that crosses the T. I'll try to show you the map for it. Sorry, this is going. There's a lot of tabs I have open. Thank you for your kind donations. Please like and hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell to ever find us again. That will help us go trending, connect people with the info. If you hit the share button and text it or just share it to your own social media pages, that would be super. That's how people can find out that we're even live and covering this stuff. Because I think we only have 3 people from Maupin here, but like all of them could benefit. They need fuel for the firing ops. So,
I'm sorry, repeat, please. They can copy on attack 8. We're going to hold off on that fire off across the 2-track. Burford and Division Alpha are making a plan, and we'll communicate with us in a minute.
okay. Yeah, thank you, Angela, for being here at all. I mean, we love you being here. Thank you. D-Train says as soon as they declare a red flag warning.
Get some of those resources, and we'll try and put it at that corner.
Well, arsonist doesn't need a red flag warning. They can tell by themselves. I mean, this is their main focus of their life, right? Potentially, they don't need an official red flag warning to be declared in order to do their evil deeds. They can tell if it's windy and hot. Boom. They just generally wait. The more devious ones wait for other units to be busy with something else before they get to work, because that could be the biggest spread.
Restructure group, do I need to come back and tie in direct?
Now, red flag needs to be declared so the public is aware. Don't drag chains. Don't pull over the side of the road. I think a lot of these fires, we've seen a huge percentage of them last 2 weeks since the 16th.
And that's where Division Alpha and Ops are right now.
Have been started by roads, and it's probably people pulling over.
Is that back toward the cemetery?
That's negative. Darlene and Finley View intersection.
People don't realize
Copy on my way.
as they peck at their, as they either get something out of the back for the kids or the back seat, or they peck at their GPS or maps or whatever they're doing. pull over the side of the road if there's dry grass, your engine, just the heat of it, is going to start a fire with the grass this dry. There hasn't been significant rainfall in a while, so it's all super dry. We had a bumper crop of grass this year because we had a wet spring. Wet springs, oh yeah, it looked green and thick and lush. Okay, it dried out in the first 2 weeks of June. So people have no idea, and unless they really look hard in the rear view, sometimes it's even invisible when a grass fire starts behind you. You'll just see that the grass is not straight up anymore. It'll first curl down. A lot of people are not going to notice that. It curls under, goes down. As it gets hotter and hotter, then the flame becomes visible. And then there's smoke. If you're not really paying attention, people drive off, have no idea they started a fire. Now, this can't happen all the time, but it can happen exactly right now until we get more humidity. People don't realize that even dead plants absorb humidity from around them. So as the humidity goes down, below 40 is risky, below 30 is, oh God, below 20 is Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray, right? Sure, whether or not grass catches, because like an engine driving over it, will be how dry it is.
With you and getting you fuel.
That's turned by humidity, and then how fast it goes is determined by terrain and wind.
Structure group, task force 2.
Structure group.
The public has got to be aware.
The head count 11.
Copy 11.
That's why it's not a bad thing to say red flag. I think they should have something called orange flag, where they won't declare red flag. Like if it has to be 38% humidity, not 40. Fire would behave the same way. That's just two imaginary numbers, right? They should say orange flag, where it's not quite red flag. It's not quite the very worst conditions. It's really close. That's different than fire weather watch. They should just declare it that, right? Somebody told me, and I can't confirm this, that sometimes National Weather Service doesn't want to issue a red flag because it might drain the resources and the funds of local fire departments or counties or whatnot. Because when the red flag day is declared, apparently they have to put a lot of firefighters on, call them in so they're ready to go at a moment's notice, do overtime, whatever. It just makes sense. You have to have additional staff, additional readiness. That costs money. I hope this money thing is not factored into their decision making. I would hope that they would just say it's either fire dangerous or it's not right now. Because if it does drain the budgets, they need to increase the budgets. We've seen a lot of serious fires break out where the county next door is red flag, but it's not. Or it's just like decimal degrees away from red flag, but it wasn't. And I think the public, if they're a lot more aware about that, like especially Californians know, if red flag's declared, don't mow, just don't mow. Don't tow anything stupidly, and check if you're dragging your chain a lot, like double secure that. What happened in Placer County yesterday was started by a trailer sparking. I don't know if it's a chain necessarily, but it was a drag trailer. They buttoned that up, thank goodness. I can show you how bad that was. We have interesting aerial pictures. Let's do that real quick. Come right back to the Darlene fire. We're listening to it. So far, so good, knock on wood. They got everything going for them. They got help. They got planes, weather cooperation. It's even calm enough to do firing ops. They've groomed their landscape, it looks like. And so whatever's been destroyed already, we don't know what that is. Might be it as far as town destruction goes, knock on wood. They can get the forward progress stop declaration, and that will be the very best thing that we can hope for tonight. We'll check weather and stuff, but it's a heat wave. It's a hot one. You can see the red flag.
Oregon Dispatch Anchor 160 on National.
Look at that. Red flag, the pink.
Anchor 160 off Redmond for the Darlene incident. residents, 2 souls on board, 1 hour, 45 minutes of fuel, and 10 minutes en route.
Awesome. All right, let's go and look at the others. And I'm letting chat lead me, guys, right now. Hey, Dr. Elephant, DEFCON 3.
Delta response for an unconscious patient. 63410 over Tree Road, Crossreacher and Margaret Drive, and Cooley Road.
Come back and see us,
355-374 on Ops 2.
Yeah, sorry, let me check, see if I missed chat. We're going to go and check on what happened in Placer County. Then we're going to check and see if there's been an update for Butte County. And keep me informed about what's going on in Sonoma County. It's looking unchanged. And then we'll check Del Mar as well. I imagine Southern California television is all over that thing. We try to cover what is an emergency situation, get evacuation orders out to people first. That's the #1 goal. We did that today. We explained where the fire was spreading and wind direction, and we got the evac orders before the maps updated, before the officials did it. For yet another town today, we did that for the Darlene fire, so we could put another notch in our belt. We are important, we matter. So for Maupin, got the evacs out for the officials updated, not the initial one, but the expanded ones, the expansions. All right, now let's do a timestamp. Take a look at something. If there's a little bit of a lull, man, maybe I can go over to the kitchen and finally get some food. Maybe I can get breakfast going, guys. Since I've been awake at 8:30 in the morning, I've been monitoring all these and trying to fight with technical problems. So far, so good on the internet, knock on wood. But I've had crazy problems with the webcam. I can't believe it's still functioning. I've lost the ability to zoom. And when I look over here, like when I'm looking this way, it looks like I'm looking away. I'm actually looking towards what you see. You know, I'm looking at the second monitor, but I have to mirror the screen in order for it to look like I'm looking at what you guys are seeing. And I'm gesturing backwards, which is not fun. Fresno, excuse me, I didn't get to Fresno County. Guys, everything.
Go ahead, 5625.
We are back in Prineville.
Copy, 1728.
Okay, a Prineville unit went back to Prineville. Maybe it's because the situation is calming, or the mutual aid agreement is up, or maybe they got replaced. But that's sounding still good. Thank you, Rath. Thank you for the pats on the head, guys. Please donate so we can get a good laptop. Thank you, everybody who has. We've had 2,500 views. How many likes do we have? 152. Let's boost that. We've made $4. $4 so far with Super Chat. Don't have a tally with anything with PayPal, but we yeah, I know, Dr. Elephant, the way they name these things. If 20% of the viewers gave $1, we'd be getting a laptop in no time. We'd be shopping for Amazon Prime Day or whatever. So I still don't have a tally. That was one of the things I was trying to do before all of this occurred. Grass says you are important and matter, and some people are alive now. I think it's what you're saying because of the channel. I hope so. It's the feedback we got in 2021. So I really hated not being here yesterday, but I was sedated. I had that dental appointment, but here we are. If I could get a co-host, man, somebody who could take over when I'm, you know, incapacitated as a dentist, that would be awesome. Now, just as I said, the stream health is great.
Task Force 3, 131, go ahead.
That's a YouTube warning. Okay. How much
I'd like another water source here. Alfalfa Rig, I'd like you to stay out there on the road because we're going to keep bringing fire as well to Darlene.
131 copy, headed your way into.
Still listening to the emergency at Maupin. It's looking better. We just got a new update on the Preston fire near Geysers, Cloverdale, Sonoma County. It's a 6 acres. Forward progress stopped. Good job, Sonoma County. You pounced. You got it. The aircraft helped. Phew. We don't need on the day that the point fire is declared 100% contained a new one. Okay. Yeah, David Anderson, thank you for the update. Yeah, I think everything is fine west of the highway running through town. Highway 97, the Dalles something or other highway. Oh yeah, and then there's something going on at the auto mall in San Jose. So I'm really wondering what the heck happened with Fresno County. We were watching with anxiety the day before yesterday, where they had prescribed fires and stuff going next to neighborhoods. The Great Stump, whatever village, and I was kind of wondering if that was wise. If it was going on at night, but they didn't do a great job of telling anybody, and we had to figure out from the cameras and elaborate cross-referencing with the map what was a prescribed burn and what wasn't. There's also still a mystery fire going on in Sequoias that has never been on watch duty, which we'll get to that later. It's one of the things I wanted to start today. So let's just check on the two main fires that are in Fresno right now. Looks like the smaller vegetation fire is the done deal. I don't know if it was a lightning thing or not. I wonder if it was lightning. I was asleep for most of yesterday and well, hi from the dentist, so it's not like I could monitor that very well. The bolt. This is which part? Next to Elwood Road. Yeah, next to a community. This is the one where the stump thing is. I have to go to my other map. Maybe this is just a small community of Elwood. This behemoth is 1,700 acres. They have a level 3 go now. Zone K75 south of Elwood.
6 miles or 6 minutes out for a load and return, negative fuel.
So Elwood still has level 3s. Making a note here. Now, when did this start? Let's scroll down. Lightning has struck in the valley, and there's I have a video to show you earlier. The Williams cam showed 2 big flames like reaching for the sky in Colusa County. At the same time, a Yellow County cam looking into Colusa County showed another one, and that could have just been, now I think about it, you know, an orchard fire lit on purpose and maybe doused with gasoline to get it going. Because I can't think. It was never reported as a wildfire. Watch duty. Okay, some crews are leaving the Deschutes County area. Who knows if it's crew shift change time for night shift or if that was mutual aid or what. We continue to listen to the Deschutes County Lapine. We're going to look at Fresno County. They still have a situation. So it was yesterday at 3:42. Like I said, throughout California, there was some lightning and thunderstorms that ran through. Lightning did strike and start some of these. I'm not sure where and when. If you can educate me on that, I'd be grateful. Now, also in Alameda County, as I was trying to get this all set up, get everything ready to go, they had 2 vegetation fires at Hayward. Excuse me. So that's your East Bay of San Francisco, right? East of San Francisco. So I was trying to figure out what was going on there, and they asked, was this lightning or should we have like an investigative team? And there are 2 fires, 2 vegetation fires there. Then I found a pulse point, but not watch duty. So I was whack-a-moling
on the backside
all morning, trying to go live.
We've got a little bit of flames right, about 50 yards from the heel, kind of moving towards the east.
Okay, copy that. We're going to be coming down to do the fire operation. Let's just keep it in check on the right side of that road.
So while I was trying to update the description of the video with resources for Butte County and any others that were going, like Fresno, fires are breaking out, and I'm like, well, should I go live or finish what I'm doing? So I like to tell people, hey, I've got all the links you need in the description of the video. But new fires broke out, and then I'm like, okay, well, I would erase what I'm doing. Okay, adding new, expecting them to get big. Here's the new fire info. Then they would say, oh, forward progress stopped. Oh, okay, never mind. And then I would see crazy stuff on the cameras, and then chase down, listen to the county's Broadcastify stream, trying to figure out what the heck they were, like what's going on in Alameda County.
374.
But they got that stopped too.
We'll take Gurney to the French doors on the Alpha Bravo corner.
Copy, Gurney, French doors, Alpha Bravo corner.
What does that mean? A gurney is like a stretcher, right? Okay, French doors on an ambulance? Are they talking about needing a special ambulance? Alpha Bravo corner of what street? What structure? Yeah, I'll eat food as soon as I can, but please, if you could donate $1 or $5 to the laptop fund, super appreciative. Have not had the moment to kind of calm down and tally what we've made. We have not met goal today. Making even $200 today would be like super awesome towards laptop goal. The sales are happening soon, 4th of July, and also just past that, we're gonna have Amazon Prime Day sales. So
Oregon dispatch, engine 619 on Ochco Grizzly.
this could allow me to go to California in August and complete the filming of the documentaries about the fires and be able to go live even if a fire breaks out there. At the moment, we cannot.
03 is 5 minutes out, load return, negative fuel.
All right, they're still working with aircraft. So the bolt fire, yet another update. Darlene fire update from watch duty. Large livestock and small companion animals can go to the animal shelter located in Maupin rodeo grounds with support from the pet evacuation team. Oh, that sounds cute. Per the Deschutes County Sheriff on Facebook. Oh, that's good. That's good. So we continue to listen. They've still got aircraft going. Let's check in with Fresno County. Check a cam or two. Ugly.
Dayton, reading Oxford.
Fresno County's got problems. Serious problems. Wow, we just saw a big jet. I'll rewind. And a crow. Or a vulture.
10F51. Command on Oxford.
The fire I can't pronounce. Cyanaga, whatever it is. Ciennaga fire in the 200 block of Cyanaga IN, whatever that is. Instant commands says the fire is 100% wetline. A couple of small spot fires extinguished, no structures threatened. Okay, wherever that is. Yikes, Fresno. So we're looking at the bolt fire. See, there's the MD-87. Is one of the orange fishes. It's got orange gills, that's why we call it that. Other people call the MD-87 the Mad Dog plane. You know why? Let me know. So they've got some serious help, but serious problems. I do not know how this started. Does anybody know if lightning hit the area? There's our large bird. Wings flat. Could be a condor, friends. You're going to have more of a V shape. with turkey vulture. That looks bigger than a raven. And then you get the flight feathers are so huge they go out of a condor that they're not flat like my fingers are right now. They do this. They kind of you see like a frilly end to them because they start to curl up at the ends. That could be a California condor right there, guys. That could be its wing tag or missing feathers underneath its right wing. Whoa.
5 minutes out, load and return, positive fuel.
I don't think we've ever positively identified a California condor on the cam before, but whoa. They like to look for meals as wildfires pass through. They got the high winds. Yeah, Danielle Shear, just stay strong. Sorry, I've read some heartbreaking stuff and have not been able to get a word in. Just stay strong, everybody who's anxious. You know, you can definitely talk, and we're here to support. But I do believe that might be a California condor. It's huge. Let me take a quick screenshot. Make sure. So this is in Fresno County. This is the bolt. We'll look at the flash in a second. This is threatening the community. It's looking ugly.
CNSF called. They have a fire train that's departed Cave Falls with an ETA of 2030 to 2045 with water.
Dude, a fire train's coming.
Yeah, they've done an RP on scene and they're coordinating with Forest Service on that. Thank you.
Wow. I hope journalists will capture that. The fire train's coming to Maupin, guys. Now, fire trains are, if there's wildfires, they have wooden trestles and vulnerable things like that. It'll be a train loaded up with a bunch of water tanks instead of oil tanks, you know, and they'll wet down the wooden trestles and spray them. So, that's cool. I don't know if they're transporting water. Give it to them, or B, maybe they'll spray. Maybe the tracks could be like a fire break. Okay, I took the screenshot. Let's see if the condor or questionable condor shows up.
Which is around Darlene and now Old Ice Cave Road. It's starting to crease to the south, and we're close to some structures in that area. Has been evacuated. Do you have a task force available to start scouting that?
Still listening to the fire at Maupin, Oregon. We're looking at Fresno.
I'm going to try to lay eyes on it myself at this point. We're heavily engaged into the firing operation, and my other task force is committed at Newberry.
How far is this from Newberry? And it's still open.
That's a big bird. Rather large bird.
Shifted. So if Newberry is no longer the priority, I can move Task Force 2 down that direction.
Harpham, that will be priority.
Copy, break. Task Force 2 from Structure Group.
Task Force 2.
Did you copy that traffic?
That's negative. We're working on changing out a flat air.
Is a plane?
I copy. Stand by.
Oh, I can't zoom on this. Oh, these cameras are primitive. I'll get to the other version. This is the one with the camera within a camera thing. You know, useful in some ways, frustrates. Bear Mountain, Fresno. Let's go to the other camera option we've got. So we're looking at the bolt fire real quick. We're still listening to what's going on. It's still tenuous at Maupin, but everything's going for it right now. Well, yep, there's the MD-87. Now we can zoom in as much as we want on birds or whatever the heck is happening. And it's higher resolution, smoother. So it's the last 30 minutes of the bolt fire. We have a community evacuated largely. And we've got, I believe that's a condor, guys. It's huge on the cameras. It's holding its wings out flat. It seems to have had a wing tag or a missing flight feather. It's a big white spot underneath there. Let's see if they tag condors. Which wing condor tags? I think it's the left. Sometimes, yeah, the left. Some of them are white like that. Hmm. If we see the underside of the feathers, we could tell like that. So if you think about turkey vultures have a skirt, okay, a white skirt, meaning there's white on the bottoms of their feathers at the near their butts, right? White line. Condors have shoulder pads, white on the shoulders. So if you see the underside, you know instantly what you got. So we'll continue to check that out, but they also hold their wings in a distinctive way. Turkey vultures have a V shape kind of to their wing. Condors are flat. Like
Task Force 1 training.
Condors hold them flat like eagles.
942, good. Do you have a drip torch? Upper. Everything.
They're still doing firing operations. If they can continue, that's a good sign for Lapine. They're trying to burn down the grass and the pine needles off the ground. So if the wind shifts, it heads back towards the town. And the town's much safer. There's a lot less to burn. Because
Task Force 2, structure group officers.
It's down low. It's not in the trees.
Task Force 2.
Yeah, if 541 is not in any danger, then I need you to leave them to their own devices and start southbound on Darlene Way toward Ice Cave Road.
Copy. Mobilize Task Force 2 down Darlene Road towards Ice Cave Road.
Smitty, what are you doing? What'd you do? Sorry, Gerald. Smitty, did you read what he said? Okay, Smitty, he's trying to donate to us. He said, so I just approved the message. So I'm so sorry about that. We sometimes get jokers, right? The message was, how does an 82-year-old dummy contribute to your website? Meaning, like, you know, those books like, you know, Algebra for Dummies. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody's on the internet watching us, already you're technologically advanced. If you're in your 80s and on the internet, good job finding us. So what you could do is give me an email. Gerald, are you able to? I can't untime you out. How long did you time him out for, Smitty? You can't respond now. If you could give me an email, then I will send you my PO box address.
Can you head up the road to the west and tie in with Task Force 1 and I?
Copy, tie in with Task Force 1.
You can't reply right now, but please reply in a second. That was just an accident. Smitty may have actually pressed the wrong button. It's right next to show, you know, is like time somebody out. So yeah, Angela, how's it going with the auto mall fire? D-Train says a train could have started the fire at Lapine. Yeah, we're unknown. Only if it started near tracks, though. Do you know where it may have started? So this is my email address. It's my name, Catherine.Davidson.
1 from 942.
Like a motorcycle. .wildfires@gmail.com. I should shorten that, I know. That's a lot to type, you know, if you're on a computer.
942, so Task Force 1, go ahead.
Let's listen.
Just to confirm, you want to back down towards Darlene.
Thank you, Angela, for the update. And hey, Nick.
First one. Proceed down Reed Lane towards the initial staging area, and you'll pull in behind 141.
Now, if you have a credit card and you're comfortable using that, there's a link to PayPal. You don't need a PayPal account. And
Head
that's
down Reed Lane, tie in behind 141, correct?
right here.
Correct.
Touch this in.
Copy, 932 and route.
Touch this link in the chat. Hey, Photos, welcome. Thank you for supporting us too. So awesomely, Photos. You guys should subscribe to Photos Against Anxiety's website, YouTube channel. The money goal for the laptop. Well, I haven't.
One training.
I hang on.
932, go ahead.
One sec, guys.
You copy?
932 copies. So continue to stage at Darlene and Reed, correct?
That's a firm. 932, continue to stage.
932 copies.
All right, this has been kind of a day.
En route to Lebanon. Be advised, Life Flight 2 is currently in Albany.
I'll get a word in soon, I'm sure. But yeah, this might be a condor with a wing tag.
745, Task Force 2, and 744 en route. 541 will be out of service, but they are able to get their tires back on. They should be limping their way down to Schwab here in a little bit.
Could be a Raven, but could be both. Either way, Fresno, this is the last 3 hours. The bolt fire, ugly. It's ugly. It's moving. It's spreading. They're hitting it with retardant. They're not. I don't see that they're having a lot of effect. If they're, depends on what they're trying to do. We would have to read about it. We see the MD-87. And when it goes backwards, it looks crazy. So, looks like an attempt here is being made to retardant line the flanks. I don't know if they've tried to put retardant on the head. And that's good because when the wind changes direction, the flanks will expand out, As the wind dies down, they can get in front of the head. So oftentimes, you can't fly in front of it into the smoke. They'll smack into a mountain. That's too dangerous for the pilots. Hang on. We should go check on the Gold Creek fire at some point too. It's in Washington State. That's where we saw a gigantic air show saving a very small town in Washington the day before yesterday. That fire is 277 acres and 35% contained. And Monday, the fire activity was creeping and smoldering with minimal fire spread. Awesome. It looks like they saved that town. So you can't fly into smoke and not see. They're flying completely.
Do we have any drip torch fuel for this operation? We got one torch that doesn't have fuel.
Yeah, strip torches.
We don't have fuel. We're working on commandeering from Forest Service.
All right, guys. Let's find out what drip torches.
Copy. Keep us posted on the EPA for that.
Maybe civilians can help them out. Okay, if you're a civilian and you know what kind of fuel.
Task Force 3 from 642.
Okay, if you're a civilian in Maupin right now and you know.
Are you making your way back out of that P-Tracker?
Paper.
I mean, just to let you know, it's getting pretty close to the corner that you took to get down there. Just FYI.
Yeah, copy that.
All right, their fire crews are telling each other, don't get trapped. That's what they just said. In a nutshell. They're watching out for each other. All right, if you're.
From Task Force 2.
I'm going to type it.
Please.
572 on ops 2.
All right. This is where citizens can help out.
Yeah, please just let us know when you're on the road.
They've needed it for more than an hour. Drip torch
Copy, will do.
fuel. I don't know what that is. If you're knowledgeable about that, and you're in Maupin, and you can provide some, call the non-emergency number for Deschutes County and tell them you've got it. Where do you want it? And then they'll send out somebody with a pickup to go get it from you. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's white gas. I don't know if it's kerosene, whatever. D-Train says they probably use kerosene. Yeah. You have some? Like,
Have someone?
a lot? Offer.
We're clearing St. Charles, Redmond. You can have us to the Bravo Fall. Show us around.
But call them. Don't just drive. You know, they've closed these roads for a reason. They don't want people randomly driving out there. But I'm sure they'll take it if you call. Dispatch seems on top of things.
Let's say 39 on the Redmond frequency.
Let's look at the other issues. We have crazy fires in Fresno County at, let's see, oh yeah, at the turn on the layer for current fire perimeters. Is there a layer for hotspots? It would be nice. It would be nice. It's burning my eyes. I still haven't eaten today, so bear with me. Had a couple of pretzels today. As soon as it calms down, I'll go in there and get some food. Unless you guys want to do a Uber Eats fund right now, and I'll order a pity pizza or a victory pizza, or whatever you want to call that. Delilah Lookout. That's something small and new. All right, that's deep in the Sequoias. That's northeast of Bald Mountain. The Delilah Fire Lookout is. You don't need new. You don't need nothing new. It's
Lifeline 39, that's affirmative. We're just giving you a heads up. Lifeline 6 out of the Dalles is getting ready to lift for transport in the Dalles area.
Yikes. Forward progress.
Keep an eye out for him. Thank you.
Del Mar is a done deal. Forward progress stopped. All right, great. Good job, guys. The mansions are saved. Now, there's still a million aircraft here. Where's Delilah? Look out. We haven't even gotten to the hog fire yet, but that bolt looks intense. I have a lot of leftovers in my fridge. I don't know about a lot. I've got some. I ate that steak. Thank you, dear. She probably is a deer. But I'm needing a pizza. And I'm needing donuts, and I'm without. Wait, there's a frozen pizza in there. There's a frozen pizza in there. You got me a frozen pizza. I remember now. Okay, there, stop it. Okay, we don't need, that's that. Somebody just donated. Oh, somebody just donated for the pizza fund. Shall I funnel it into the laptop fund? It's diesel and gasoline? Okay. Friends, if you can provide either diesel or gasoline, like truckloads, barrels, right now, call the Deschutes County non-emergency number and tell them about it. Yes, donuts. Thank you. Wow.
324-371. Charlie response for chest pain. Summit Eastside Urgent Care. 1501 Northeast Medical Center Drive. 324-371 on upstairs.
You continue to be a super supporter. Photos Against Anxiety. Now, I am going to link. I made you a mod so you could link your channel yesterday. I'm going to do it for you now. Thank you so much for your super support. That is a generous donation. And I love your channel, by the way. And if anybody is fire anxious, please go like and sub Photos Against Anxiety's YouTube channel. You get cool photos every morning. Soothing, lovely, and sometimes night pictures of the moon and stuff. And man, you're up in the super supporter tier. Thank you. Thank you so much.
To let you know where people are at, we do have 3 dozers kind of plugged in at the field working at the right place.
Oh wow, and Terry, wow, thank you for your kind donation. An hour ago, I didn't see it because my phone's been overwhelmed with messages. Super supportive tier. Now, these are over $100. Awesome. You guys are awesome, and thank you much for being here too. And everybody who has hit the like button, that is free way to help. Hit the share button, put the channel on your own Facebook or your own Twitter, X, whatever. I only do great work photos with donations and the volunteerism from people like you. I can't do this for free, unfortunately, and I can't do it alone either. Oh, hi, Sweet Panda. How's China doing? Husky, you want me to airlift you some donut? I would if I could. We've got situations. Let's continue looking at Fresno County. We're listening to the agonizing lack of fuel, like drip torch fuel, that they need to continue lighting the landscape on fire in a good way in Oregon and Maupin. If they can keep the fire. Right now they have a window
now that I've been down here and laid my own eyes on it, we're going to send you back to your original location.
Where is the fire? Where's your eyes on the fire? Let's look at the flash fire real quick. They only have warnings. Level 2 gets sets, but that is a big one. And it's different than the Muscat. Hang on.
Okay.
We're listening to Oregon.
Structure group.
Lapine, James Rifford.
He advised, City of Wapinitia advised the power burn through the transmission lines. Cantor has shut down their pumps. We have lost hydropower. We should have a water for about 10 to 12 hours further on the low pressure.
Ah.
All right, copy. Thank you.
That's a devastating blow back at Lapine. You don't want to hear that the fire chewed through some major power lines. So they have low pressure from now on and only for 8 to 12 hours. I'm not sure where, but theoretically by the place they're trying to hold north of Reed Road where the irrigation pivot thing is, that could have provided not only wet down the field, but it seems like they're gathering water from that source. And they just reported the power line damage has cut a lot of the power, if not all of it. I don't know if it's battery backup or what's going on, or if the fire trucks have to provide the pump power. Either way, that's not good. If they had been able to keep the lines up, man, you just don't want your water cut off. They have a golden opportunity right now. I don't know if the wind is scheduled to change
3843
in Lapine, but it's currently blowing away from the town.
Are you headed to our location?
Hey, from
Oh, sorry, friends.
Copy.
The Automall fire is looking better in San Jose. That's good.
Clear the hospital. You can add us to the call on Medical Center Drive. You can cancel 371.
Okay, I'll
371 copies.
I'll go put the Victory Pizza in the oven in a second, friends. I'm gonna call it Victory. Victory over the dental problems. All right.
Tech 180 is off Redmond en route to Darlene 3. We've got 3 souls. 1 hour 45 minutes of fuel. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Confirm positive SF.
All right, we're still listening to the firefight to save the neighborhoods north of Reed Road and east of the highway.
Do you have a head count for me?
Confirm 5555.
Lead 16 Trinity National.
2 different fires burned together to form the, they're still calling it the flash fire. So there was flash fire and east fire at 11 o'clock at night last night.
We're going 3 to the call just for the nature and the unknown downtime outside in the heat.
It may have been lightning. Let's see. It's 982 acres and 15% containment.
Oregon copies, and I got you positive AFS. Break 0160 Zulu, Central Oregon on National.
Under investigation as a cause. But thunderstorms rolled through yesterday. I don't know how, when, or what happened with the lightning. But even in Alameda County by San Francisco, they said, could this have been lightning? And they said, nah, not recently. Let's show you real quickly. Let's go to a cam where I thought maybe lightning started a fire in Colusa County. It's unknown, but I don't think so. It could have been. There are giant orange flames on the cam. But the situation in Fresno is not looking great. At least not with the bolt fire. I can't see.
Probably 10 by 10 near the cemetery.
10 by 10 spot fire by the cemetery. That's what that means in Maupin. Just write down the timestamps. How's everything in China, Sweet Panda? Thank you for being here.
482. Was that you that reported the spot fire?
Bird.
343 to Task Force Leader 3.
Task Force 3, go ahead.
We have a spot fire just north of Reed, 343, and Warm Springs are on it currently.
Yeah, got that.
Yeah, that was a bird. Turkey buzzard.
The power line road right now. So we're just on the power line road and we'll be back in.
See the V? V? Turkey vulture? A V shape with its wings? Big old head. Big and ugly.
So are you going to be coming out the same road you entered, or are you going to be coming out the two-track road that we went down at the very beginning of this whole thing?
I think it's turkey buzzard.
Charlie Rush fire at this time to my location of each address.
There's so much haze, we can't get much out of the Bear Mountain Fresno cam. Let's do a 3-hour. We go to 12-hour to see. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. 3 hours ago.
Okay, copy. Is there any way for us to hold it on that 2-track or just keep letting it go north?
I'll walk down a little ways to scout it out, but I don't know if I'm going to put any rig on it.
All right. That was a question.
581.
They said, can we hold the fire on the 2-track road or let it go north?
13877 Southwest Peninsula Drive. I do have bushes on fire spreading to a structure almost at this time. Spreading to the south towards the structure if we can get that started this way.
Uh-oh. I didn't catch. Super hot in here. My computer's making heat. Okay. We did meet our goal for today, but we could go higher towards the laptop fund. It's not just a laptop we need. There's a lot of things that we need technically, including, like gas money to get to California and cover the fires.
50 miles to the north, inbound, descend through 6,900.
So if 20% of the viewers donate $1 today, please do.
Or Chinook and Shad, or correction, Chinook and Mustang. I'm going to send the ambulance BLS to the fall. I'll stop and grab an engine.
Okay, we got a structure threatened in Maupin.
22, 531, 641, up 3.
I was hoping they'd repeat that address. Meanwhile, down in Fresno, that's a sweet screenshot. This is the flash fire that merged with the east fire last night and got bigger. So it's you can see the terrain. They've got their work cut out.
Show 641 available in quarters and assign 646 to that.
See that many different aircraft here. Is that a DC-9? Right there. That could be a DC-9. And they're just scraping the tops of trees at such low altitude. Freaky.
Back towards the heel, and then you'll see the dozers.
Wow. So this frame. Wow, 3 minutes later, there's a different aircraft in the same spot.
I'm not going to commit anybody to that. We track. Okay.
Good copy. We're headed out now.
Structure group. Yeah, on 3.
I didn't catch that.
Structure group.
All right, structures.
Forest Service around 40 gallons of burn fuel. ETA to your location. Darlene is 20 minutes.
Yay! They finally got their fuel.
Copy. Reading Darlene, 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right, the Forest Service.
Is on 5.
Good job, team. Well, better late than never. Maybe somebody donated it. John Bella, thank you.
Come down by me, please.
Parts.
They're coming at you, Booth.
Dr. Elephant, maybe we could train vultures to fight fires. And we could really play Ride the Valkyries, right? Condors would be an upgrade on that program, but we'll do a preliminary test with the
Once
vulture.
you're done there, we need to keep patrolling and keep good eyes on this north side. And thank you for finding out.
Oh, Nick, no PayPal account necessary for the PayPal link. You can use.
Engine will continue tightening.
You can use cards, but thanks you for trying. And if you're in, but look, if there's any question about whether or not you can donate or not, don't. It's okay. Like, don't. I do not want to hurt anybody.
We're en route to Crooked River. Can you tell me what ops channel this is on?
Just focus on spreading the word.
Working channel is Ops 5. Ops 5.
Right. We'll look at the current Fresno.
Copy, thanks.
All of that just occurred in the last 3 hours. Let's go back to 12 hours on the Bear Mountain Fresno cam. This is not looking good in these situations. It may become a big fire, depending on how this goes, or both of these, the bolt and the flash. And there's little ones and little smokes that are unexplainable up in the Sequoias and Three Kings. That we've been watching one fire burn.
And we have one Type 3 en route. Do you need any other assistance or a tender?
Type 3 engine.
At this time, I can take we're in it's forward progress stop towards the structure, and we do have to check that right at the cliff edge. Start tender this way as well.
Nice. Forward progress stopped towards the endangered structure in Maupin. Whatever it was.
Road all the way around it. So I'd like to get resources spread out around the graveyard and make sure we walk this fire around the graveyard. So 342, 343, I'd like you to come to the east side over here where my rig is. 843, stay on that bottom heel, and I have 641 on the front.
All right. I was hoping the 12-hour time lapse would give us something more than that. It didn't really look at the fire much. And
Church building, 936 Northwest Birch Avenue. Cross streets are Northwest 10th Street, Northwest 9th Street. 421-475 on Ops 2.
522 route.
might be medical or something. Okay, just clicking back in the frames. See if we missed anything. Well, there's that buzzard again. I consider birds in the cam lucky. I don't know if you guys do. All right.
Copy.
Once again, Bear Mountain Fresno 2. Let's do its 12-hour. They had like a mist, or was it just low-hanging smog? I don't know. 12
Dispatch
hours.
471 off 2.
Oh, it rotates.
Show 471 on route 471 off.
When it's done, I'll stop it. Or maybe I can already. It's hard to say if that's mist or smoke or what. Was that a bird? Wish there's a, when it does this, I wish there was a button where you could see every other frame, so we don't. The bird.
Your arrival, pull into the driveway. There's access to get back to the back of the property on the north side of the property on the driveway. Yeah, we'll deploy your line back to the rear.
It's a bird. Let's go. Yeah. So at one point it pivots. We don't have a good, like, how have the last 12 hours been with the flash fire. But from right about here, I think we hit the play button. Remember, guys, if you're eating dinner, you're going to come back, you got to hit the subscribe button with the ring bell, or you'll be unlikely to ever find us again. One of the best ways, though, is when you search for something on YouTube, don't just type in, hey, such and such fire, or wildfire tracking, right? Type in wildfire tracking, and there's a filter button. I can show you guys. Hit the filter button, and there's a button for live. So, like, we type in wildfire tracking, right? We're not there. Even if we type in wildfire tracking live, we're not there. It's the news, the ones who have 3,000 views already.
572, 571, off 2.
Filters over here in the corner, up right there. Filters. Click it. You'll see it says live. Click it. There we are. That's us. ABC7. It's also live, doing things.
Dispatch 522 on scene. Break, command, 522. We're rolling up the address now.
That's how you find live videos. You don't type it, you type it, then you filter by live videos. All right, playing again.
Where you're at, deploy real line from there.
They're trying to save the cemetery.
You're going to have to pull your rear line and do a progressive as well.
They're trying to save the cemetery by burning off the vegetation around it. That's good. Nobody likes to see something like that happen. Well, we have more birds. Look how fast it's moving around.
160 Central Oregon. 160 is off of Redmond en route to the Darlene 3 incident. 2 souls on board, 2 hours of fuel, and showing 6 minutes en route.
Look how bad it gets. This is 2:45 in the afternoon. It gets so much worse. Things are holding steady. We have huge aircraft retardant drops. But all the king's horses and all the king's men, you know, this thing keeps spreading. We're looking at the flash fire that merged with the as a bird. That's possible condor probably. Ravens can be huge too. So condor maybe 5. Just occurred to me that I could just right click and save the images. There it is again. Okay. All right, we got. Oh, it's its backside.
Command from dispatch.
Not the underside we need.
Wi-Fi 6, I have your med crew on the phone. They're requesting snow, your ETA to be able to land.
We'll investigate later. Look how much worse it gets despite all the big aerial tankers. It gets so bad. That looks a lot like a Raven, actually. That particular one. It doesn't mean it's one or the other. It could be multiple birds flying around. getting free meals, like free burned up
Things lined up, always worse.
snakes and stuff. Okay, we're timestamp 16:58. So at 14 is 2 o'clock.
Right now, negative. We had a wind shift. That fire came down onto the 2-truck road going out to the power line. So right now, we're just protecting the cemetery, waiting for the wind to die down, and now waiting for fuel.
All right.
So
the wind's still pretty high at La
I
Pine.
copy 531's responding.
Ooh, look at that screenshot. That's maybe the MD-87. That's a lot of retardant. But they can only work the flanks because pilots can't fly where they can't see. Sorry.
Tanker 15, Central Oregon. Good evening, Tanker 15. We're off of Redmond en route to the Darlene 3. 2 souls on board, 2.5 hours of fuel, ETE 9 minutes.
Oh. You see, it just finds new fuel right there and poof, explodes.
Dispatch 581 on Ops 5.
581.
Some beautiful screenshots, though.
Could you add me to the call-on peninsula and show me responding?
So you got vultures circling overhead, looking for their meals, and you got the big aerial tankers dropping retardant. So I'm going to save that one. That's a nice drop. Okay. I'll never find these again if I don't take a screenshot now. Excuse me. Where is the 17? What's 17 o'clock again, guys? Okay, so there's noon, and then you go 13 o'clock. 1, 14, 2.
Command for dispatch.
5 o'clock. 5:13.
180 is 5 minutes out. Load and return, positive fuel.
5:13. Man, it gets so much worse. 13. 13. And we go until now, and it's super bad. Just super bad. This is the flash fire in Fresno County, and it just wasn't this bad when we first started looking at it a little bit ago. So that's the difference. 5:31. It's now 6:23. It has worsened so much in the last hour. And they firing operations or something would not be conducted right now. This can't be explained. Like they don't want.
Go ahead and back down the driveway to 522.
They don't want that happening. So let's get across view. Owens Mountain Cam, maybe looking at it from the other direction. We're listening to them just sort of hold their own by the cemetery where they're trying to keep the fire in the pine from going north of Reed Road. If they can do that, they could save some neighborhoods and a homeless encampment that's north of there. You don't have much, losing everything you own, that sucks a lot. We can't discount their losses. Owens Mountain Cam, we're seeing it from opposite direction. This is looking to the southeast. Just do a quick 12-hour. I think it just must have been smoke that filled the valley. That's not, it's not like mist or anything that would have helped last night or early this morning. This is our 12-hour time lapse in the Owens Mountain Cam at presumably the flash fire in Fresno County, where this is concerning me greatly. Yeah, with the dappled sunlight there, almost beautiful. Oh, there's a big bird right on the camp. Oh, okay. See the bird?
474, and next available engine, Delta response for breeding problems, 2806 Southwest Peridot Avenue. Cross streets are Southwest 27th Street, Southwest 31st Street, 474 on opposite.
It's peridot. It's a gemstone. Okay. You don't pronounce the T. Never mind. Say, baby. Hey, how are you doing? Great with the fun. I can't get a moment to myself. Hey, sister, to tally. I tried to do that before the stream started. I've been working on trying to get the stream together since 8:30 in the morning, and by after 2 o'clock, I went. That's it. I just have to go live. So many new ones started that I was trying to keep track of. So if you're wondering,
We'll have you do some mop up and overhaul.
Turkey Vulture has a skirt,
442 got.
a skirt of white, has the V-shaped wings held up, and it's the white at the base of the feathers. Now, if it's a condor, it has shoulder pads white up near its shoulders. Oh, so white skirt, it's a turkey vulture. That's a cool one. I'm gonna save that. T-vulture. Now, back to Fresno having a lot of fires. I don't know what happened. I don't know if lightning did these. They're saying under investigation. Cal Fire takes a sweet time with updating their own. What was that?
103, 5 minutes out, load and return, positive fuel rather.
That was around noon today. We're continuing with our 12-hour time lapse. Looks like that was buttoned up, whatever that was. And it'll probably go back to looking at the flash fire, Fresno County. That one's looking worse by the second. Continue to listen to Deschutes County and what's going on with Maupin. The wind picked up, and so they're not aggressively fighting the fire. They're holding their own by the cemetery and still waiting for their drip torch fuel to arrive. Okay, now it should be back looking at what went on.
I'm going to get 442 parked in the other driveway here, and then we'll have you back down.
Copy.
I don't have a clear view. It's just the opposite direction, but it's behind hills. So in the last 30 minutes, it goes back and looks at the flash fire. So, but Bear Mountain, Fresno 1 and 2. It's looking bad, straight up bad. Buck Rock is completely smoked in. There's a weird little mystery fire which I was gonna casually explore if we had some free time today, but I have not been able to get the
from Albany General en route to Providence, Portland. Time on route 3 minutes. Fuel 1 plus 35 with 4 souls and a risk of 2. How copy?
Flight 2 lifting Albany going to Portland, 3 minutes in route. 4 souls, risk of 2, and verifying the fuel was 1 plus 35.
Affirmative 1 plus 35 for Flight 2.
My Flight 2 is lifting off from Albany, taking somebody to Portland, Providence. Providence, not that far away. Okay, Providence Hospital is right near it. Is where the door fell off that airplane, the Alaska airplane. It almost landed on the hospital.
542 Task Force 1.
Yeah, I am trying.
Command 522.
Hold on, I can't get a word in, let alone.
Got a phone call from 571. They're requesting either you or I come assist them on their call.
That was quite funny. Pilots are jazz sometimes. They love their jobs. And the ones that do this crazy flying.
Yeah, do you have their empty drip torch?
They're not scared of it. They love it. They're crazy. They're crazy, and we love them. All right. So looks like our best view, even Delilah Lookout, it's got something small. That's what we noticed just a little bit. That's a totally different direction from the flash fire. Let me see on my phone if that's a new fire of concern. Oh, we got a new, as we speak, a brand new donation. Thank you for the $20. Stacy, you are awesome. We need more than laptop. We now need my webcam died. I would have been live at least an hour earlier, but I thought I had the ability to fix it, and it just I can't zoom anymore. I'm too far out. I can't adjust the colors. It it's super old. Sometimes it flashes green and refuses to connect, and the only way to fix it is completely restart my computer. So we'll need a we need more gear than just a laptop. Laptop has just become #1 priority, other than basics such as there's a lot of subscriptions to the pro versions of stuff, mapping software and Flight Radar 24, my firewall, Be Safe. There's a lot of expenses that go on. One day I'll break it down. Cables constantly wear out, need to be replaced. SD cards. For the video gear, I'm trying to fix my microphone situation.
Calling from Peninsula.
But the laptop is priority 1. So let me check and see what the Delilah Lookout is looking at. Oh my God, there's a lot of lightning strike type fires. I'll show you. It's got to be lightning. I don't know that all of these were started by lightning, but see all these little things? So the hog is something we haven't even looked at yet. So, but when you see this, like just scattered along landscape, most lightning strikes, the vast majority. Hey, Nick, it came in. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind donation. $17. Yes. This is high altitude stuff. Some of this is no threat. We're talking high altitude. But some of it is threat to our national parks and sequoias and stuff. It's hard to tell where it begins and
Leaning over top of us, I don't really have ash or embers dropping out. No need to the sun other than food.
It's just dropping out. I didn't catch what else he's describing.
One was able to make it out.
8 when we saw them on the road coming back in.
What? All right, yeah. It's time to put the pizza in the oven, guys. We got helicopters on a couple.
Task Force 3 structure group.
They're not on flight.
Task Force 3.
Why are they not on my screen?
Can report, please.
Hey, firm. We're doing 2 operations here. We are protecting the cemetery. We have 2 resources on that. We have scouted the 190 to the 800 to the power line. We still feel comfortable being able to light that off, so we are just starting that operation. We combine cans and have enough cans to make it out to the power line road.
Seriously? Get some fireworks. Get some Roman candles to do it. Aren't fireworks sales happening right now? Which is not a good idea. Like in California, Oregon, Washington, please ban fireworks sales for the love of cars. I'm beginning to bite my fingernails completely off. We've
5 Delta and Rocket 7 RX units. Few interior smokes, all lines are secure. You can show me back in bend and out of service.
Budgets matter. Always increase the budget of your local fire department. Right now, it's my kingdom for some cans. They literally need things that are like coffee cans that drip kerosene on the. They walk the area like the fields, and they're burning off the grass in front of the fire to protect the cemetery and other things. But they don't have enough cans to pass out. So, stupid little tin cans. And earlier they didn't have enough kerosene. Like, seriously? These tiny little things are sometimes why fires get raging out of control. Like, the New Old Fire would have been a tiny affair that nobody would have ever heard of last year, but in Klickitat County, they lost most of their hay crop to the fire, and it spread into the hills and gullies and canyons. Burned down the historic one-room schoolhouse, I believe, and their historic buildings that somehow managed to survive to this day because their one water truck that they relied on kept having the pump break down. So they're like, oh, we got it. The fire's almost out. And then we heard, it stopped pumping again. And then the fire jumped the road with the next wind gust. That happened for 9 hours in a row. The one stupid truck was broke down.
2242. How are we looking back there?
No further spots so far.
So they are confident on or listening to what's going on in the Pine. They're confident with lighting new fires to protect the cemetery and other structures just in the grass. Because the wind died down a little bit, they got a little bit more of an opportunity, but they don't have enough hands.
242.
They got to do it fast before wind
Kilo
picks up.
7 for the burn operation all the way down to 190. We'll stop here at the 800 and reassess, but we have a good zone right here to take it all the way out to 190.
Copy, you stage at that intersection there, 31 is still hold up.
I'll see if this intersection watching this area, so come all the way to me.
Copy, we're ready to do it.
Okay, we found out where they're doing it. Let's go look. All right, assuming these roads are labeled, hopefully.
Dispatch 581.
Guys. Road flares are a little tricky. You'd have to have like long gorilla arms to reach the short grass. You know, that's so, as they used to in the old days. Old timers told me just get the equivalent of Roman candles and go pew 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 pew. Nowadays drones can drop that stuff too, but they need the budget. They need the budget. Yeah, Noel, Godspeed, and let us know the situation. I'm sorry, I have to turn satellite. It's burning my retinas. Okay. So they said the firing operation that they're currently going to go ahead with, which may be in progress, is they say they are confident that they can do the firing ops all the way down 190, stop at 800, and then reassess. I have no idea what that means. Is it access roads? Yes. And F190. So they will do a firing operation all the way down to 190, which means east to west, presumably, because it's almost like a continuation of Reed Road, which goes to their cemetery. They say we are also doing a firing operation around the cemetery to protect it. So it looks like they have the perfectly groomed area. If you have no dead trees to speak of, or not that many, and not that many dead branches at the base area, the mature trees are not going to even be affected by this fire. They're going to shrug it off and go, did you feel warmth? Fred? Sally? Did you feel warmth for a second back there? I think it was, is it warm in here? Like they don't care. Mature trees have pretty dang fire-resistant bark. What assassinates them is bushes and smaller trees growing up underneath them. Those light on fire, and even if the mature tree should survive, it won't, because the heat of the other stuff on fire will kill it. Just the heat. It's like putting a tree in an oven. So it looks like they've been pretty aggressive with doing, from what we're hearing from like Noel and other locals, growing the landscape, cutting down the hazard trees, keeping it a little bit thin, maybe, and doing other prescribed burns. I don't know how recently they did that. We'd have to look. But this means that they can do this. If it was thick brush, stuff that's so hard that you can barely push your way through, like at the Caldor fire, I found out, El Dorado National Forest, God, it would have been hard for deer to move through that brush. Or even a raccoon. Like, it was like a hedge. And everything was dead underneath the tree canopy. It was unbelievably overgrown and thick. Like, I'll show you pictures one day. I couldn't believe it. So here we have the opposite scenario. We've got space. Look, you can even see trees in their shadows. We've got space in between trees. Those are mature, pretty fire resistant. This allows them to do this today. They've got a lot of fire access roads. These Forest Service roads, they've got a lot going for them, and this is how you can help fireproof your community, using that term loosely, and really help the situation. So Husky, yeah, good to see you soon. So I don't know where Smitty. Yeah, Smitty's back. He's a little trigger happy, but he's back. I hope Gerald didn't get chased away. Sorry, I didn't see your message, Dolly. It got retracted. I don't think I. Oh, yeah. John Bellows donation. Thank you. Looking through the chat. Yeah, I guess you could use road flares. They what happens with a road flare is as it gets closer to your hand, you got to drop it unless you have like salad tongs or something. It really drips some molten stuff, so it's different than and not ideal. Different than a drip torch. You can cut it off. Like a drip torch is like coffee, like pouring coffee, and you got that little thingy on your finger, and you could stop the kerosene from coming out. So you drip a little here, drip a little bit there. But with a road flare, it's on.
They're kind of running out of room and they got hose coming in on the left lane. So not really wanting them. We'll get one more load.
And road flares can burn underwater. So you can't turn it off if the wind picks up. And if you drop it, it's going to keep lighting fires and rolling around because it's round, right? That's unideal. You'd have to like bury the thing and whack it with your shovel, and they're annoying to put out. They're meant to burn in like blizzards, to be road signals. Yeah, Nick, he accidentally, it was a little bit funny. There's a guy, he goes, what could an 88-year-old dummy do to help benefit your channel, like donate, and he's talking about dummies like facetiously, like the books like Algebra for Dummies, not serious. And Smitty like times him out. I'm like, Smitty, he's not calling anybody a dummy. He's saying, walk me through how to donate. So, and Nick is going, Smitty is a trigger happy guy? Nah, we all gonna laugh about this stuff. I remember one time I said, I don't think I can ban mods, can I? And I banned Alan. I did it like erased everything he did for the last 3 hours, and he was providing evacuation info, and like auto deleted his comments from the entire video and went, I'm sorry. It didn't give me any warning. I just pressed the button and it did not work. So yeah, this is just June. Sometimes California can go and not have major fires. Maybe one or two medium-sized ones in June if we're lucky. No, we had a bumper crop of. Everybody thought, oh, it's so great. It rains so much in the spring. Yay! No, not good.
How are you guys looking back there?
Brush growth, grass, not good.
We're looking good.
That's good.
Got it.
All right, so they have lit the 190 road. They said we're taking it to the 800. Where's the 800? We'll see where they're working. It's the 800. 2205. Remember, guys, like button. Come back and see us with
Our crews that will be working in Newberry States will be working off of TAC 8, and they also have our command channel Force Source command, just FYI. They've got 8 houses they'll be prepping.
8 houses prepped for structure protection.
Are these insurance contract resources? I copy. Breakdown 42. Did you copy direct?
At least you didn't ban him. At least you didn't ban a donor. Oh, thank you so much, John Bell, for your kind donations. Are there lava rocks in the area? Well, the bedrock is all lava from the Newberry volcano. It's like right there. You can zoom out and see it. See? So the cemetery is the battleground right here. I don't know if they're using the power line right away as a sort of a barrier. They said they're taking it from the 190 road all the way to 800. We'll look at the Cal Topo map in a sec.
From Task Force 2 was a traffic for me.
We're prepping 8 structures for defense right now. this has been incredible stroke of luck that the wind changed direction and the fire's going east away from the town, but towards the Newberry volcano.
Well, that's fine, and I would like to request a secondary air to ground. We can free up that IA frequency. And what was the question about air to air?
Which is like a big lake.
Four souls on board, 2 plus 5 hours, 2 hours plus 5 minutes of fuel and a risk.
I'll show you the lava.
Different.
There's a road called Peridot Road.
4 souls on board, 35 minutes en route, 2 hours, 5 minutes in fuel, and a risk of 2.
Aircraft, okay. I will have to go look at Fresno in a second. That is looking horrible.
6, have a safe flight.
All right, we don't have any new hotspots detected. Let's refresh to verify. It's good. That means the fire's either less intense than before or the same. So these satellites come around like every 23 minutes or so. So the last pass was 7 minutes ago. You just don't want to see red. That would mean that there's a new flare-up. I mean, they are doing firing ops, but that should not be considered a flare-up. It should be pretty low-key. Like I said, they
6, life flight base also.
They groomed their landscape. Now, here's a Forest Service map. Let's try to find the 800 road. Let's do the magic with Sheet of Relief.
Cottage Grove just lifted for Adventist Medical Center. They should be in the area about 25 minutes or so. And Life Flight 2 is currently inbound to Portland, but they should be on the ground.
That pilot was funny. Okay. Yeah. Now we've got the roads labeled in red. That's a neighborhood. Wait, I passed Reed Road, didn't I? Yeah, cemetery. Here's Reed Road. And there's the railroad tracks to left there. There's a water train coming, guys. So there is a structure
Life
like
flight base, life flight 5 on ribbon.
this is the power line right away. 800 is right there. Okay, so it's like Reed Road just kind of continues going east. And so now we know exactly what they're doing. They're making, the fire was coming up.
Fuel, I've got 4 souls and a risk of 3.
Okay, so the fire is coming up from the south. Sorry, I'm going to hand gesture as best I can. This is weird with the backwards mirror. Fire was coming up from the south, but it was moving a bit to the northeast because it was southwest wind. So that they held it. They prevented it.
Guys, Life Flight 2 is en route to drop off at Providence in Portland. And that's all your company traffic for now.
Okay. Go all the way to heal to do what? All right, we got multiple things going here. So it was coming up from the south, and the wind was mostly pushing the head slightly east. So it was going towards the north and to the northeast, spreading like crazy.
219 Golf Delta is doing a training flight around the Salem area as well. We also have Life Flight 6 en route to Portland, passing through the gorge just outside the Dalles at this time.
I do not care, so I'm going to mute that so I can get a word in, and then I'm going to go prep the oven for my. We're going to have victory pizza today. I guess we'll eat it, and then we'll decide later if it's a victory or a pity pizza. There's only 2 types of pizza in life. Pity. Nope.
Love to tie it in here, but we can tie it into there and then continue it out to the power line. Perfect.
One sec. That's firefighters again, talking about their thing. So I guess I can't mute it. They're crossing the T, trying to stop the head, right? And just as it was kind of roaring through the area, they kept it east of the main highway. Most people live on the west side of town. a different fire in Rialto. Forward progress stopped. Okay, man, it has been nonstop. I've barely been able to get a word. Situation's been crazy and fluid. We have to go back to Fresno because that's worsening by the second. Fresno County.
2242.
For
Looks like you guys moved down towards the firing operation. Picked up a couple spots on the green side of the road.
all right, to cross the T, the fire was heading north and northeast. They decided to fire the road, Reed Road, and make a stand at the cemetery. It was moving towards the cemetery. Then a miracle happened, and the wind shifted and changed direction, buying them tons of time. It's now blowing the fire mostly due east. And that means the
Charlie response for an outside smoke investigation on BLM land east of 17th and Hemlock. Coordinates in the notes, 421 on Op2.
No, that's not allowed. No new fires are allowed.
Go ahead.
All right, so Reed Road just kind of continues going east. It's called New Things. It's called Forest Road 190 and 800. 190 right here, 800 right there. They're just bringing it all the way over to presumably this intersection.
Copies 1852.
I don't know if they're going past power lines. How much? How much? How far east? Don't know. But should the wind change direction, like if it goes back west, they've got everything going for them. They got up north and south, and it would be burning its own footprint. There's not a lot to burn anymore. So should the wind shift and push it to the north, they've got a solid T line to stop it. They've really been working on it.
Control's in 4 transporting to Ben.
At 1852.
Now, somewhere there's an irrigation pivot thing that they turned on. The only thing that's been terrible news is fire did chew through a power line and cut off some power, and or reduced it, so their pumps are at reduced capacity, and I don't know for what. For what they're talking about. But less water sucks, and they had a delay in their firing ops because they couldn't get some kerosene delivered. Is that lumber yard? What is this? No. What is that? Anybody know what this is in town?
441.
Whatever that is.
We have a significant start call. Can you make this a Delta brush fire response and give us an ops channel?
Is that a lumber mill? Is there a column over the Maupin fire? It's huge, yeah. So we don't have a direct view, but I'll show it to you anyway. It made a pyrocumulus, as far as I could tell. So here is our time lapse, and we're looking over the hill. Let's do, well, 6 hour. Is that Three Sisters in the distance? I'm not sure. That is which way it's looking, but it'll pivot over, and yeah, you can see that even with the fuel reduction, the intensity of that is pretty raging. Now, I was wondering how this may have started, and I'll show you where lava rocks really are, but this is our current view right now. It's really smoking out the area. So it's almost 7 o'clock, getting towards dusk. Let's see if there's still aircraft.
412, 441, 442, 475. Delta response for brush fire on BLM land east of Hemlock and 17th. Working channels Ops 5. Working channel Ops 5.
No. Oh, the smoke report was confirmed a brush fire. Whew. It's a lumberyard. Yeah.
I get a report from the hill.
Yeah, we're looking really good from the heel to about where 642 was initially. We just, yeah, we're holding good. 843's got a heat problem at the moment, so I'll fill you in a minute.
Copy, call myself on.
You used to call me on your cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Sorry, I had to. Okay, so there's a new fire in Deschutes County. But a different report of what's affecting Maupin was just good. Where they said where 62 was, it was good. At the heel of the fire, the heel will be, the butt end. So this new BLM land fire smoke investigation just got confirmed as a new brush fire. East 17th and Hemlock. Let's go look. If anybody knows what may have started it, I have no freaking idea. The flash fire too, by the way. Yikes! It's still got tankers on it, like Tanker 132, which is a Hercules. We'll have to go back to Fresno in a second. That's looking bad, but I did promise to try to show you where the lava beds. That's easy enough. So the Newberry volcano, here's Maupin, just east right there. You see the wind just pouring out of the Cascades, it's coming out of the west, coming kind of out by the ocean, going through the mountain passes and working its way. It depends on where you are on this main highway. Bend is to the north. It's the biggest town that people have heard of. Which direction the wind is coming is variable. So if the fire were to get up, like say by Newberry Lake, I'm not saying it will, you could see how fire starts coming in from the other mountain pass up here, and the wind would be coming out of northwest, not southwest, northwest. So if you're more familiar with Oregon and the mountain passes, you can kind of get an idea what the heck's going on. So it's hard. The wind is green. It's not going to contrast very well, but you can start seeing where mountain passes are. And the lookout fire is right there. This is where there's a lot of lava from ancient eruptions, and it looks like it happened yesterday, like black lava. Could be. I don't know if that's the Mackenzie River. Let's see real quick. Am I right? Right. Yes, I am. I'm good. I have my organ. Yeah, that's where the lookout fire was, and which was like Oregon's arguably worst. That freaked us out the most. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Ah, that was loud. So, as you go through there, pop out on the other side, and you go south.
For a brush fire, agency assist with Redmond PD to the coordinates in the call. And BLM land off the corner of Northeast 17th, Northeast Greenwood. 641 on Ops 5, working channel Ops 5.
All right, now I have a better location. We can track that down. See here, that's lava. That's lava. If you the famous quote Gorbachev in the movie about HBO special about Chernobyl, you made lava. It looks like it happened yesterday. It looks like, Kilauea stuff. It's all solid basalt. They can't make any roads there. They can't build there. They can't develop there. It's a natural fire break, but that's not where a fire is, unfortunately. But just under the surface in the soil, that's what all that stuff is. And it's incredible to drive down this road, just on the east side of the Cascades, and see it. Yeah, Mom and I were like, whoa, you see all the lava flows back down into there. And you just drive to this wasteland. Devastation.
So 522, 531 available, and you clear outside.
but our fire is a bit to the south. So we don't have any lava break like we have on other fires. We've seen lava beds as fire breaks. From west flank, they're putting in hose line and they're feeling pretty comfortable. That's good. We'll look at Fresno in a sec. You can see it's actually steep, rugged mountain passes. Like these are wind tunnels, like here by Three Sisters. They accelerate the wind speed, and then it pops out the other side, and there's your communities, and there's where the fires are. There's Newberry right there. Lapine is. See, let's turn back on the heat detection. Right there. So unfortunately, no lava is gonna help the situation. That Newberry's got trees all over it. I think it erupted a long time ago. It's somewhat active, not in the last 1,000 years or something, not sure. Super scoopers are on the way for broken fish. Good. Yeah, there's a second fire. We've got one on BLM land. We just got a pinpoint on it. It said they're still looking with the police to try to guide them to where the caller described the new fire. Northeast 17th and Northeast Greenwood. And we're listening to, Deschutes County. So if you can help us pinpoint that, I think it would be too new for us to see. We don't see any heat detection. I'm not even sure what it is, but we have to go. We could do this. We could do Northeast 17th and Northeast Greenwood. It's the corner of it where they're either staging or where this happened. I just don't even see a hit for the maps, Google Maps. Fine, like Deschutes County, it's BLM land. Where the heck is that? Redmond. That is Deschutes County, right?
160 off of Redmond for the Darlene incident.
Really, where the planes are taking off for the Darlene fire.
Getting ready to land in Redmond. Yep, and we're heading back to Wenatchee.
The planes will start landing soon for good.
It looks like I've got at least an acre going, wind driven, trees and brush. 41 will start making a mobile attack. 412 is East Antler Command, continue all units.
Here we go. Wind driven, trees and brush. It's right next to the airport with
1 acre, wind driven, 441 on a mobile attack. 412 is East Antler Command.
East Antler Street, or whatever, will be where their mobile command is. Okay.
180 on National.
That's not near Lapine, so.
180 is off Redmond. 3 souls on board. 4 hours of fuel. Showing about 7 minutes en route to the Darlene 3. Confirm AFF.
Oh yeah, Billy Bob, I'm sorry. This is, like it says down there, Lapine, Oregon.
180, thanks.
We keep looking at California because Fresno County is exploding. I'm looking at your link now, Brokefish, to see if you're what you're worried about. I think we just figured it out though, and that's just a basic link to flight radar where we were looking. They've been flying out of Redmond. Ironically, here's where the scoopers and the planes working the Lapine fire take off from, and they go south. So you go south on Highway 97, south, south, south past Bend, south, south. It only takes a few minutes to fly, but south, south past Sun River, south, south. There's Maupin. It's almost to the Klamath County border. Quick flight, somewhat of a drive. I got a new buzz on watch duty. Will I ever be able to go do the pizza? Mop-up operations are starting
Just load up here until we get more help.
in Del Mar.
Copy, hand it over to you.
Okay, that sounds like the Pine. We now have 2 fires. One at far east portion of Redmond.
Good. We need resources from COIDC.
We gotta go look at Fresno.
Also, for if you can let them know that is the vegetation fire moving. We could use it. Copy.
Oh God, Husky. And that's okay, Billy Bob. We allow people to be wrong once, but then next time,
7-4 on oxygen.
worth it. All right, Fresno County. Husky just said the Bear Mountain Fresno 2 cam is surrounded by smoke. I hope he means smoke. So hell was breaking loose down there. It's worse by the minute. After 5 p.m. today, it just went rip roaring through there. Bear Mountain Fresno 2. Oh yeah, it is coming straight for the cam. We may have a camera burn over today or a burn under. Oh my God. Look how fast it's moving. The wind change is going straight towards the cam. Oh wow, look at that huge retardant drop. They're desperately trying to save the radio towers and that, well, there's power lines and stuff too. Whoa. Stop the presses. Holy crap. Look at the screen. So here, it's high up. This one might survive. The cam might survive, assuming it keeps power. The radio towers, they let a tree right next to the building. Brilliant. Good job. Wooden power poles. Good job. Dry grass at the base. Some of this is just asking for the critical infrastructure. I mean, this is how firefighters communicate with each other. These towers. This is how we see the cams. You should have cut back some trees. They should have just burned the grass off earlier this year when it became obvious. A lot of things are preventable. Most fires and how bad they get and the losses are so preventable, it makes me choke. All right, watch this, guys. We'll have to find the massive retardant drop. Wow. Okay, let's rewind slightly. Did we see the plane or just the
531 in quarters?
99.
Huge splashes? We don't see the planes. They're in between frames, but wow. So the wind change directions, head straight for the Bear Mountain Fresno 2 cam and hill. This has every potential to be just out of control big. We have to look at the weather. Oh, okay. This just the last 30 minutes. Watch. Wow. The camera's getting nervous. I wish we could have seen the drops. Like if the plane was right in our view. If only this was a movie camera and not time lapse. No, Billy Bob, I was messing with you. You know what mortis means? Death. And I went, we allow people to be wrong once. And I slit my throat gesture. But next time, it's mortis. So that's an obvious joke. I don't kill my followers because then how would we ever make money? You know? Okay. Vegetation fire 2525. East Highway 126, Redmond. Oh, that's just an update on it. We already heard it first. Watch duty. just reported it. That's what's on the far east side of Redmond. We may have a camera burn over.
Number 2, 9.60, Tango 180.
This may get, okay, check back in at least 30 minutes, guys, if you have to eat or something. Keep this open, put this on the TV. We may have the fire race up this hill, and everything you see might be a hurricane of fire in a short time. I don't know that they can get enough retardant down to prevent every single tree here.
And see if they can get a tender out headed this way.
This is the last 15 minutes. We're still listening to what's going on at La Pine because there's still threats out there. Let's see this is the last 15 minutes. We've seen cameras burn over a couple of times in some of the worst fires, especially last year everything was going on in Northwest California. Certainly during 2020 and 2021, we've had some of the cameras die.
Special group, Task Force 3, we're first trying to get you on TAC 8.
It's dramatic and crazy footage. Yeah, you'll want to be back. I don't know how they could keep this hill from being completely ablaze. It's coming. It's a live look there. So a 5-minute time lapse. Oh man, don't look at the pole. Show us what's going on. Show us the airplanes doing it. Oh wow. If the radio dies down enough at La Pine, which it might, which would be good, which would mean things are going better. Do we have an air show Husky? What's Dead Man Gesture? That different camp? Oh, he just went off to eat a baked potato. Return, Husky, return. Oh, an ear Hubble.
Dispatch 522.
Says the lumber company.
522.
The lumber company at La Pine does really good.
Show 522. Clear returning.
Keeping it wet. They usually do. So the Bear Mountain Fresno 1 and 2 cams.
That we're almost to the 800 road with the fire line.
Confirming almost to the water tank on the 800 road.
Good.
I think that we're almost to the 800 road off of the 190 from the cemetery.
Got the 800 road off of 190.
It's coming. It's coming for the cams. All right, let's look at where the aircraft is. Thank you for your kind donations. We have a pro subscription to Flight Radar 24 and Broadcastify.
Response for a seizure at Stonebriar Apartments, 21285, Highway 20, apartment number 158. Crosses Northeast Dalton and Northeast Benson, 326371, Ops 2.
Get more. In the Long Bend fire of the Chutes River area is 60% contained. I was going to get to that today, guys. I was. Okay. Let me figure out where this is on the map real quick. Show on the map. Orient myself.
610
Due east of Fresno, due east of Jesse Morrow Mountain, up to Bear Mountain. Okay. Due east of Fresno to the Squiggly Road. Let's see where the aircraft
right now
is flying. Due east of
Make
Fresno.
it 631. They're now to the station.
Right there. Yep. They're doing their best to save the radio towers. But can they? The big tankers unloaded. Looks like they got helicopters going. Do we have a at the handy scanner radio to listen to what's going on by Fresno? Because that's the situation. how fast it spread. This is last hour. Wow. Let's do a last 6. Just show people. Look how far away the fire was 6 hours ago. Really far away.
To Redmond PD in Redmond Fire for brush fire. East Antler and Northeast 11th Street on the BLM land.
The head of the fire is finally catching up to our burn line. We have some 50-foot trees about 200 feet in, torching off now.
Oh, damn. I mean, dang. Okay. East Antler Street brush fire on BLM land. It sounds like Redmond. Maupin, the battle is still going. They said they have 50-foot tall trees torching. That usually happens to dead trees, but sometimes to live trees. Meaning they are going, fire is racing from the bottom of the tree all the way to the top. That's not good. 50-foot tall means the wind can pick up the embers and throw it. Thank you, Husky. I still can't believe this. That's a 6-hour time lapse. Look how far it gets. We may have flames completely surround the camera. I don't know how soon. Down here at Bear Mountain, Fresno. The Fresno County is concerning me more than Maupin. That this could become a really big forest fire. Like it could get up in the mountains, rip through the hills. Just look at it. There's not a lot of road access here.
Good.
Yeah, the wind starts to push it south.
We had one spot fire across the road to the east that's been extinguished, but we just maybe heads up about them.
Yeah. So that one is out, that small spot fire we talked about, Maupin, to the east. But if 50-foot tall trees are torching, then the wind is blowing the fire to the east. It's out of the west. So that means it could really get out of hand and spread east pretty quickly. They're not saying where, so it's not a cakewalk at Maupin yet. Let me take a look.
Load and return positive fuel.
Regular Fresno County, okay.
Copy. Did you get a request from our dispatch for units to assist on the brush fire east of Redmond?
Redmond helped Maupin today. Some of them went back home. Is that the same 2 links? Do we have like a California major incident or something, or do we hear aircraft?
I copy. Thank you.
On Fresno. Del Mar.
Off Redmond, 2 on board, 6 hours fuel, and a 10-minute ETE to the Darlene, a 3 fire, confirm AFF, lead plane 0, Mike Lima.
It's maybe pretty quickly that this radio tower just goes up in flames. Now, what's frustrating is if the camera doesn't have its own like power backup and they lose power here, look at the power lines that are wooden. Can we just not be stupid? That's all I'm asking. We just not be stupid. Where fire happens all the time, the wooden power poles. You know, steel's pretty cheap, all I'm gonna say. If they lose power because the fire chews through these lines, then it may cut the feed. And we won't be able to see the camera burn over. Or we'll be deaf, dumb, and blind to what's happening. That sucks. If it has its own power, or if the lines.
For a transfer, are you okay if I tell them we're not available for transfers for a while?
Yes, please. It'll be several hours.
Kevin?
All right, we'll just leave it on that live cam while I try to set up a Fresno feed on a dashboard.
15 and route 7 on this.
Give me a minute.
Take back, Rick.
And I mean Fresno County. You guys gotta know that. Thank you. We did dump $30 of our laptop fund money and funneled it towards Broadcastify, so that we could have these dashboards and quickly switch back and forth to different counties and have left
Let's
and right.
put them on the east flank too, kind of clean up the stuff that we skipped over. Josh, we'll have you go down the right side of this. My vehicle will be the heel. That's the way the wind's going, so we'll have you time with 41 and keep it from going anywhere.
42 copies. Tie your vehicle and take the right flank.
I think we got a cash app today. Yeah, if please donate $1 if you can, guys. Remember to like and subscribe, please. Whoa. Oh wow. Cash app just gave me all of the notifications at once that spammed on top of each other.
Okay, we're going to bring up 242 up to 190 to help with holding on the 190. I'd like to have 343 kind of take your southern position, just watching the cemetery.
It's still a battle at the cemetery.
Yeah, copy, bring 242 down. And who do you want to stay here at the cemetery?
I hope they don't have to evacuate the Newberry resort and everything, but it should be on notice that this might be a factor. I mean, it's going to the east now. It's not a good. It's not a good time if all that smoke's going that way. I'm sure.
Dispatch 631 responding on primary, switching to Ops 5.
At 1923.
Dispatch, command on 3.
Command.
If you need to recontact Burlington Northern, apparently Forest Service has stood them down twice. They're not going to be needed here.
What? They don't need the fire train with water? Aw. It's cool that it was on its way. Okay, I'm gonna do a test. Listen to, it says air attack Fresno Cal Fire, Sierra Forest Net. Let's see if it's functional. We're still listening.
371, level 1.
We're still listening to the Pine.
0, 5 minutes out, load return, negative fuel.
That's the Pine. This fire's coming right up the hill. We may see all of this on fire real soon. This is going to be exciting, guys. That's the Pine. Annoying toneouts.
Please respond to 2112 Wasco Street. From Warm Springs, they're requesting mutual aid. Fire chief ambulance to respond to station. Have an MVC unknown if we need coverage or assistance with MVC. Time of page 1924.
Okay, that was Fresno. Muting it. Okay, Warm Springs. Requesting mutual aid for a fire. I mean, that has to be what that is. Warm Springs already helped the Pine today.
17. Let's put them to Darlene and Reed, please.
Darlene and Reed, south is on the way.
474, go ahead.
The fire's getting close.
Aircats down, can you show us en route to 201
2021 Wasco?
Wasco?
Is that?
Alright, copy. We're probably going to need the fuel before we can make the corner here. I copy. South is on the way out with more fuel.
Okay, we have two situations, three. So the Pine, the battle at the cemetery continues. Warm Springs has just requested mutual aid for a fire. I don't know if it's structure or
I just
wildfire.
connected face to face with 9502. He'd like to break one more engine away from the patrol operation to firing. Can you spare one of those?
I don't think they'll. I don't think Lapine will.
Copy. He's out at the front of the.
I don't think Lapine's going to send help. Probably Redmond or something else. But look, this is last 6 hours of what happened with the flash fire in Fresno County. It's getting really ugly, and we may have all these trees on fire in no time in a rare camera burnover event. But let's listen to Fresno real quick. They're saying stuff. Air attack may be saying like whether or not this hill will be okay, but that's not enough retardant.
31, log off. 10 for.
Both are playing right now. I will do my best to quickly mute one if it talks over the other. You're still listening? That's Fresno talking.
Hey, Matt, if you want to work your way out and fill. Copy, I'll have my engineer work his way out. I'll work with firefighter Bo to start getting a line around some of this.
Okay, I just had to mute Fresno. That was Lapine. Here's Fresno.
Complete and show me in route code 3.
10 for.
That's Fresno.
Hey, 43, I want to confirm that you're coming up to 190.
That's Lapine.
That's affirmative. I just ran into Brandon's lab, and he showed us where he wanted us to stage.
Lapine. Okay, this whole hill is probably going to be on fire very soon. Bear Mountain Fresno 2 cam. I'm going to link it to you guys. There's a Bear Mountain Fresno 1 cam, but
5126 on grid.
at the same time, Warm Springs has a fire somewhere.
Go ahead, 5126.
Please show me arrived at incident 291 and I'm tied in with Redmond Fire 412.
Possible.
Dispatch copies, 1928.
Thank you so much for the kind donations. We need a lot more than a laptop, but the fancier we can get, the better we can do. There's got to be accessories. And I want to greatly improve the quality of the stream here. The webcam is dying. This is one of the most expensive things to do. Like my internet bill is $90 a month for fiber optic internet to do this, plus $90 a month for cell phone to not be throttled anymore when I'm trying to cover a fire live like I did in California before. So, plus we have all the subscriptions to things like Broadcastify, Glasswire Firewall, various news outlets, just so we can read the news about fires. Oh, this fire's getting real close. There's so many more expenses behind the scenes. One day I'll let you know about them, but all of what you donate either goes to that or immediately feeding me, because nutritious food is important too, and I stay awake for 3 days trying to cover a fire. But your like button and subscribe, and then just sharing the stream with people who think might need this information is free. The best free way to help, and we can't survive if we don't have a subscriber base. We're fighting the stupidity of the YouTube algorithm that thinks that we're an entertainment show.
Anyway, Conflict is up at 19, the 26. We're en route to base, 6 minutes left with 1 hour plus 20 fuel. We have 30 souls risk 2.
All right, let's turn on Fresno. That was just now Lapine. See what the pilots are saying about this. If
Just be advised, we do have lifeline 4 heading into HSU.
Okay.
Basically, copy like we're coming in traffic.
That's Fresno. Turning it up.
Hog air attack,
Camera
Yeah,
burnovers?
the fire's out in this Sierra that we were looking at. We made contact with Air Tax 07 there.
This is dispatch of the 4PC. Personal callback for brush fire, Redmond fire, 4PC at 19.
I'm muting. I just muted the pine for a sec. I'm listening to Fresno.
31 area 2 Lincoln 21 before domestic violence, 4335 North Harrison Avenue, 3 Lincoln 21 preamp, 3 Lincoln 97.
Is there a way to turn off
21.
the police?
Lincoln 97.
3 Lincoln 21, 3 Lincoln 97 for domestic violence at 4.
We can't. Okay, whatever. Back to the pine. Unmuting it.
Do you have a hard address for this incident in Redmond?
I do.
I have coordinates.
Okay, look. It's Northeast 17th and Northeast Greenwood in Redmond. Just saying. All right, turning on Fresno again.
When 2-2 went down there to take a look at as far as hiking into the rock, did they find anything feasible?
Last 5 minutes, guys.
Incident and did something different. Once they heard the jumpers coming, they boogied over here. But we can talk a little more this evening. And I was planning on going into Dinky tonight, and I can give you a call.
We got wind.
Hey, just to confirm, I copied everything, but are you coming into Prather tonight or Dinky?
No, I was just going to go to Dinky unless you needed me at Prather. But they definitely went and took a look. They had eyes on it from a road, and they were poking around, but then backed off once the jumpers came.
If you can, we'd like to have you down here at Prather tonight, and then maybe stop into Dinky and give me a call, or we can get to Del Range there.
Okay, copy.
There's Fresno 1. Fresno 2 is showing the fire approach. Bear Mountain Fresno Camp. We may see a camera burn over, guys. Somewhat soon.
215, Division 9.
We're listening to Fresno Air Attack. Fresno County.
9250.
Thank you so much, sister.
Hey, Kenny, you got pardon me. Al, do you have everybody back at the trucks there?
Negative, we're still walking.
Okay. Are you comfortable if I boogie out of here, or you want me to hang out for a little while?
No, we're good, Gabe. Probably another 20 minutes, and then we got to shuttle out to the truck.
Okay, copy that, and then if I'm coming back out tomorrow and whatever, I'll figure out a way to get some stuff, water, Gatorade, and lunches out to you guys in the morning, unless you're going to send somebody into Dinky in the morning.
Gatorade.
We'll probably send somebody in there. Is there meals in Dinky for tonight?
Last I heard, that was...
Okay, copy. Yeah, we'll send the truck in there.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Gabe.
Heading north on Harrison will be a white sedan and a gray possible Honda.
Oh, God, why is police on the same?
Get info on the suspect vehicle.
Right, the fire is approaching the camera. I expect everything you see to go up in flames, unknown when, but it's spreading fast towards the camera. A wind change direction might spare it, but I don't see fire crews rolling up to wet anything down, or there's too many trees right underneath the power lines.
The male will be in a white vehicle. The female has a white vehicle as well with the gray stripes through it. The Email was following the mail.
All right. This is the latest view that we have.
Do you need us to run them up to them, or are they sitting runners?
You're talking meals?
That's for meals for the crews.
Crew 15 there, if you're willing to run them out to them.
Hey, Shoot 15, Patrol 41.
Okay.
Clear and current. 2001 Toyota. Moving to Mackenzie Doyle out of Mojave.
Clear 4174.
We're listening to Fresno County for a minute.
You got somebody coming in.
Yeah, Kenny will come pick them up. No, we'll run a truck in there.
Tommy.
So sorry, I'll call out the donations with Cash App if I can. It's asking me to log in. Hang on. And it didn't alert me to donations earlier. They just stacked on top of each other. So we're trying to figure out. I'm listening like, will they talk about the fire approaching the radio towers?
Just inquiring, were you able to communicate with the rock IC?
Affirmative. Have one copter working with them now and put in a request for a couple air tankers, hoping to get perhaps a drop out of both before nightfall.
This is the last 3 hours. This has spread so fast. Straight towards.
X-ray John 686 White Sun Metro.
It's going straight to the camera.
I only copied X-ray John 656.
Unbelievable.
I copied that. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go down there. Let's see location of the cameras.
One, I only copied the last part.
Right here.
The first number and first letter.
Yikes! It's lapping at the base of the hill. Both fires. I don't know which one's coming. Is it the flash, the hog? Let's take a look.
Assist, phonetic, correction, 10-9, his first number and first letter.
Or the bolt. Both.
41 1023.
If we see the flash and the bolt merge, yikes. The flash.
Helicopter 522 is done for the evening, timed out. Fire will be on staff for the evening. We'll be making our way to Spike Camp here shortly.
Air copies. 522 timed out for the evening. Fire will remain on staff. We'll come on site to the spike shortly, 1938.
So here's where our cameras are. Bear Mountain. Right here. It just. The
Henry Union Robert Tom. First phonetically Adam Sam Henry Tom Ocean Nora. Date of birth is going to be 6/12 of 2004.
Yeah, it's not the hog. How you doing with the hog? That one's not it. It looks like the bolt is coming for the camera.
If we have somebody available to run them out to us, we would take that. Guys are still walking. The buggies are parked off of the 12 road there.
I know that. I'll start getting packaged up, and I can get them out there to you guys. What about keys?
Okay.
Compartment.
Bear Mountain Fresno 2 is looking
Have 22.
towards Pine. Towards.
For automated iPhone message for a TC within 5 meters of this location to a TCHP Fresno to clear.
I don't care about traffic collisions. What about the camera? Their efforts, they just dropped a ton of retardant, but did lightning rip through the area? I mean, that's got to be what happened at the higher elevations. But the flash fire already merged with the east fire. We may see the bolt merge with the flash.
Contact witness.
So it's not 2,200 acres plus. They upgraded evacuation orders, guys, to the
Division 9, Patrol 41, command.
22 minutes ago. It's on the watch duty evacuation map. I'm going to share it. Sorry, did not see that. Here's the map for the bolt slash flash slash east fire slash hog fire.
If you kind of just follow that flank up, you'll see what's closest to the retard line.
Okay, they're talking about button up a flank by a retardant line. We may sort of see this radio tower area.
But I see the smoke and then it goes away when I hit the corner, so it's hard to make
They're trying to locate a smaller fire.
Lincoln 31 for domestic violence, 3885 East Lori Avenue, 3 Lincoln 31 preamp, 4 Lincoln 51.
3 Lincoln 31, Jensen and Cedar. 4 Lincoln 51, Dakota and Cedar.
3 Lincoln 31, 4 Lincoln 51 for domestic violence, 3885 East Lori Avenue. Will be information via Fresno PD. The RPO stating her boyfriend is at her residence and got in through a window and started hitting on her.
God.
The caller did hang up and it's a disconnected number. We're unable to call back.
Oh.
3 Lincoln 31, turn 4, I'm couple out.
Stuff like that infuriates me, but Legit Gamer 21, welcome back. Yeah, I saw a picture of ugly black smoke visible from northern Lake County, Oregon. That'd be what's going on in the Pine. Theoretically, something's happening at Warm Springs. They just called for mutual aid. Now, but we're desperate to find out, is the fire going to just run over the camera? Everything you see right here could be on fire within. I don't know how quick, but in 1 hour, this is what the fire did. It seems to be the bolt fire. The wind changed direction, pushed it south, and the
Non-issued, clear EPD SureNet.
yeah, Billy Bob. Fresno County never disappoints for chaos. Yeah, Bill D says that may have been the power substation burning it.
Scratch lines open, making pretty good progress down towards the field.
At Lapine.
You got your other dozer to kind of on that mid bridge. Probably mid slope. And he's just making some hayway. So you do have the crews down there too. So everything's looking really, really good.
Yeah, I don't think things are looking good. They may be talking about any of the other dozens of fires in Fresno County. But you know what? Fresno County's got nothing on Reno. That's when the naked people run around
4321 10-4.
threatening people with sticks and pushing people into the truckee. Animal? Oh. Yeah, it's a mirror. We have flames on the cams. It crossed the ridge.
And then there was a crew I was talking to. I think they're going to try to get down in there tonight. I put the copter in there to kind of cool it all, but it's all looking really hung up and the reinforcement basically out. You can get crews in there tonight. I think he was talking about getting in there.
That's happening in 5 minutes, guys. It's really pushing down a hill. Wind driven downhill. It'll. They must be talking about something else looking great. They're chasing after a lot.
Hang off just for a little bit longer. The copter gets released. I don't think we're going to do anything. I'll put in that request for early.
Let me see, sister. Maybe you are the Cash App Queen today.
Corral, I see here.
I mean, but you're always the queen of my heart.
I have an update on our fire when you're ready.
Ready to copy.
Update on a fire. Yeah, ready to copy. What?
We have line all the way around our fire, and we have felled the hazard tree, and everything is on the ground.
What fire? Which one? We have an update on our fire. What's with the dog?
Last unit, you had background.
Everything is 31-1 state.
10-4.
Yeah. Okay. Look out, fire's coming. So we'll put a blue sky. How ironic. This is live in real time. We got fire has crested the ridge in the last 5 minutes. It's working real fast down the slope. Everything you see, and the camera may be on fire soon. They're reporting somewhere else. Unknown, did not. We're listening to Fresno for a second. Somewhere fire's going good, but.
Priority 1, you're at 2 Lincoln 31B for commercial 459 in progress at 3536 South Maple Avenue.
What's a 495? Is that a robbery? We don't see a lot of camera burnovers, but when we do, they're intense.
3 Lincoln 03B for commercial 459 in progress, 3536 South Maple. For the alarm company, they have visual looks like someone is attempting to take the camera down. I show units 10-6.
Go get them, boys. I'm sick of crime. Look at the burned wasteland in the background. All right, I'm gonna turn on the Pine again real quick. We're listening to. Never mind.
Hog air attack Fresno. I was talking to Flash air attack, confirming you have 4 Alpha Romeo Juliet released. And what was their ETA?
Copter 4 Alpha Juliet released from the Hog incident, returning to Columbia, 40-minute ETA.
Copy. Are we wanting to keep them committed tomorrow? I'm looking for an aircraft order for the morning. Currently, I only have Helitaker 7 Romeo Alpha, and then I'm assuming a air attack as well.
Yes, sir, but we'll definitely hurry up an air attack over the fire at 8 o'clock, and your 7 Romeo Alpha. I'll get with the IC if he wants 2 Type 1 copters or not. I'll get back to you.
Okay, there's at least one tanker still coming to help. It's en route.
Hog air attack, Hog IC, or Hog IC, Hog air attack on underground.
It's a turbo tracker. But is it enough? They really don't have nearly enough retardant to help the situation. They need to paint the camera red.
Go 3 to the units responding to help with evacuations. Focus on the residents on the west side of Elwood first, and then we'll work our way east after that.
We have new evacuations.
King Day 1, copy.
They need help evacuating the residents of Elwood. I thought the entire town was evacuated already. Sad. The bolt fire seems to be coming for the Bear Mountain Fresno camp. It's gunning for it. It's our live image.
Hog air attack, command.
Air attack Fresno, standby 1.
And unfortunately, it looks like it's spreading to Elwood as well. Refresh. I don't see a change in their evacuation order there. Let's look at the map. The official. Where's Elwood?
30 King 31. stating she left several animals behind and is requesting to know if she can go back to get them. Her 1021 is in the call.
1023.
Oh no. Unlikely. Situation's escalating.
King 3, that'll be fine.
10-4.
Lincoln 312901.
Lincoln 31.
Last name Ford, first name Nicholas, phonetic, Nora, Ida, Charles, Henry, Ocean, Lincoln, Adam, Sam, 01-13-2002.
Alright, shut up. That's just police stuff. Okay, so the evacuation orders is for South Elwood, south of the Elwood Road. However, the rest of the town, just get ready. This thing's going out of control. That's not new. I don't know what exactly has been ordered as a new evacuation order. It says zones K73 and K77 have been upgraded to orders 32 minutes ago. K73 and 77, so that's Squaw Valley. Thought they renamed that. So that's an order now. And the area where the camera is about to burn up, Bear Mountain, is right adjacent. So do your phone calls and make sure that people know. Okay, 73 and 77. The fire maybe, for the moment, moving much more towards south and southeast. That's the new evacuation orders. That was a sudden wind shift change we saw 3 hours ago, and it may burn up or over or past the radio towers at Bear Mountain pretty shortly. I'll show you the crazy cam footage again. So we may see that burn up. I don't know if the flash fires head that way, but the bolt is. We may have eventual merging of the flash and bolt fires, maybe tonight or tomorrow. It's hard to say. It's a possibility. So it looks like it's Squaw Valley and then down 180 to the east of it. But even places like Dunlap and places not even on notice, like southeast of Squaw Valley, I would prepare. I'd prepare. This moved so fast, unexpectedly. Whoa, and the fires are still creeping up towards the camp. Just look what happened in 6 hours. Look how far away it is. And then watch what happens. I'm going to turn back on Fresno County. Hopefully they're done with their police checking of a license plate. And look back at chat.
Any type, as well as a sea faller.
Yeah, Teen Homestead, you're right.
Additional request for tomorrow, bucket shift with a sea faller.
That's good, copy here. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Earlier on Venmo at 5:41. I'm sorry. J. Neal, $50 donation. Awesome. Man, you guys are beyond generous today. I was depressed. We had thousands of viewers and almost no donations. We'll get a laptop in no time. Also thanking Stacy. Yep, Stacy had a $20 donation.
Helicopter 538, 410.
Beast Mode, awesome. Thank you for the $17 on PayPal. Mary, thank you for the 10 Cash App.
Sierra Helicopter 538 has been released from the rock incident for the evening, returning back to Batterson on a heading of 296 degrees. Milepost 1, 50 minutes of fuel with an ET of 20 minutes.
Billy Bob, we were messing with you. Being wrong once, you can be wrong once, because you said, "Oh, that's Oregon. I thought it was California." So I was just messing with you, and I said, "Everybody's allowed to be wrong once, but the next time, muertes," which means.
538 here. Copies released from rock incident, returning Batterson with a heading of 296. Pilot plus 1. 50 minutes of fuel, ETA 20 minutes, 1955.
You see how insane this went in 6 hours. But back to being serious. That was a while ago. That joke was a while ago. Look how fast it moves and runs that distance towards this cam. So Dunlap, be prepared. Be prepared for anything. Like, prepare your animals, get them ready to go.
Go for Rockfire, I see. Battalion 33, Patrol 32 on Channel 4.
Squaw Valley,
Just looking at an update for your incident.
do it while you have daytime.
Hey, just wanted to check to see if you caught that update there. Our helicopter timed out, been doing bucket work. That's pretty much it at the moment. Still getting some torching every once in a while, but the fire activity looks about the same. Okay, copy. Yeah,
Where?
we're taking care of a little duffer, and then we'll be pulling out for the night. Would you like us to stay on scene here for the evening or head back to the barn?
Teen Homestead says, I'm afraid the fires, I assume you're talking about Fresno, are going to make a run up to Yokuts Valley. Don't say that.
See you down there.
No, Bob, you're fine. You're fine. We were just trying to be lighthearted earlier.
Some other traffic going on, but did you copy my last?
Sister, 2 people have met your $10 challenge. You're awesome. Here's your heart. And here's the hearts for everybody who donated.
Update from the Rockfire IC.
Yeah, okay. Rockfire. It's up in the mountains.
Second 31, 10-4. Go for it.
Watch the fire move against the wind. Look, last 5 minutes. It's just creeping.
I'll go ahead and relay for Battalion 42.
This is raging.
Copy. Stand by. The Battalion 42 is just looking for an update on the fire. Right now we just have air resources working. We've got a couple Type 1s dropping some retardants. We have a new spot about 100, 200 yards north of the main fire break.
Which fire?
Got some retardant on it, I believe, and some bucket work done on it. Other than that, fire activity is looking about the same as when we got here. Still creeping with the occasional tree torch.
Okay, that's not occasional tree torch right here. This is raging inferno. He must not be talking about the bolt. Okay, that's backing.
I see zero copies. Air resources are currently dropping retardant on the fire. New spot about 100, 200 yards north of the fire. Retardant has been put on the spot as well as some bucket work. Fire is still creeping with the occasional tree torching.
They won't identify which fires you're talking about. What are we supposed to do with this?
Battalion 42, sir.
Here, Battalion 42, go ahead.
All right, live view.
Update from Rock. I see air resources have dropped retardant on the fire. There is a new spot 100, 200 yards north of the fire. They have dropped retardant and then some bucket work on the spot. Fire is still creeping with the occasional tree torching.
Okay, copy all. So the original fire has not changed in size, and how big is the new spot? That's 100, 200 yards north.
Stand by.
Any minute we're gonna have a red here.
Go ahead, Sierra.
Do you have an update on the size of the fire as well as the size of the spot?
Yeah, the spot is a 10 by 10, and the main fire is still about 2 acres. It hasn't grown too much, especially since we've been getting the bucket and retardant work done on it.
Please be more vague. I think that when the ghost satellite flies over here, we're gonna get.
Fire is still about 2 acres. Spot is a 10 by 10. Fire has not grown too much since they've had air support on it.
Ah.
Okay, that's good news. Thanks.
I haven't eaten yet today, sister. I haven't had a moment.
Junior, take aircraft release.
This is terrifying. How fast this is going.
I see, go
go ahead.
The events of
All
today.
crews off the fire, engine 4290 and 4663 available.
Remember, guys, hit the like button. This is crazy. This is how people find us.
2008.
We have new evacuations for Squaw Valley, but Dunlap, be on alert. Anywhere southeast of Dunlap, get your animals together, ready. Just get ready.
Returning back to Fresno with a 20 ETA.
I don't care if it's not on the map yet. That just, the wind shifted, it moved fast.
Fire. So that's looking really. And, yeah, there's really no smoke. Just a little exterior smoke. A couple on.
Okay, the bolt fire's gone hog wild, not to be confused with the hog fire.
In 4290, Mariposa.
Alright, I'll go eat Hotel Alpha Victor Echo.
To Awani Station.
1,000 lightning strikes yesterday. I'd explain it. Yeah, thank you guys for your generous support. Remember,
Broke, inquiring if you're needing Battalion 42's phone number.
okay, I'm not going to broadcast somebody's phone number. Remember, it's feast or famine. We get most of our donations like when we get a big event happening. We get new people. The days where not much happens, but we're still here, we could barely make $10, right? So don't think, oh, they met their donation goals for the day. You know, what about like staying live for the whole year? Like your $1, $2, $5, it counts. That would be amazing if even 20% of the viewers did that.
Sierra Dispatch, Wildfire IC.
Alright, I'm gonna go preheat the oven.
How do you got me? Am I coming through clear?
Affirmative.
Yeah, I think you were already copying, but just trying to get Battalion 42's phone number to get a good tie-in with them.
Sierra, are you ready to copy?
Go ahead, Sierra Dispatch.
Phone number is 559-593-1599.
Phone number is 559-593-1599.
That's a good copy.
Thanks, Sierra Dispatch.
Alright, the air fryer is preheating, guys. Got a pizza bake setting. C-Probe has provided a California Pizza Kitchen pizza margarita. And one of our donors provided the pineapple. I got a pineapple tidbit can. I'm gonna put pineapple on this, plus extra mozzarella. Yes.
Sierra copies. June Air Attack aircraft released at 12:04.
Tinker 107. Off the fire, Santa Maria. Empty, 25 minutes en route.
We're expecting the fire to reach this camera unless the wind saves it somehow, and then the whole landscape will be ablaze. Be right back.
Air Attack Sierra copies. Tinker 107. Off incident. Empty. Returning to Santa Maria. 20-minute ETA.
Copies Air Attack 460 release back to Hollister with a 30-minute ETA. Positive Ava.
Positive, Air Attack 460. 206 11. Lincoln 71 from 3 Nora 11. I've already done that residence. 10-4, are we working on the west side? Everything on this road.
I'm going to have you cover Bass Week.
4290 cop.
At 2005.
Any residents needing assistance can be directed to the Reedley College gym.
Tomorrow for the prior incident, they will be needing a sea faller as well as some bucket work.
Sierra Battalion 33 at Delta 3. Did you have traffic?
Affirmative, just an update from prior IC. They will be needing tomorrow a sea faller as well as some bucket work.
Sierra, I copy. I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
And Sierra, aircheck.
Aircheck, Sierra.
We've got another smoke just east of the fur, about a mile and a half. Confirming you're aware, and is that the snow?
Aircheck, standby.
Okay, I am refreshed.
This is confirmed. Like,
She's so cute. Dispatch struggling to keep up.
this is the snow incident.
She's probably got a job like me.
We had Airtech 460 come out to Hog and report another smoke in the Bear Meadow area,
Right.
south of Dinky Creek. Before we depart, we'll investigate that further and come back with coordinates to size up if it's not something you're already aware of.
Had lightning run through.
Complete log off.
10-4.
Alright, are we preheated enough for the pity pizza? Aha, it's just preheated. Okay, let's add the pineapple. Mmm. Yeah. And more mozzarella.
Fresno, Hog IC.
Oh, hog
Fresno,
information. Great value pineapple chunks. Alright, we'll take it. It's not a cute name like Tidbits, but we'll take it. Open up this can. Ow. Oh, that's supposed to be a pull tab, like for He-Man. Seriously. That's can opener stuff right there. Okay, if you just tuned in, man, we're still concerned about Lapine. It's hard to listen to Fresno and Lapine at the same time. They are just evacuating people. This is why we switched to our focus. We're not ignoring Lapine. But
Fresno, Hog IC. Just want to give you guys a quick update on the 3 hog fires, beginning with Hog 1. Still holding at 170 acres. We have made really good work with the 4 dozers at scene, the 2 engines and the crews. 30% of the fire has direct dozer line around it, with 65% indirect dozer line around it. Hand crews are making good progress. We should have control lines around the entire fire by morning. Hog 2 is holding at 6 acres. Fire's contained. Hose lines around the entire fire. Hog 3, fire's contained. It was 100 by 100, and that'll be in a patrol status. We'll just have one engine check that tomorrow.
Hog IC Fresno copies. Hog 1, 170 acres, making great progress. 30% containment. Dozer line around 30% of the fire. 65% of the fire is still to be worked. Hog 2 holding at 6 acres, fire contained with hose line around it. Hog 3, fire contained at a 100 by 100 spot.
Fresno, one update for the Hog 1 incident. Correct, of 170 acres, 30% has direct dozer line around it, with 65% dozer line indirect around the entire fire. Crews are still making good progress. The only active smokes are interior and a little bit on the left flank, but crews are making really good work of that currently.
This is your update to the Hog 1's incident, with 30% of the fire having direct dozer line around it, 65% of the fire having indirect dozer line. Updated acreage, 170 acres.
Affirm, Hog IC.
Good feedback. Good readback.
Total of 176 acres for the Hog branch.
All right. I'm finally eating today. Adding the pineapple chunks. You know what? They're bigger than tidbits. We'll see how this works. I'm not cutting them. They're like the size of your, woman's thumb from the knuckle forward, Fishing them out with the pineapple. I could drink the juice out of the can. That'd be cool. We're adding this. So, Alright, friends, thanks for your kind donations. You provide pineapple for us. Still no donuts, but we're working on that. I'll be right back. The only break I've had in hours. I just wonder how bad it's looking on the camera now. We may have the radio tower area burn over. Unless some miracle wind save it.
You guys want to go into the back off of Canal and go to the front? Tesla.
Yeah, I need a drip tray or I'm going to set off the fire alarm here. Smoke alarm. Cheese does that. Alright, let's feed this. 375 into the emerald.
Showing 3 minutes out.
Alright, it's in the emerald toaster oven / air fryer.
No hazards, and it'll be shut down.
I want to stop that timer. Use it. Temperature. I'll check it in 8 minutes. Hey, start. There you go. Okay. Now return the new beverage. Pizza's coming. Alright, we're still looking at the live view here. Listen to Fresno. Yeah. Okay, guys, if you just tuned in or don't know what's going on, man, look at the 6 hour. This is how far away this exact same camera view. This is where the fire was 6 hours ago. It just exploded. Absolutely exploded.
Sierra Division 9 en route, Fraser from Dinky.
Hogfire's doing well. Fresno County had a lot of lightning.
Division 9 en route, Fraser from DG 2014.
Fire approaches. First, this Bear Mountain can, but then Squaw Valley and the people who live there, they've just been given evacuation orders. But if you're at Dunlap or southeast of Squaw Valley or south or anywhere east of that, I would prepare right now. Prepare your animals while you still got some daylight. This thing could do anything. I haven't even checked the weather yet. But just look what it did in 6 hours. It went from there, there, all of a sudden, comes towards the camp, and all of a sudden they're desperate attempt. That is a huge tanker drop. You don't see the plane trying to protect the radio towers, and suddenly new evacuation orders. Just look at it going against the wind. Even it's just so critically dry. At least the grass is short here, but there's too many trees. Too close to the towers. But that's incredible for what? It's been...
Helicopter 538 here.
Cherokee show helicopter 538 landing Patterson.
Williams.
Landing Patterson 2016.
Yeah, thank you, Lowell Pearson. There's no wind at Silver Lake. Good. Isn't that...
Stealing in for you.
41 for Apple will be in front of 4762 Arthur.
Spinny, which fire?
4762 Arthur, 1040.
Can somebody please monitor the Maupin? Here's the Broadcastify link. Switching back and forth. It's not something I can do on Meeting Pizza. So right now, the wind direction seems to be shifting it towards the east. I expect us to get... Yeah, there's our new heat detection for the last 15 minutes after... 8 minutes ago, the GOES satellite flew over.
Carrier 3 Lincoln 25B for a public hazard, Van Ness and Swift. 2 for a branch in the roadway blocking northbound lane for traffic to TCHP for Sunset Clear.
Okay, look out, there's a branch in the road. Anyway, right now the fire's probably moving east into Shretton Canyon. And then, if that's going to be a wind tunnel situation, it'd probably climb Dalton Mountain. That looks like an inhabited area mostly. But this looks like it could be a wind tunnel thing and go into Squaw Valley. It could burn right over the top of Bear Mountain, though, because it probably will approach Bear Mountain where the camera is, just because it climbs, right? But the wind has just radically been shifting here. So that's why this is all under mandatory evacuation. This has changed in the last 45 minutes. But really, they did not extend it to Dunlap over here. But look, you should prepare. If you know anybody there, while you have light, you have animals especially, there's not a whole lot of ways out. So consider that, and whether or not you want to go to sleep on this fire with the craziness that it can do. Now's the time to think about your evacuation routes. You want 3 different paved roads in 3 different directions as an option. If you don't have that, elevate yourself 1 higher than the current evacuation status. So you should be on everybody should be on alert. There's a fire in the neighborhood, right? But they haven't even issued a warning here that I could tell. I think they should have. So think about too, if lightning and or long range spotting or whatever happens, new fire, car accident, power lines down, whatever happens, where are your shelter in place options? They have bodies of water around here. Think about underbridge and culverts and whatnot. But getting out before you're told is your number 1 best outcome chance. I'm just concerned for the area because that changed rapidly. That moved fast, and we've got some low humidities here. Spinny says go back about 15 minutes in the canyon to the left. Yeah.
When I'm at 75 en route, ETA 10.
Yeah, we were looking at the boat. Yeah, it's
3 from Palm 44. I'm 1097 at 699 Elwood Road. We're going to need some help with 1 child in a wheelchair.
Still evacuating Elwood. I think the whole town should be evacuated. Only the west side is right now. They're in process of evacuating some people.
I believe they were staging somewhere down at Alta or Crawford.
If you have any sort of mobility problems, special health needs, if you only have one way out, if you're at elevation with like a windy road down, or if it's not paved, always elevate yourself one higher.
Wheelchair.
They don't micromanage the evacuation zones. They're just like, oh, there's zones. They're not taking into account who's more vulnerable up on hills, and it takes them 20 minutes to drive down even to the nearest paved road on a good day. Well, think about in thick fog, because that's what smoke does.
I'll check with EMS.
If you have animals, health needs, mobility issues, or no vehicle,
Copies, all resources off the line, returning quarters.
elevate yourself higher and get out sooner than you're told. That's your best. That is your best outcome. It's for those who leave early. Thank you so much, Larry. Reedley College has an evacuation shelter. That's right. Thank you. Let's look back at the cam and.
I have an update for you when you're ready.
Ready to copy.
Update.
Fire is currently 2 acres. Forward progression of the fire has been stopped. There's fan lines around the fire, and we have hose lines around about 75% of the fire break.
Which fire?
For tomorrow, I would like to keep engine 351 committed, as well as Chumash 381 engine. Break.
Checking on the pizza. They
Hopefully
keep.
we can keep things over hot shot, or a different mod of pin for felling operations tomorrow. And additionally, I would like to order a water tender for tomorrow's shift.
Line has been put around fire. Hose line 75% around fire. Would like to keep engine 351, Chumash engine 381, as well as Kings River, if possible, for fouling operations. Would also like to have a water tender for tomorrow's shift.
That's a good copy. Additionally, I would like to get the remaining resources off the hill around 2100, so I'll give you a call whenever I release them for the evening.
Medically, that's West 96, Company 65, Elwood between Bullhead and Silver, unknown problem, 699 Elwood, cannot 2023.
Division 9, did you copy the update from FUR IC?
Negative, I did not.
Share copies. FUR incident is holding at 2 acres. Forward progress has stopped. They have headline around the fire. 75% of the line has hose. 75% of hose lead has been put in. Would like to keep engine 351, Chumash engine 381, as well as Kings River for fouling operations. Would also like to have a water tender for tomorrow's shift. We'll be keeping remaining resources on the incident until 2100, then release them to bed down.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Really? Okay, it's getting smoky. If smoke moves towards the camera, so will the fire. Are you, which cam? Spinny? Flames visible on the camera and the bolt fire on the far edge to the far right. Is it the other? Bear Mountain Fresno camp. We may have this whole thing ablaze, guys. You may see a camera burn over. Whew. So, the second Bear Mountain Fresno cam, Bear Mountain Fresno 1, maybe? Sister Golden here, thank you. You guys are in a $2 challenge. Anybody else meet or beat the $2 challenge on Super Chat? Guys, you guys are awesome. We need to go to the Mongolian Grill, Sister Golden here, or Mongolian Barbecue in Yuba City. Awesome restaurant. That's where I kicked back. Okay, I don't see it on second cam.
Returning to Prater.
Oh, look at it spread against the wind.
Patrol 42 returning Prater. Patrol 32 returning Prater.
You know, I have a prediction what we're going to see. We're going to see it go into night vision mode, and then when the flames approach the cam, it's going to go in color mode because there will be so much light from the flames. Pizza's burning. Let me check that. Oh no, I left the rolled golds open. Stop cooking. Stop. I don't like it al dente. I like my pizza gooey. Ah, I saved it just in time. Yes. All right. Of course, when I want to go ready, I can't get a word in when I'm ready to talk to you. As soon as I go in the kitchen, it's, let's be silent on the radio. But how is Maupin looking, guys? You gotta help me, Mom's hurt. You gotta help me. Okay, I got a pizza wheel, cut the pizza. Aircraft is probably gonna leave for the night. I don't know if they'll be able to get nighttime helicopters or what. It would be nice if they could. There's just so much going on in California. With the thunderstorms going by and the lightning, plus the normal started by idiots fires, suspicious fires and the like. We got
Sierra, Air Tech 07.
we got the whole shebang. The night before last, I was listening to Bakersfield, and they had a vegetation fire in the middle of Bakersfield.
534's off the fire for trimmer, and unless you have anything else for us, we're going to return into Maria 45 minutes.
Is that the Lone Ranger from the last fire? The helicopter pilot? Oh.
Helicopter 534 off the fire, returning to trimmer, and Air Tax 07 returning to Santa Maria with a 4-5-minute ETA.
Guys, this pizza came out like a work of art. I'm taking a picture. Yeah, I'm not the kind of influencer who takes pictures of her food, but I'm taking a picture of my food. Oh my god, there's flames. Hold on to your butts, guys. This, we're gonna have a front row seat to the bolt fire going wild. Okay. That was beautiful. Pineapple chunks and extra mozzarella, just, you know, from the grocery store, sprinkled on there, Lucerne mozzarella. The big cut, wide cut. And the California Pizza Kitchen margarita version. This is a beautiful thing. Sort of got tiny diced tomatoes on it. Not a big fan of tomato on pizza, but it's fine. It's onion free.
Party 1 area 2 Lincoln 21B for a panic. BA at 154 East Buckingham Way. For Lincoln 51.
For Lincoln 51.
For Lincoln 51 for a panic. BA at 154 East Buckingham Way. Triple B to the panic. Silent from the keypad. Responsible has not been reached yet.
Whoa, a panic alarm.
Lady 5110-4.
I mean, it's like home invasion robbery type stuff.
Lincoln 03, copy, single unit traffic.
Whoa.
Lincoln 03, copy.
Okay, maybe Fresno has Reno beat for once. But then again, Fresno police, I haven't heard enough activity from naked people, so currently Reno beats Fresno for crazy police stuff that we have to hear. We can't turn off police channels.
11 from 1331 on the house.
But the race is tightening.
3 or 11 to 4.
When I was thinking about Bakersfield, it was
Fresno, local 1
quite suspicious the night before last, where fire was in the median and there was no, I don't know where in Bakersfield, it was in the median and also the right side of the road on a 2-lane road. Dead calm. And then as soon as the firefighters showed up, a homeless person came up eager to talk to them like a witness or a victim. And just as that was occurring, comes down the pipe, there's another vegetation fire further down the road, a 10-minute drive. And it had been about 10 minutes since the first one. So
Rush 96, asking.
everyone should be vigilant. And if you see anything weird, unusual, take pictures, report it to police. You can always delete it later if it turns out to be nothing. License plates, suspicious vehicles, suspicious persons. Err on the side of caution because everything is super dry and there's a bumper crop of brush and grass from the super wet spring. It's
Mount Tom.
Mount Tom's here.
Be advised, Mount Tom out of service.
Here, copies Mount Tom out of service.
Everything has got to be reported as quick as possible.
Rush 96, local 1.
96 has no cancel for law enforcement. Return to quarters.
Yeah, copy. Sorry, man. Don't force.
I've learned that California has grants special rights to arsonists.
10-4.
If you're an arsonist, but X amount of time has gone by, the police
781, we're in full service.
can run.
Line is complete around the bottom, and then worked on mopping those up, and there's still several snags in the strike tree. They're standing, so tomorrow's priority will be putting those on the ground.
Yep, standing dead trees, snags, dead. Priority, put them on the ground. They're a big hazard.
10-4.
Around the fire and several snags are still standing. Tomorrow's priority will be putting them on the ground. I did not copy the rest.
Hey, running on empty. Welcome.
Current footprint is 0.18 acres.
Fire is at 1.18 acres.
Yeah, Noel Smith.
Yeah, that's 0.18 acres.
Here, copy 0.18 acres.
We got a serious situation in Fresno County where they did new evacuations. The fire's maybe even going to burn over a camera and then enter possibly Squaw Valley. I hope not. So we switched to it because that's a life and death situation. I was hoping somebody could monitor.
Medical 781, do you copy?
Medical 781 here.
Wow. Here's a view of Maupin, Oregon.
EMS advice.
41
How do I zoom out?
Yes.
How does this work? Serious. That's Maupin. User submitted photo. Note they are doing control burn. Yeah. That may be why there's a lot of smoke. Why is it extra huge? So last time we checked, the control burns were going well. We had to flip away from it because all hell was breaking out loose. All hell was breaking loose in Fresno County. Multiple fires that they have there. The fire update from an hour ago. Here's what Maupin looks like from the air. Dang. So, but they had such good turn of fortune. Winds blowing it to the east, so they're holding Reed Road. That's their big goal.
Fresno, Gildozer entering the unit. Hills Valley Road from the south. Requesting frequencies for the blast incident.
So watch duties are best source of information other than you locals.
Gildozer copies command 2, zone 1.
Wow, Martin 57 is project. Wow. Martin, is that Fresno County? This camera might burn over. This wind shift abruptly changed. And now they're evacuating Squaw Valley in Fresno County. They had a lot of lightning. Wind today, even though lightning struck last 24 hours or whatnot, it could be a small affair until wind hits it, and that really got fierce around 5 p.m. There's a friend in Kentucky saying, howdy. Well, hi, I'm live. Come say hi in my chat. Camera about to burn over, maybe.
203. 1097 at Avocado Lake Park at the entrance, and I'll be running the animal evacuations out of here.
10-4.
At least hit the like button if you are my friend. I'm typing.
Are they here?
Oh, he's actually coming. Cool. Oh, look at that.
Is that where they'll be evacuating the animals to?
A new fire?
Unknown. I'll advise when they get that sorted out.
Yeah, Spectrum. I don't understand the system. If the system worked, I wouldn't need to do what I do, right? None of us would need to. Then I wouldn't need the mods, I wouldn't need the friends, I wouldn't need the donations. I'd have a life. I'd be doing what I want to for a career, but that is interview old timers before they pass away and then document dying ways of life, everything from native type living to trades that are dying to abandoned places.
In our bike spot.
Gold Rush history.
Your copy, Scuba team, back at your tracks and at your bike spot at 2039. Getting me.
This lady's endearing. I love this dispatcher. Sorry, and Watch Duty stopped updating me on anything on my phone because I reached 24 notifications. They say they can't fix that. I just swiped it away. Should be getting new ones. Please keep me informed because the situation is rapidly changing. Look, the marching wall of flames. The smoke is now going towards the radio tower. So here comes the fire. So I predict it'll go into black and white first, infrared, and then as the flames light everything in the foreground on fire, it'll go back to color mode. What do you guys want to bet? You've seen this happen before. Thank you, Smitty, for the update. Last we checked, it was going well because they had that stroke of luck where the fire was going north and northeast and towards
96 in quarters, Wall Valley.
Hey, Spectrum, glad to have you. Do give us your wisdom. Where are you at? Oh, do you mean you want to get out of the business? Or when you say you want to get out? Spectrum says a fight fire's been doing it for 20 years. I'm a contractor now, trained agency. Yeah. And Wildcat, where's the Bill Gatos fire? You gotta tell us which counties. I have to still eat. Yeah, I haven't eaten today. Went live, then I'll use the bathroom and eat. 5 hours later. Oh, here we go. I don't want to believe this, but I'm hearing rumors from firefighters who are speaking anonymously to me occasionally that things like red flag are not declared sometimes when they probably should be. I don't know about this. National Weather Service, I don't know if they just don't care about budgets, but they're worried that it might drain the budgets of places because they have to put a lot of people on alert. I don't know if that's true. I would be sad if it is, and then other times, counties and places, especially those experience budget problems.
There's going to be a change of plan. Can you start that EMS rig back? We're going to need them.
Whoa.
10-4 at 699 Elwood.
Affirmative. The female's husband's going to have the keys of the vehicle.
10-4.
Elwood is being evacuated. I don't know if it's the entire town. The map is kind of useless. If it's not the entire town, it should be. They're doing ambulance evacuations for some of the disabled. But hey, Beaver, how are you doing? This camera may bite the dust and or the radio towers. Look at what happened in 6 hours. This is insane. This time lapses. Talking about releasing hot shots. Suddenly the wind switches to the south. It was going. We don't see the bellies of the airplanes, but big aircraft put red retardant there, but that's not going to stop this fire. I don't see any units coming. They need fire trucks to save the radio towers here. This is the same area, so the fire's coming in from the left. This is a live view from the other camera. So we might see an inferno, whether or not the camera survives and or loses power, but this is hour 1. Hour 2, there's a condor or a raven flying around and lots of vultures. Hour 3. Hour 4. Hour 5, oh my god. This is the last 5 minutes. This is Fresno County, up in the hills near Squaw Valley, which has just been declared go now. Level 3 evacuations. So, yeah, Mooney Mike, sure. I am finding out more and more that I hate the system. It's no wonder that.
This spoke to Battalion Chief. The fire's slowed down a bit. The wind isn't pushing it as fast anymore. Holding steady. It's probably hit the neighborhood that we're evacuating now in 5 to 6 hours.
10-4.
I think he's talking about Elwood. But if they have 5 or 6 hours to prepare, that's good. It's coming. This is way south of Elwood, so.
Lincoln 35 out with 110-4.
We go back to the 6-hour time lapse. Elwood is over that hill, I believe. I'm not that familiar with the area. So they were partially evacuating Elwood, but it just, everything changed around 5 p.m. Went south, straight towards the camp. We were worried about Maupin, Oregon, which had a mega huge fire today with a huge pyrocumulus cloud. So we were checking that out.
97.
That's the latest image.
35. The homeowner is advising that everything is 10 or code 4 is the residence.
Code 4 means okay. Thank you, Denise, and everybody.
32, but second 3 till 9.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand some of the politics where some.
Hey, Matt, there'll be a meal for you there at Dinky, so you can head in there and RO in there for the night.
Some agency.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Some agencies hate each other, don't play nice, and they have different philosophies on what to do. It's just not state land versus federal. There's a lot of conflicts.
You change the location to Dinky Work Center.
Here, copies Patrol 32, location change, Dinky 2046.
Okay, they flipped into black and white, but they'll flip back into color as soon as the flames. As soon as the flames illuminate, they'll be confused. They'll flip back into color, thinking it's daylight. It's coming. Yeah, there's a panorama view. Can you, Husky? You got a link for that? I may have closed that view. So, lightning ripped through the area down by Fresno. They already had some existing fires.
Battalion 33, engine 343, zone 5.
Okay, that's
43 taking out there.
around Fresno 2. Whoa, 5-minute time lapse. Here it comes.
Hey Steve, just checking and make sure there's gonna be dinners there at Dinky for 43 too.
Yeah, Lowell Pearson. Reed.
That's affirmative, Carl.
Reed is there. Reed Road is what they're holding by the cemetery, and the wind shifted and
1331, you're calling?
pushed it east. That was a miracle, awesome turn of events for Maupin.
That's affirmative. I did copy.
Thank you, Husky, getting the new view of the panorama. Whoa.
Battalion 33.
All right. We're listening to Fresno. You can see it's looking north by northwest. Now, fire ran down this canyon. I don't know if you can see that. Just turned and looked, and I'm not sure what distance it ran. We'll have to figure it out on Caltopa. Okay, good news from Butte County. The Apache fire has 40% containment. I really wanted to cover it today and even find out what happened. I was.
Lincoln 35, you can close out the call FAL. We're code 4 and so is the residence.
10-4.
Oh, good. They don't need the ambulance to help. They are code 4, which means A-OK. This is the last 30 minutes. Fairmount and Fresno Cam. Squaw Valley is to the southeast of here. That's why it's under mandatory evacuation as of about an hour ago. But if you're in Dunlap or anywhere southeast or east of that, really, you should be prepping when you still have some daylight. If there's something you can't say in chat, I have an email. There's right now the people that just want facts because they're biting their fingernails off at the situation. They would appreciate just me sticking to the facts. But if there's insider info that you have, I have an email. I'm eager to read it. It's just let's not make anybody more anxious than they are. Look at this wall of flames coming. I mean, once this passes Bear Mountain and there's nothing to stop it, that retardant line, whatever. We wanted to see a bunch of engines show up here with water. There's a paved road here. We did not see them show up. There's been good retardant drops. That's a speed bump, but you need to defend us with engines. So I don't know what the heck's going on. We were listening to Fresno County, but they're not telling us what's going on. They give us all kinds of information about the others. There are 3 different separate hog fires, 2 of which are going amazingly well. Let's just watch it live. It'll refresh. Yep, it just went into infrared. Remember, heat and light is the same thing to an infrared camera. It's pretty well calibrated. I must give him a hand. But everything is going well. The fuels management at the Pine has bought them every chance of getting ahead of it and saving the rest of their town.
Fresno Medic 255 available.
A bot? Really? Do you think so? That's kind of a vicious accusation of not calling somebody a bot. Okay. Yeah, but random question marks and stuff are a bit weird. Well, why would bots enter a chat anyway? That's odd. You know, sometimes people are children with their parents' device, and sometimes psych elderly or with palsies are trying their best with shaking hands to chat. Like, we gotta really make sure, okay? Alright, this is my email. And now, we are gathering information. Okay, a ban. Weird. I have no idea why bots would enter a chat other than to spam, like, you know, how to make $3,000 an hour by staying at home. Let's do a 30-minute time lapse. I believe the camera will survive. We may lose power just as the flames get close. That's always frustrating. But look, there's wooden power poles right next to critical infrastructure. Like, really? Really? That's not the place for a wooden power pole, but okay. Okay. A lot of the radio that firefighters are using probably coming from these towers. It's a remote location. You can't lose them. So why have units not shown up with trucks ready to save this area? I'm not happy with the thickness of the trees here. Almost everything we've seen, fires could have been either completely prevented from being large. Wow. Now this is a good calibrated, well calibrated nighttime infrared image. Remember all the crappy ones we see where everything's a white mass? Most of these oak trees are going to live. Their leaves and stuff will burn off. But they've got some pretty hardy bark, and even their heartwood resist fire. That's why people want to burn oak in their fireplace or their stove. You don't have to reload the fire very often. It doesn't want to burn. It takes a long time to catch. And it just does so slowly and steadily when it finally does. But oaks are here, used to California fires. They've evolved for millions of years for this.
Now, small animals, they're going to go to Reedley College. We're still working on location for large animals. King 3.
I must eat. But let me know what's happening at Maupin, guys.
2 3/4 trimmer.
Whoa! Almost choked. Look at the screen. So to the right of what we were looking at, Bear Mountain Fresno 1. Whoa! Last 5 minutes. Beep just got real.
QMAX 381.
What did I say about everything being on fire real fast? I'm sorry. Seizure warning flashing lights. Not.
QMAX engine 381's here.
381 will be at service at DD from the fire incident.
Okay.
Here, copy.
So this is looking just to the northeast. Fire is here. Same spot. This is looking to the northwest. It's being driven up the hill to the east, so we can put that on the map. Whoa. Pity pizza. It's a pineapple can that I cracked open on a California Pizza Kitchen margarita. All right, so we can tell that the fire is very close. So it's marching right over, just like you said. There it is. See, you can see it marching up and over the hill. I do believe it is going to enter the Yakutsk Valley via the east. It's the wind is driving it through the wind tunnel effect we got here. The nice thing is I can put my mouse where the flame is, and you can see the beam moving where exactly that is. And if you have not seen this, look. The oak trees are going to look black. They're going to look dead. Most of them will come back. It's mostly the grass burning underneath, and wow. Camera burnover is in progress. I'm sorry, time lapse is going to cause flashing lights. If you're seizure sensitive, I can't say anything but close your eyes. I'm eating now pizza that has now gone cold, but it's okay. Still good. It's one of the few onion-free pizzas you can get. There's almost always onions in the sauce. Whoa. The wind changes a little bit, and even if it doesn't, the flames are steadily making their way towards the cam. There are two mounted here. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe. There's thrilling TV happening here, and there's only 163 viewers, guys. Why don't we have like a couple thousand?
2058 committed at 2057 on MAS 1202.
Share the video. There's a share button, and text it to people. Put it on your Facebook, and say we're watching some pretty insane events unfolding. Let's place your bets. Is the camera going to survive? I think it's high enough. Don't know about the little outbuildings and stuff down there. It's just last 15 minutes. We're going to live. I should probably retweet something, take a screenshot of that, and say we're witnessing a camera burnover. Or about to happen. Let's take a screenshot. I'm learning how to do marketing. All right, rectangular snip. Share that image. Cam burnover. Fresno. Bear Mountain 2. All right. It's first marching over the ridge northeast, but here it comes directly to the camera
Check back engine 4281.
from the northwest.
4281.
En route at 2100.
why is the fire coming here and also going to enter Squaw Valley? Because there's nothing that stops it. There's nothing to stop it. Can't believe they're not squawking about this on the radio. Guys, if you're in Squaw Valley, and get a move on if you're still there. If you know somebody there and Dunlap, make sure they are aware of the unfolding, unchecked rapid rate of spread. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Reckless Girl. I really wish I, you know what? I can pause it. Okay. You can go ahead and look right now. I've paused it. I'll give you a slow step-by-step.
Result to Area 4, King 31B for a fire at 24768 East Kings Canyon Road. Will be for a tree that is catching on fire. It was to a T-Cal fire. King 03, do you copy?
East Kings Road?
King 03, Harpham.
What road? East what road? Great, that's good that they renamed it. Thought they did. It's not on the map though.
31 King 43.
3 King 03.
About 180 in quality. Where do you guys need me to be?
Anybody catch that fire name?
King 03, link up with the units Elwood north of 180 and started helping with the evacuations.
10-4.
Okay. Reckless, here's a nice and slow progression. One frame at a time.
Blue Canyon. Copy, then quarters Blue Canyon 3102.
You can watch this hopefully. This is looking northwest.
All units are working their way northbound Elwood.
10-4.
It just gets worse by the moment, and it flips into black and white infrared. This is a 1 hour, last hour time lapse. So this is how it's coming directly up the hill. That's a big flare up right there. That is our last image. So hopefully you saw it, but now I'm going to go back into time lapse. Now the flashing may resume. So warning for anybody seizure sensitive. I have no control, but when we do the time lapse, it'll just
4281's at scene.
like here. It'll flip from color black and white.
2103.
Okay, let's look now at the other cam that had the dramatic fire. This will flash.
On the metric, please.
This will flash the screen. This is the last 15 minutes of what's going on now. Yeah, okay, no proselytizing things. You can pray for people, but get your own channel and promote your religious views on it. Okay, look, this is publicly available cameras. You can show the world whatever you want and say whatever you want. But you're in my space now, and I protect my people. I do not make people feel worse than they already do. I don't show homes burning down. I don't show dramatic stuff. I don't show babies crying and burn victims' death. You know, we don't do that. We get a lot more likes and views, but we don't do that.
Before EMS from Hills Valley and 180.
Okay, so I have to go and retweet. Thanks, blatant violation of the rules. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of flashing lights, but this is to look to the northeast.
Sierra dispatch, Rockfire.
That's northwest.
wanted to pass on some coordinates for our spike camp and medevac site.
Now you can see the whole mountain there. It's going in to Yakutsk Valley and into that wind tunnel.
So this set of cords will be acting in both locations at 36 degrees, 56.7679 by 118 degrees, 2.7199.
Here, copies. Following coordinates are for the spike and medevac site at 36 degrees, 56.1679 by 118 degrees, 2.7199.
Yep, that's a good copy. And first thing in the morning, we'll be looking for a medevac site that's a little closer to the fire, so we just ran out of daylight.
Here, copies up.
Alright, I'm retweeting. Wow, Bear Mountain Fresno camera is about to burn over. Is it also flash fire as a hashtag?
No ICs here. You're unreadable on your current tone.
Alright, friends.
No IC, I got you loud and clear.
Yeah, we released engine 351 back to Dinky for the evening.
Oh,
Here, copies. Released engine 351 back to Dinky for the evening.
alright, friends.
Yep, and additionally, we're up above the fire, spiked out, and we won't be on it tonight due to falling snag, rough snag.
Oh, look at a big VLAT drop at the...
Here, copies. So I see you guys are located spiked up above the fire. Won't be on the incident for the evening due to hazards.
I don't know if that's copyrighted, but go to my Twitter. It's at @KWildfiresX. Whatever it is. How do I get the...
Up at 06 to go check on the fire, see what's what with it.
How do I share my Twitter link? I'm even there, and I don't even know how to get my own link. How do you get your own profile page, right? Okay. Here it is, x.com/kwildfires.
Here, I did not copy your last.
Wow. So from this direction, the fire will come directly up to Bear Mountain Fresno Lookout, well, radio tower with the cams. Sorry, there are flashing lights. Anybody seizure sensitive. Martin Fitzgerald says Cat Haven is due north of Dunlap. They must have planned for the scenario. Oh, that's Big Cat Sanctuary. How many lions and tigers do they have? Yeah, Lowell Pearson says it was bad, started around noon in Lapine. Well, fortune turned, and
Rock ICs here.
thankfully the wind direction changed, and it started pushing it east away from the town. That gave them all the time in the world to prep Cemetery and Reed Road as a good fire line. Then they began firing it. They had the ability to do that because not a dead tree in sight. The community really did a lot.
You ran those coordinates for your spike and medevac site. It's putting it over on the Inyo.
Okay. I haven't heard. This is a live image. Whoa, 5 minutes. I haven't heard of any talk about any big cat sanctuary being evacuated.
Across of Bonita Avenue, fall victim 153 Bonita Way, time out 2110.
I imagine you can't call them right now, but
6.7679 by 1182.7199. Is that what you had?
Rock, I see Sierra, affirmative. That's what we have, and it put it over on the INYO.
Get a new set for you.
okay,
Here comes.
so this is in the Pine today. You can see the airplane making a drop. If you want to play that video, I don't know who took it. So I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, but it's on somebody else's.
Engine 351, tone 4.
Engine 351's here.
We've been released from the fur for the evening, and you can ship returning to Dinky.
Sierra copies released from the fur for the evening, returning Dinky 2111.
Okay, well, here's the bolt fire, the one that's coming for the cameras. Per Cal Fire, Fresno Cal Fire. It'll ultimately renew the landscape, but we just need to not lose town structures and people. Wow. Wow. That probably has just been taken. Or that was last night. Oh, it was last night. Because this was photographed from 3:46 p.m. So...
Garlic, I see here.
Continue to monitor. There's nothing to stop the fire from burning over this camera.
Here, copy Scarlet. I see all personnel made it to the L3 zone. Have a good evening, 2112.
I hope they're doing...
1 Elwood for a request to have animals removed.
We're hearing about them evacuating Elwood, but what about Yakult, formerly known as Squaw Valley? Whoever's there needs to step up their game and make sure their neighbors are out and that they are too. Fast.
That's you. You're unreadable on tone 4.
Yakuts, I don't know how I'm even saying it right or wrong. But I'd be on alert at Dunlap because it's going to go straight to the I-80 wind tunnel. It's going east, right in front of the camera, marching over the hill. It's marching over Bear Mountain on the north side of Bear Mountain. It's going to hit the wind tunnel. It could spread south to Yakuts Valley and those homes down there. But it can spread east on 182 as well. 180 as well. Let's try to get. Let's look back on our. That's the Darlene right now. We don't have any bad news about the Darlene, so. Okay, the Red Cross is now at the. Dang it! I did not mean to click that. 2 minutes ago, Darlene Fire update 1,700 acres, 0% containment. Red Cross is now at Lapine High School, helping people out.
Here, copies all personnel off the corral and snow fires for the evening. Have a good evening, 2114.
Fire steadily making its way up the hill towards the camp. This will flip into color.
Lima en route to the flash complex, 2115.
What flash complex? Bear Mountain is
3 Kilo 3, 203. Kilo 3.
Bear Mountain.
Kilo 2, large animals are going to go to Fresno Fairgrounds.
Including the tigers?
Kilo 3, 10 4.
How do you evacuate tigers?
Speaking 31.
Let's look and see what their grounds are like.
Giving evacuations to Elwood, just residents on the east and west will be working our way back and going through the streets on the east side.
Alright, Cat Haven. East of where this fire is. Let's see if we've got pictures of the grounds. Oh, kitty boos. Yeah, they got big cats. Special events, accommodations. Let's just see if they got some pictures of the grounds. As the mountain to the west is hopelessly ablaze. The cameras here will likely be as well, pretty quick. Now, if you go to @KWildfires on the, it's like x.com/KWildfires. You can just share my own post real quick, and it explains. Watch this so we can get more viewers here. You know, the big cats don't eat grass, so it's okay if that burns. But I hope to have little fireproof buildings or something.
Tiny 33, show me a quarters, brother.
I'd visit summer camp. I hope there's no summer camp. Learn more about cats, take action. I want to see the grounds. Hopefully it's like manicured lawns, not a lot of trees.
Fresno engine 66 available.
Look, if it's like a golf course, I won't be that concerned. If it's like underneath trees, if it's underneath a lot of trees, I'm concerned. Mind you,
One at 2117.
Grass, dry grass, I'm concerned. Okay, I'm concerned.
Response check back, engine 12.
Wooden roofs.
Engine 12.
En route at 2118.
Okay, we don't have a lot of information there. That's not that useful. Let's go back to the cams. We have some unbelievable. That almost looked like lightning, didn't it? It's so weird. What was that peculiar frame? I don't believe they have active lightning right now. I think it's just a big flare up and twisting flames reaching for the sky. Yeah, oof. It's a firewall. If it moves around, and it's like a dust devil or a dirt devil, but it's got fire sucked up into it. That means that there's tremendous heat, and the heat is causing the air to twist. Because heat can't rise just in a normal way if it reaches a certain point of critical heat. The air, in order to keep rising that fast, because more heat's coming up from the bottom, has to twist. It's a law of physics. And that's when you know beep is getting real. This is the stuff for firefighters are like, oh man, that's so tall. So you can see it on infrared. The flames twisting and reaching up, and that's hot. And that's hot smoke and gases. At the top up there, look at the trees for scale. This is eerie. I'm going to save this. Rare, rarely seen phenomena.
2120.
That's when firefighters get out of Dodge. Remember, these images are like 1 minute apart, and the camera's confused about whether or not it should be in daytime or nighttime mode. But you got the air twisting. Shush, computer. It finds a big. You can see the tiny twisting flames everywhere in here. It's all in a twist pattern. Urban says the closest lightning is east of Reno. Yeah. This is eerie. These conditions, if this was heavier forest fire or like big old growth and stuff, and much faster wind speeds, the whirls move, but they're not tornado speeds. They need at least 75 miles an hour wind. Now, if something has got the wind speed but doesn't move, it's called a vortex. If it does move but it's not a tornado, it's a fire whirl, which doesn't sound at all bad. But it's kind of like a spinning, serious little Tasmanian devil of death. People don't realize it can like suck things into it, kind of like a tornado does. But it's on miniature, or however you would say that in French, right? Mini version. So I saw an Australia video in the outback, and it picked up a fire hose, the brass end of the fire hose, threw it up in the air like it was nothing. It was spinning up in the air 20 feet up, like, and it was reeling the hose out of the actual fire truck, just sucking it out. It was going, you know. I don't know if that's copyrighted or I could find it again. And it could be individual pine trees amongst here, like torching. Man.
Rock IC's here.
Hey, I got some new cords for you.
Like I said, unless it's...
Excellent. Ready to copy.
Hang on.
We have 36 degrees, 56 decimal 76. 1193, 02 decimal 75.
Degrees 56 decimal 76 by 119 degrees 02 decimal 75.
Yep, that's a good copy, and that should be about a mile north.
I have to get a bite in when I can.
Your copy is this will be about a mile from the incident.
They're medically evacuating somebody. That's what they're talking.
31 code 4.
Yeah. This is a live view. It's not exactly the peak.
Hold on, 21, 24.
Maybe it is. Okay, let me look at the map. Just, you know.
Tom 44, if you could look at the last in the call and see if anybody's available to assist with evacuating the animals. I'm going to have a change location with 2 females, 1014s to American and 63. Copy mileage.
All right, I'm going to do something. I'm learning tricks. Apparently, you can use a polygon tool and draw a shape. Oh, I hate that sound.
Fire, engine 71, company 131, Charlie across of Columbia. Intensifying fire in a backyard of an address. Charlie across of Columbia, come out 2125.
And now we got a lot of views here.
Fresno, Captain Johnson, Local 1, Tone 3.
Captain Johnson, Local 1, Tone 3, go ahead.
We have an immediate structure threat off, I'm not sure if it's a flash fire or the bolt fire, across the street from 556 Drake Lane.
Copy, come up for Bolt branch on Command 2, Tone 10.
Copy, Command 2, Tone 10.
Okay, we have immediate structure threat. 556. I think you said Drake Lane?
You can show CMAS 381 at Deacon Creek Station.
Yeah, copy, copy, getting 21, 26.
Which, does that sound right? How do I get rid of that one? I don't want this cam. Nope. Want my panorama? I don't need that one. It's supposed to be a minus button. Customize. Yeah. Customize, minus. Get out of here. We don't need Bear Clover. Get out of here. How do I push him down? I don't want it so wide.
3 King 3. I put the direct phone number for animal evacuations. Public or deputies can call it.
So much for that idea. Alright, I'll try to fix the window. Okay, so for the moment the wind is sparing the camera, but it's coming. It's gonna come up the hill. It'll hit the retardant right there.
King 03, can any deputy contact animal control regarding Fort Tom 44's last at 2400 hours?
Survey 198, go 1097.
Oh, it's causing a migraine. Oh, there's now too much white on the screen. Hang on. Just gotta tune down some lights. Hey, Bugs, how are you? All hell's breaking loose in Fresno County. We may have a camera burnover. Long time, man. Alright, so here's a close-up look. 5-minute time lapse. This window crashed. Come on, come back to life. Okay, it's still crashed. Do a time lapse. Come on, you can do it. There we go. There, it's just starting to stutter.
44, 2073.
Got a lot of tabs.
Those people who need the 15 dogs, mules, goats, and whatever, I need their names and phone numbers. Put in the call, please.
10-4, answering it now.
Well, the world is on fire where it's not flooding.
3 correction. The number I put in, only deputies can use that.
10-4.
You know, this is not Lapine. Lapine's looking much better. This has... God, my headache.
Escalating 4352, Company 60, music, cross the timber, and Dinky for assault. 41419, music drive, timeout 2129.
Three from Tom 44, the information's in the call, sir.
Thank you. Break 2 Ocean 3 to all units. Anybody requesting animal evac, use the 866 number, but also put in there the notes in the call, what they need, but I'll need a name and a phone number as well.
So far, Lapine's looking much better.
Flight engine 90, Cherry between Magnolia and Clarkson. Fall patient 15945 South Cherry, timeout 2130.
Air Attack, AG Fresno Cal Fire, and Sierra Forest Net. Let me get you a link.
Go ahead for garlic, I see.
Inquiring if you have coordinates for your LZ.
Yeah, I'll do the incredible 6-hour time lapse. This has resulted in brand new, crazy levels of evacuation. When they keep saying Elwood, they may not mean the town, they mean the whole road. It just occurred to me. But formerly known as Squaw Valley, the new name, Yakult Valley, is under mandatory evacuations. Let me show you the crazy, it's all happened in 6 hours. There's the hillside of the Bolt Fire. Oh wait, Fresno 1 is the one that looked away from it, isn't it?
Here, garlic, I see.
I'll have to do the other one. Hang on.
Garlic, I see here.
Coordinates for the LZ, it'll be at 36 degrees, 54.127. Break.
Wrong cam, but
By 118 degrees, 58.137. How do you copy?
Your copies 36 degrees, 54.127. By 118 degrees, 58.137.
look how far away it was.
That's a good copy.
We may have seen a condor, but there were definitely ravens.
43 responding. Copy, C9 secure.
Ravens and turkey vultures too.
Medical aid for an assault patient. Holding vaccine not secure. 41419 music on incident 13307.
And here it is. It's approaching the cam. So just right now, there's retardant. That's why it has stopped right there. They did.
Fresno Rescue 260 responding.
You see this red? There's a lot of retardant, but it's going to chew through it eventually. It'll break through.
In Dinky for the night.
They did an incredible job
Here, copies. How are you getting me? 2132.
with air show today, but I don't see any trucks. They're not even talking about defending the mountain, like, at all. So maybe they're just all doing structure protection instead. Why are they not calling for help? If they lose their radios, but retardant is a speed bump.
Copy, C not secure.
Retardant's a speed bump.
Fresno engine 43 CV, copy, C9 secure. Staging with EMS.
4352, copy, C not secure. Break rescue 260, copy, C not secure.
Okay, there's one of the birds.
Copy. C9 secure. Hold back.
Both units copy the stage. It's going to be for an assault 41419 music drive on incident 13307.
I'm sorry, we must listen to police at the same time.
Hog Eye, safe as now.
So this is what I'm not happy about. Look at these trees right up against.
Engine 3460 and strike team 9460 Charlie.
Hog Eye, safe as now. I covered you. Can you repeat?
In Fresno, Hog IC, releasing engine 3460 and strike team 9460 Charlie.
We could almost see the belly of the planes. Those are huge.
Hog Eye, safe as no copies. Are they going to be going for R&R and coming back, or are they release?
Engine 3460 has a detail to attend to tomorrow. They're going to be off the plan for tomorrow. Strike team 9460 Charlie will be attending briefing tomorrow and reassigned to the complex.
If you're wondering why the burnover hasn't happened yet, it's splashed with red retardant, as we could just see. Quite a lot of it. It's a speed bump, and so they needed to have prepped the area either done backfiring or wet the area, hose down trees, vegetation, especially the one right next to the building. We haven't seen any vehicles show up. We have no sign of vehicles. So it will eventually chew through retardant and get to the hill. So here is the current live view, the right side of the hill, where the fire already marched straight over Bear Mountain. And I hope everybody is about done or out of your Colt Valley already. Dunlap and that Wildcat Sanctuary, God help them. Because it just may be headed that way next. I don't know what is there to stop it. They didn't even have these places on evacuation alert until, in fact, I think they just went straight to level 3. I don't think they were even on level 1. I don't think they expected, and I didn't expect the wind to just suddenly push it south. That situation changed fast. But that's what can happen. You've always got to be ready to go. And don't wait to be told to prep. Don't wait to be, once you are ready, to be told to go. Getting out before you're called for, before it's called for is always the best option. But please remember your neighbors.
Ending mileage is going to be 941.3.
If your neighbor's car doesn't start, you know how messed up that is. Make sure it does. Make sure they're ready to go. Make sure they know.
21:36.
If they went to bed early at 8, are they aware that any of this is happening? Don't be embarrassed about letting them know. Who cares?
97 citizens says Van Ness and Fleury.
Yeah, we have a 556 Drake Lane and the bolt fire immediate structure threat. Let's see if we can find that on a map.
Lincoln 97, I was advised by several bicyclists that a white Toyota truck almost hit them. Let me check in the area.
Fresno Rescue 260, staging at 168 music.
That's police.
Staging 168 music. Break engine 4352, Fresno. Can you place a call?
4352.
We have to listen to police too for some reason. Drake. Okay. Well, yep, it's on.
Copy.
There's multiples.
Heavy copy.
Okay, so Drake Lane is to the right.
No.
Drake Lane's to the right of where the fire just
Further 20 units are going out.
ran over the mountain. Sorry, let me go back up. We gotta just pray for the region here.
Copy.
But the pine was already that big, but long before they updated it. Like, they just didn't have a good update because the smoke obscured everything. But here's the thing. Part of the pine fires was them setting backfires, too. And that was good and positive. Unknown how much of the acreage of the Lapine fire is them setting they set the road on fire to the south of the area of just south of Reed Road to strengthen the line. And they Road 800, I don't know how far east. So that's positive. Not all acreage is bad. That's where the public can be panicked for no reason. The situation at Lapine was looking quite good. The only big blow to their firefighting there was Redmond had a new fire breakout. If they had called for more aids, Redmond's got its own problems now. Far east side of Redmond, I don't know if that was taken care of real quick. And then Warm Springs showed up and helped, and then they called for mutual aid. So it's probably Bend or something that gave them mutual aid, or maybe Hood River or somewhere else, but I'm not even sure what is going on at Warm Springs. I don't know. It's probably because Warm Springs is probably still there at Lapine helping out.
252, Rescue 260, call up downgraded priority 3 by EMS. You can cancel.
42 copies. Rescue 260 available.
Units available off incident 13307.
Okay, thanks for the updates, friends. Ragnar Elcase has visited Crater Lake today and drove by Lapine and saw as the fire started, and I watched it grow. Do you have any pictures? If so, I'll show them. This helps us figure out what's going on there. People evacuated, even if pictures are bad. I mean, don't show homes burning down, right? But even if, like, flames are in the background and stuff, if they see more of what's going on, the calmer they get. The imagination runs wild. But that's my email if you guys have images to share. And just let me know if you want to be anonymous or not. So just on the right is Drake Lane, Elwood Road, where the structure is immediately threatened, as you could obviously see. We need to check the other cams. They are not looking in the correct direction, except Todd Eamon Road cam. It's zoomed out.
51 and quarter Stinky.
That's zoomed out quite a ways. And it's not.
3King51.
What? Oh, that's. Yeah, it's Bear Clover. Mackenzie Ridge is not looking the correct way.
Copies in quarter Stinky.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, you as well. 4142.
Dispatcher in Fresno has got the cutest voice ever.
3King51 EMS as well.
Is there another fire by Badger? Or Red Fur, or up in that? It's not even our correct. It's not the correct fire.
Can you recontact EMS and see if they can have a unit stand by 180 and Indian Guide? That way their response time isn't so far.
You can see it cresting the mountain and just flaring up on this other cam, the Round Mountain Fresno. I wish it was calibrated. Look how it's a white blob. Alright, let's do a 6-hour time lapse from here. This is monsoonal crap. It's got the hallmarks, all the lightning storms. I hate the word monsoon anymore. I used to think it just resulted in floods in the Himalayas. And all right, so this is 8:45 p.m. Not that bad. Not that bad. Bad. 8:53 p.m. Very bad. Remember, a lot of that's heat. It's not flames. So it's not like it got way worse. But you can tell that it, by this point, 9:20 p.m. Situation's way worse. No bones about it. And you can see the right up here. That's the tremendous heat poofing up over the top and then bottoming out on that layer of clouds where it cools. So it's even trying to make a pyrocumulus at night. Remember, it's mostly heat we're seeing on this image. But, wow. Wow. Okay. So that was a Round Mountain Fresno cam. It was looking southeast. Let's see how our towers are looking. Sister Golden Hair says I'm still awake. Yeah. Yeah. What about Newberry Crater, the lake? What about it? Let's see. I haven't even gotten to Butte County yet. I keep like clicking at it. But I missed from being asleep after the dentist sedated what happened in Butte County. We gotta go.
Return of quarters 2145.
We gotta go check. So here's.
Allocation, call the command center. 12 allocation, call the ETC.
Let's see if they've changed evacuations. Nope. Darlene fire, what's our latest info? And then we'll go back down to California. Okay, got a new photograph. That's what it looks like right now. Maupin is darkness fall. Right, that's what we've been looking at. Fireman 8124, glad to have you with us. The reason why it isn't there already is there's a lot of retardant right here. This is looking northwest. This is looking northeast. We just did the time lapses. You see the big splashes of red and all the retardant. It'll have to chew through it.
Area 1451B. It's going to be for a fire at 36593 Peterson Road. RP's reporting a fire 2 miles south of the 1020. That'll be 2 miles south of 1020. Let's go to Cal Fire. We can go to be copy.
Did she say 36993 or 3693? That's new. Welcome, good to have you. So as you can see, the retardant's a speed bump. We had major splashes of retardant right here. It will have to chew through it, but there's no sign of any units showing up to protect the radios or the critical infrastructure. And these are power poles in the foreground. And here's a 3-hour that are made out of wood. Genius. Let's put wooden power poles next to the critical infrastructure in the dry grass and put the lines right above trees. Genius. I think I need a minister of slapping. Who wants to?
Preempt me and sign me to the possible house fire in Copper and Miniwala.
Miniwala what? I don't understand what he just said.
21. I'll be in route code 3 till we get further on this.
Right. So, where the fire?
Just for information, I'm going to be going to the end of Crane Lane, working my way back.
This is where the cams are. Oh, I hate that sound. This makes me want to commit murder. Alright, here's the cams.
So Structure Fire Battalion 71, Engine 85, Engine 17, 13, and 43 requested. Water Tender 86, Water Tender 82. Copper across of Miniwala. Structure on fire. Copper across of Miniwala. Timeout 2149.
Copper Crossa Miniwala. Is that English? What is that supposed to mean? So what the fire just did, this is Bear Mountain, this is where the cams are. It has the wind and maybe the retardant has kind of saved them for now. Fire just went due east. They said imminent structure threat. Well, no duh. Wall of flames coming to Drake Lane. So they're here responding to that. It's off of the main Elwood Road. They're doing evacuations.
From 3 Nor 11, already talked to those folks.
All around Elwood, which is this big, long road. They're doing evacuations here. They better be done. People down here in formerly Squaw Valley, you better be done. Yakults. Dunlap should be prepping. I don't know if they've told Dunlap to, but I just don't see what is going to stop the fire from going due east. in the Mill Creek drainage here and follow 180. I don't see what will stop it from going south into your cools. So it's probably a let's protect as many structures as we can. They called for Indian guide help evacuating people and pets. We've heard that on the radio too. But the wind is shifting erratically and we can't tell exactly where it's going to go. But if you're east or southeast of the fire or south, then you should be super prepared and or on your way out. Don't wait for anybody to tell you. Don't forget your neighbors. Don't assume they know. They should not be asleep. They should not be asleep in the vicinity of this roaring monster. Yeah, Dashboat, the Dashboat, welcome. Thank you for being a super top supporter. Space lasers and wildfires are not a thing. Yeah. Yep. We've it's a running joke. Carney's one of my original gangsters, and so is Bugs. Okay. Oh, there you are, Carney. Totally looks like space laser damage. Yeah. I need to give you some special rope around you so people don't ban you anymore. I haven't seen Morris in a long time, but Morris Saltcoff don't ban. Carney Shield don't ban. The Bash Mode don't ban. Bugs Bunny don't ban. First and yeah, the first people to ever find us and stick around to today. Plus Michael Jones, and who was known as Sherlock Jones, who's still a mod.
26. I'm 7 Copper and Miniwala. The fire's going to be south somewhere from here. I can see the sky glowing.
Thank you, Spyman. We'll check Mount Bachelor. Looks like we got an eye on the Darlene fire as well. So if you haven't seen The Incredible, oh my God. This is Bear Mountain, Fresno.
Fresno engine 3460 has been released from the hog incident en route R&R Local 1.
Engine 3465, copy.
What we were seeing in some of the freeze frames were like tiny miniature fire whirls and see it's fire twisting up into the sky. The tree line, you can't tell here, but the tree line is low. This is like 30 feet up and fire getting sucked up into the sky in fire whirls. It's like this mini-me version of a tornado, but it's not. It's not high winds. It's not huge. It's just not going to wipe out homes, but this is extremely dangerous. It gives firefighters the creeps. It's mostly grass that's burning off.
It might be off of Beheimer.
But it's sometimes torching trees and it's burning the leaves off the oaks. They'll mostly survive, but the grass is super thick this year and super dry right now. So this is the incredible 6 hour, and then we're going to go look at the cam that's at Mount Bachelor that might have an eye. Might have an eye on the Darlene at Maupin. Yeah, that's when the wind changed. It was going east-southeast, and all of a sudden due south, straight to the cam. This is in the last 6 hours only. Then all of a sudden, oh my God, it's coming. So they put as much retardant on the ground as they can. It's wet. It's drying out. And you can see the nature of the grass just burns up and it's gone. There's really not that much heat on the ground. Everywhere that's black is cold. So the little spots are like stumps on fire, vegetation piles, down trees from storm damage, dead trees. The flammable type of trees, very young trees, bushes, you know, those will be the little white spots here, but you can see how a lot of the grass is cool already. You could probably walk on.
20 here, that's negative on my last. It's farther south than Beheimer.
You can walk on anything that's black here. It's white is hot and white is light. So, yeah, fireman 8124.
Bravo up, Shepard.
Just tell us your wisdom. What can they do about this? There's so many that this is all lightning, right? We don't know that every single one of these fires is caused by lightning, but up in the hills and mountains, they've been chasing the lightning for the last 24 hours. They had thousands of strikes, I hear. Some are pretty high altitudes. Some I think they dropped in smoke jumpers today, but some of the hot shots were doing seriously long hikes. That's what we've been hearing about. Okay, so the Oregon Cam alert. My alert. There we go. Bachelor. Let's see if we can see what's going on at Lapine. Thank you for the tip. I've got a massive headache. I've not eaten much today. My mouth still hurts from the dentist. We'll just soldier through here. I was hoping it'd be a kind of a quiet day, so I could just turn on the radio, rest, and it'll be on a cam, and you'll see the air show, and I could take a nap or rest. Wait, Mount Bachelor's really far away. That's Washington. How could it be a Mount Bachelor? Did I read that wrong? Yeah, which area? The Bolt, the Hog,
Fresno District 1.
the Flash merged with the East Fire earlier today.
Local 1.
Which cam am I looking for again? And I'm glad you guys are here, Bugs and Sebastian, all you guys, everybody who's still here.
Right team 9460 Charlie.
Cloud Chaser. Wait.
Fresno 9460 Charlie, go ahead. 9460 Charlie, divert code 3 to Bear Mountain.
Wait, Bachelor is in Oregon, that's right. Okay, I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Unknown subject in front of the gate. The res is with a flashlight, and RP's walking near his front gate. RP no longer sees the subject, possibly left and headed west, and there was no further information due to darkness.
I know there is a. Okay, is it on the alert system? The Cloud Chaser cam? I'm not seeing anything under C. Wagon Tire. Pine Mountain. Oh. Bando.cams. Okay.
21, I'm going to be reduced for now and check the area.
Here's the panorama. Thanks.
9460 Charlie, local 1, town 1.
Good catch, Legit Gamer. Guys,
9460 Charlie, go ahead.
now is not the time.
Copy, yeah, command 2, tone 1.
Medical aid, Engine 171, Willow Springs, across with Jane and Coyote Springs for a fall with a head injury, 1620 Willow Springs Avenue, timeout 2159.
Poor person. Yeah, we've got heat detected even on the south side now. That could be drifting hot smoke, but I'm expecting this to change pretty rapidly. Anybody in Yakult, formerly known as Squaw Valley, needs to really knock on your neighbor's doors, make sure they're getting out too. I think Dunlap should be on alert. I don't see how they could stop.
23, for Cal Fire, they stated that the citizens were reporting fires that they already been reported. Departing just fire in the hills, Hog Mountain, and Ivy Valley of the Bear Mountain.
23-10-4, yeah, I see it. It looks like it's on the hillside. We can all cancel at this point.
10-4, she gets tonight.
Come on, CalTopo. And I've got a lot of tabs open, Edge browser, but you can do it. You can do it. Come on, don't half load. Oh, it's because the Forest Service map. Okay, okay. It cuts off. I just need it to be darker.
3 King 11, 3 King 21, 3 King 03.
Or my head's gonna implode.
3 King 21.
Forest Service map's cut off right there.
Start towards the south side. We're going to need additional units to help evac. If you come down 180, the north side of 180 is going to have a lot of flames. There are multiple apparatus, water tenders, so be careful driving.
Yeah, you were right.
3 King 21-10-4. Break 3 King 03 from 3 King 21-1 is code 3.
I wish the camera would keep pivoting. Can't it go to the right more? Alright, let's check our Twitter.
3 King 21-10-4.
Wow, what camera is that? Deadwood 2. Yeah. Retweeting. Warning, my Twitter will show structures burning down and the whole 9 yards. I don't show it live here because it's a sanctuary for anybody anxious who's evacuated. I share everything on Twitter. Okay, let me see, what is that message? What on your screen? Somebody's...
3 Lincoln 11 from downtown.
I don't care about a horse race right now, I'm sorry.
Any deputy on the evac team, King 03, confirm Boren and Burke Lane have already been ordered.
Alright, yeah, Jennifer M says, which direction is the fire traveling? Located on Sundew Road off Dunlap. Okay, so it's currently going. I'll show you exactly where on the map. So currently they're doing structure protection and there's immediate threats. Here's CalTopo. Let me throw it back in a different map. The wind is pushing it from the west to the east in general, so it just marched over and crossed Bear Mountain. Now they presumably are just prepping Drake Lane right here in Elwood. So here's 180. I can't make the words bigger, I'm sorry. So there's 180, where 180 meets Elwood. That's going to be a blaze fast, the region. They're doing individual structure protection as best they can. They just said on the radio, any incoming units, there's a lot of fire up in the hills, be careful, and it's basically like watch for maybe stuff coming to block the road. Now, 180 may become pretty impassable. We already have some heat detection on the south side of Bear Mountain. It may have gone around the cameras, it's really unclear. It may have. I don't know where the roads are open or closed. But at this point, like if I was in the Occult Valley, I would evacuate to the south. If these roads are good, I just don't know the region. And everybody in there should be getting the heck out. So if you look at the way that wind goes, the fire will always be able to go uphill. So right now, if it crosses Drake Lane and Elwood and keeps going east, I expect it to be on Bald Mountain, and I expect it to go on either the north side or both sides of 180 and continue going east. And I expect that to be completely shut down and or impassable. So the that's why Dunlap here, it's fires no matter which way the wind is going. For example, like I'll just give you an example. The Caldor fire, wind was coming from the south in 2001, so it took and damaged Grizzly Flats, right? It went down into a canyon, wind picked up, it went up the hill with the wind and raced to Grizzly Flats. However, all of a sudden, the fire spread east and west, even though the wind was still blowing north. Why? It's because no matter what, some wind, as it rides the roller coaster of hills, will not make it up the other side, and it'll like run into the brick wall of the mountain, right? It'll have to go left or right. So it really doesn't matter, even if it was just north wind or just, it could go either way, and this is why it's particularly dangerous little wind tunnel here. Now, if you do have wind from the west going east, and it's called alignment with this road is going east and west, right? Fire is mostly approaching from the west. The winds are shifting and they're erratic, but it's mostly going to the east. The wind will be funneled and go faster through the tunnel, which is every little canyon is a wind tunnel. So it can move rapidly once it gets here. 180 and go east, and there you are. Here's where you start to get in towards Dunlap and Dunlap Road. And let's check I've not heard about them saying that area needs to be prepped or warned. Let's see if it's on the map or if I missed something. But just common sense about basics of fire goes where the wind blows. It moves faster. You have alignment of the wind direction and the canyon. Don't trust wind direction. It's been changing. It's been changing a lot. So I'd be totally prepped, ready to go if I was ever here in Dunlap, and especially if it was a higher elevation and I had one way out like a windy road down to the paved road, I would elevate myself even higher, one level higher. If I had mobility problems or no vehicle, I'd be calling somebody to get me now. And I would call the county if you do have mobility problems, just in case you need help from the firefighters. Should the fire come towards you, let them know that what your address is, where you're at, what your phone number is, and you call the county non-emergency number. Please don't dial 911 unless your life is immediately in danger. But you'll reach the same 911 operators with the county non-emergency number. And so fire goes where the wind blows, it goes uphill. So far it's been hopscotching up and down the mountains. Came from the northwest, went due south with an abrupt wind change. There's been another wind change, now it's going due east. So it's ripping off of Bear Mountain, and this is really serious. This is our current views. So this is looking northwest, and before they even had Colt, formerly known as Squaw Valley, on any sort of alert. Boom, watch it come towards the camera. This is just the last 6 hours. All of a sudden, oh dear, it's coming straight towards Bear Mountain. Then the wind changes, goes due east, goes up and over Bear Mountain, and now it's affecting the area by Drake Lane and Elwood.
Hey, we got line around the heel. We're gonna call it for tonight and start heading back to Spike Camp.
Hey, Mystery, welcome. Glad to hear you.
Here, copy is completed. Line around the heel. We'll be returning to Spike Camp 2209.
Now we have a real firefighter, Fireman 8124. Knows the area.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Do interact.
I saw your entry for 1728 Crane. It's if they need assistance, are they going to call the 866 number?
He's got a neighbor with another trailer. He believes he's going to be able to do it himself. I'm going to check up on him in about 30 to 40 minutes.
Thanks.
Okay, Big Al says Google Maps is showing the road 180 is closed between Cove Road on the west and Dunlap Road to the east. Well, that's for people to come in. I don't know if it's.
From David 2199 south.
I don't know if it's for people to leave. That's why you need a. Sorry. There's a very similar name in Oregon at Yakult, and I'm struggling to differentiate the two Indian names. Sorry, I'm in Oregon. But thank you for the correction. Am I saying it right now? Yakuts? Yokuts? Just let me know. Yeah, crop duster hit a truck. They both live though. Person in the truck. Matt Casale says 99% of the people actually live here pronounce it squaw. Okay. I guess I don't know if the people wanted the name changed, but on the maps, some of them still says Squaw Valley. Some people call it offensive. Some people say it's not. I don't know. But you can see where I put the mouse, it's hard to see. But the little plus is moving the beam. So when I move the plus to the left side of the mountain, you can see that it's north by northeast. When I move the crosshair plus to the right side of the mountain, it's looking seriously northeast. Excuse me, to the left is north by northwest. Hard east by northeast to the right. So it's, God knows what's happening on Drake and Elwood right now, but probably a battle to save the structures. And I don't think they have a way to stop the head of it. It's like save the homes and let the grass fire move on. And then see what tomorrow brings. Yeah, I use Squaw Valley. Yeah, Jennifer, that's the old name. I think it's a. Where can you watch the live cameras? I'll give you a nice. Right here. The two main cameras that are giving us a front row view to Bear Mountain Fresno. This is Bear Mountain Fresno 2, Bear Mountain Fresno 1, and can set it up so you can look. Jennifer M says, what about the back way into Orange Cove? I'm unfamiliar with the area, but you can also look at Waze. Waze has road closures. Let me see if I can get that up. waze.com. Basically, people who are in the area can report road closures, and you could just touch the map with your finger. Google bought it. It was once independent. A lot of the info is now in Google Maps. So let me see if people off on the screen here. I'm gonna start with Squaw Valley, Fresno County, California. See what it comes up with. It's not not the ski area. Okay, I'm gonna say Drake and Elwood Drive, Fresno County, California. Oh, this is brain dead. This is brain dead. It's also in blinding me. Okay, Las Vegas. No. All right, you may not have internet being too well. Do any of you locals know? I can show you the Wildfire's information page. We got the evacuation map right here. Sometimes I'll show you some road closures. So let's zoom in. There's Bear Mountain right there. This is Drake and Elwood right here. Nope, it ain't showing
Evac
us.
team, 3 King 03. Once you finish with Silver and Marlar Lane, next area of interest should be Indian Guide, west to Ruth Hill, to George Smith.
That's where they're going door to door to evacuate.
We're going to stay in that King 73 evacuation area, correct?
Yeah, Austin, we are in Fresno County right now.
King 03 affirm, that is King 73.
We are covering all the wildfires of the West. We're covering them all. And the Pine is not in Klamath County. It's in Deschutes. So if you look at the title of the stream, it's live wildfire tracking. So there's only so many characters. There's 100 letters I could put in there. So we are bouncing back and forth, but we have switched to covering what's going on. There's a rapidly changing situation where homes are about to burn down potentially if they don't save them, and people are scrambling to evacuate because this fire in Fresno County called the Bolt Fire changed direction 6 hours ago and just about 4 hours ago and just started barreling south. It's almost burned over the cameras. But the wind changed again and it's gone over this hill. So what we're trying to do is help the people who need guidance about where it might be going. So thank you, Fireman 8124, for your wisdom and local knowledge. Anybody there, if you have notices on your phone about the Bolt Fire, any new information, please share it here in the chat. As far as I know, what's going on in La Pine has been going great. Suddenly the fire was pushed east because the wind direction changed. So Pine's got a much better situation. It's even so calm that they've been able to do a lot of backfires to burn off a lot of the pine needles and grass, so if the wind should change. Yeah, Jason Shandor, you had wildfires in the Oregon coast 2023. I was covering those. Yeah, that was rough. We were, I should say, we the team. Hey, Rob.
Station 5 for engine 85. Roadside spot reported to be just north of Auberry and Queens Court. Single report. I'm out 2218.
Legit Gamer, if you can give us the camera, we'll look at what's going on with the Pine Fire. But right now, we've got a crazy situation. Like here's looking at the Bolt Fire from earlier today. It switches over as it blows up, pivots, and you can just see how it raced south and found new fuel. This is looking from northwest to the southeast. That's like the current view from one of the camps. So Bear Mountain Fresno camp, we expect it to burn. This whole area to burn. There is a little bit of flame retardant right here on the hill, and the wind is mostly pushing it to the east, but that's not good for the homes that are due east. This is what's been going on the last hour. Now the
4281. En route at 2219.
Let's see if we can make sure I'm trying to find road closure information. It's just like, there's no buttons to press to turn it on that I can see. I really dislike this map. It's stupid. But you got nice base maps. That's one thing it's got. National Geographic style base maps. Navigation, dark navigation maps. Yes. Okay, now we're cooking. Now how... Yeah. Road closures are already clicked on though. Yeah, we could use Street View to kind of give people an idea. I guess 180 is the Kings Canyon Highway, isn't it? So, thank you, Legit Gamer. Let's look at, oh, it's a Matt Bachelor live cam. Oh. Wait, is it live? Or is it just a video from earlier? It is live. Okay. That's neat. We'll check that out a bit later. Thank you. You live in Plymouth County in Quincy? Oh man, fireman. Were you here when we were covering the Dixie? Have you been here before? Oh my god. We got Westwood properly evacuated. The Reverse 911 told everybody in Westwood to drive into the fire, west and north, as it was wrapping around the lake. So one of the prouder moments of our channel is, no, don't do that. Go east to Susanville. It's your only way out. Or prepare to shelter in place or go to the lake. Yeah, fireman 8124. Hopefully the big cats have their own little places to hide. I am worried for that facility. Have you seen it before? And Austin Ryder says, how come the trees look like juniper? And I thought Maupin was mostly pine. I don't remember which screen we were on when you were asking the question, but welcome here. I know it's a very confusing mess. It's quite confusing. So right now, let's look at the.
King 43. Can you see my last entry at 2219? And I believe that Leticia, she's trying to call the animal control, the animal number, and she's not getting through right now.
It's B for Bolt. Gonna give it its own little tab group.
Type fire for engine 110, con between Leonard and Fancher, unknown type fire, near the address of 8661 East Con Street, timeout 2222.
East Con? Was that short for Connecticut Street? I've run out of pages marking down. It's like my sixth notebook page, starting page 7 at hour 7 on our stream. Sorry, I keep trying to stuff my face. It's my only food I've eaten all day. Oh, you were working the Dixie. Thank you for your service. We were in the parade. A year later, and 4th of July parade, we were in the rear. You should have been in the parade. And then we had to leave before I could document. I was going to fly over the Dixie burn scar. Sister Golden here was there with me, another mod. We were going to film the Dixie aftermath and interview people involved. And when the electrifier broke out, I had to drive all the way back down to El Dorado County through the night to get the mod John Stoker home because he had a window open and the electrifier might have taken out his house. So I ended up mostly flying over the Caldor with C-Pro, the pilot volunteer mod, and it was enormous. And I meant to go back to the Dixie area and like film what happened to Seneca, what happened to Lucky Ass, what happened to all these situations, and I almost went into kidney failure. I seem to have caught COVID and almost failed to like attack my kidneys. I'm still on the recovery from that, but I almost died. So it's like, okay, this summer, if I can get a laptop, I can go down there, resume this, and anytime a fire breaks out, we can go live. But not unless I have a laptop. That's what Laptops Fund is for. But thank you so much for your service. I know you probably got a lot to say about that. When I grew up there, and we had a cabin on the west shore of Almanor. It's a nightmare to watch that. I was asleep. I was awake for 3 days. I thought they had enough retardant. I thought they had enough retardant.
QTLVRP and voice phone call goes straight to voicemail. Can you recount that?
I thought they had enough retardant in.
Special attention, Area 2, Lincoln 71B for fire, the area of Oliver and Griffith. There'll be large flames due to CAL FIRE special declare.
Oliver and what? God, why do they speak a million miles an hour? Dispatch. I like the other dispatch lady better. I thought they could save Greenville. I went to sleep. I woke up. It's hard enough for me to even say this sentence, let alone get interrupted. I thought they were going to save Greenville. We saw all those retardant drops live on the cams from Dyer Mountain, and then I went to sleep, and I woke up and Greenville was erased. Yeah. Yeah, at least Quincy made it. Fly fire was freaking out. But, yeah. All right, I'm putting back...
21 to 1021, it keeps going to voicemail as well.
Let's look back at our maps.
4110-4, break. The only accessible door on the east side is closed. I'll see if I can make contact at the front.
Don't bother to lock your doors when you evacuate, guys. Leave your lights on. If on fire from the embers, the firefighters just need to open the door, walk in there, and take care of it. That won't stop looters. They'll kick your door down, but don't lock it and lock out the firefighters.
Fire CP right now will be at Bear Mountain Pizza.
Bear Mountain Pizza. It's a great place to assemble. I wonder if they're gone or cooking pizza. Yeah, Sister Golden here. It was cute. It was one of the best preserved. It was one of the best preserved gold rush towns that still existed. It was the second largest town in Plumas County. And we said on this channel, don't go back. But the sheriff said you can return today. That evening it burned down to the ground, and he said sorry, but that's why sheriffs shouldn't make evacuation decisions. They're law enforcement. What do they know about fire behavior? Yeah, fireman 8124 was on one of the first engines on the fly fire and went immediately to evacuate people. We let the Forest Service take care of the fire. Yeah, that one almost killed Taylorsville. That one burned over the camera on Indian. Indian something camera. The camera survived, but that's when I realized the officials can be wrong. Later, I respect Mike Wink. He got up on the microphone and said, sorry, we thought Greenville was safe due to computer modeling. But the fire did things that the computer did not expect. And all the locals could have told you that. Feather River Canyon wins. That's the seventh circle of hell to fight a fire in. Daniel Kearns, the local Taylorsville volunteer firefighter on Facebook, tried to warn everybody. I just didn't know who he was, so I didn't say, hey, Daniel says don't return. I should have spoken up loudly and proudly and said, don't go back.
41 made contact with the janitor who let me in. I'm going to check the door on the east side.
Yeah, they're rebuilding now. Nobody died that we know of. But they lost the town because people were unpacking and returning to the town. Then they said, everybody run for your life, and they tried to escort everybody out, so the fire trucks melted in the street.
Entry at 2227 for Leticia Rodriguez. We copied that. We're going to send a unit to assist with the horses.
Lincoln between Baker and Cherry.
Whoa.
Response location at 284 North Lincoln 3, timeout 2230.
We got a new fire to look at. The round fire, Bakersfield and something road. It's now 200 to 300 acres in grass with light brush and a moderate to rapid rate of spread. Moving to the east for first arrival unit. Oh God. Here we go. We've been bouncing from fire to fire. Yep. 58124. The reason Greenville burned is there was a spot fire that jumped over Greenville to the hill above the fire station. And then the main fire sucked it back to the west.
Party 1, Area 2 for 911 emergency known at 3660 West Clinton through Lincoln 11.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't for sure.
911 emergency known at 3660 West Clinton. Came in as a phase 2, 911 with open line. Female on the line said that there was a male in a wheelchair harassing her. Line didn't disconnected. That long would be within 13 meters. No answer on callback.
We gotta check out Bakersfield real quick. Do we have any immediate questions on what's going on with like evacuation options? We want to make sure. Like Jennifer M., if you need any other questions, I've done my best there. But not knowing the roads,
Myself and 3 North 11 are going to be starting on Holcomb and Marlin Road.
All right. Is it the round fire? I think so. So it's north of Bakersfield. This stupid jingle on my phone made it sound like it was in the town or something. But it may be headed that way. This is a boonies right here. It says it's moving to the east though, even though it says winds out of the northeast. Okay, it's probably because it's going up a hill. This is oil country. What was that? Oil facilities. Oh, great. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong here.
4281 obtained 2232.
Alright, we got a camera. This is a brand new one, guys. So far, middle of nowhere. Kern County. It's off of Bakersfield Road, but like pretty far north. We'll check it out. Here's the cam. Pine Mountain Kern 1. Eventually I'll finish the second slice of my pizza. Like I said, it's the boonies. Same kind of fuels and stuff. It's the Oak Savannah foothills. So the camera moves around and there is a fire. Yep, that's fire, alright. It's the last 30-minute time lapse. It's not even in focus. If it's moving east, it's moving away from that oil, the giant oil tanks. Yikes. Confirmed vegetation fire, Alameda County, 11th Street and Green Street, Union City, as per Pulse Point. Alameda County, it's in Union City, 11th Street and Green Street. I don't know if Watch Duty has that yet. There's yet another. And another one. I gotta get some sound effects buttons. We have more to look after. Alright, we never really made it to Placer County or Butte County today much, did we? We kind of checked it out. But let's see if
10-4.
Alameda County. Oh, shoot. I accidentally dismissed that. Okay. 11th Street and Green in Union City. Watch duty doesn't have it. It could be like a backyard deal. If somebody wants to listen to Alameda County fire, that would be great. There were two earlier today in Hayward by the freeway. And I heard on the radio they said, could it be lightning or do we need investigation? They said there's been no lightning here. But it's one hell of a night. So we'll see if watch duty gets that or if that becomes much of an issue. Pulse point is a thing that shows you all the 911 activity and calls. And so I've set it up to alert me as of today for Alameda County if they have vegetation fires, and hopefully that's good. The one in Butte County, the Apache, they had dozer line around it today. Good. I didn't see it moving much. That's why we went straight to looking at the Darlene and whatnot. I was still setting up links where people could find information about what happened while I was gone yesterday. And we do have confirmation, though, that the Placer County's Amoruso fire, which was bad for a bit, was a trailer being towed, sparking all over the place. So a lot of these fires, most in fact, are starting by roads, and many of them, this is just dry enough grass, because the humidity is so dang low. Dead grass will absorb some humidity to dew at night. None of that has been happening. It's been a super dry week. So now we have the situation where if somebody pulls over the side of the road and they drive over dry grass, the heat of the engine is going to light it on fire. They'll probably check their navigation thing, plug in the garment, drive off. Even if you look in the rearview mirror, grass that's on fire doesn't seem to be on fire. It just starts to curl, like so, and then fold itself down to the ground. And you can't even really see flames. Maybe it blackens, but tall stalks of grass just start to curl. If you see that, it's on fire. You got to do something real fast. Hopefully you have an extinguisher in your car or a shovel or something where you can do that, but be calling 911 on dry days like this. It's later that the flames hit, usually with a gust of wind, and then it's probably taken off. So unless somebody's really vigilantly looking in their rear view, or there's a lot of people that don't know you cannot pull over onto dry grass, or if there's a dirt road with the grass grown up, you cannot take your motorcycle over it, you cannot take your quad over it, you can't drive over it. And California has been doing a pathetic job of trimming the dry grass on the roadsides. It's like cut it down and maybe that won't happen. It's just where the pullouts are, the turnouts. That's where people pull over. But Fresno County had a bunch of lightning. Let's see how close the fire's getting to the cams. This is the last 30 minutes. It'll eventually chew through that retardant and come up the hill. Let's look at the second cam. Yeah, maybe even approaching from the other direction. Yes, it's coming from the northeast. I don't know what's going on the south side of Bear Mountain, but the north side is a flame. This is the last 30 minutes. Fireman 8124 says, here in Plumas County now we are worried about the unauthorized gathering. Yeah, the Rainbow Party, right? That could bring up to 20,000 people. 20. I thought it was 2. Didn't they just get banned? I heard there was a Plymouth County emergency meeting, and the local natives said, please don't. Where you want to have your party, there's, you know, let me put it this way. I've heard a local describe it, that when hippies show up, they get high and they go, oh, Indian petroglyphs. Think I'll add some color to that. And they start drawing on them. And then they put their little peace signs and stuff next to it. That's not cool. You know, don't make your own petroglyphs next to Indian petroglyphs. Don't do that. And you don't know where the graveyards are, because they don't tell anybody. But if they say don't do a party here, just believe them for whatever reason. It's a sacred spot. They don't want people using it as a bathroom. And where are 20,000 people going to go? Yep, in 8 days, they said, we'll be fine. Stop crapping on the natives, guys. It's not cool. Show some respect, get authorization. Go out to the desert, man. But you know that thousands of people are going to light a campfire to roast their weenies at night. I'm already worried enough for the 4th of July. I can't believe, like Alameda County, as I was researching what was going on with the vegetation fires, they are allowing fireworks sales. Good luck with that. I remember a couple of California counties and near Portland too, they did the same mistake where they allowed early fireworks sales, and then they said, oh wait, it's getting to be red flagged by 4th of July. Let's ban them. And then they try to tell the public you can't use what you bought. That's not going to work.
3465, press a copy.
The flames approach from an unexpected side, the side that doesn't seem to have a lot of retardant, from the northeast side. So the camera will probably burn over at some point. You'd think Indians and hippies would get along. You would think. But not for that reason. Now let's look at our heat detections on CalTopo. If you guys need information about a fire, just put it in the chat. Mods will help you. I'll help you. And you know what? Fireman 8124, would you like to be a mod helper and be able to silence the naughty and share links? We'd be honored to have you. You're one of the heroes, and we're trying to be a hero helper, right? The sword is there if you would like to be knighted. Husky says new fire. Warnerville Road, west of Crabtree Road. And do we have a look at what the Apache fire might be doing right now? There's got to be all kinds of cams by Palermo. We might be able to see what it's doing right now at night. All right. We are honored to have you. In order to complete being a mod, you must email me with your contact info. In the case of weird stuff happening or all hands on deck emergency, I need to be able to contact people and say, can you come in? So here's my email. Use your powers for good. You are now a knight. You don't have a sword, it's a wrench. I think it would be cooler if it was a sword, but we're going to pretend it's a sword. We've got an update. The bolt fire, with the one approaching our camera right now. We have an update on its approximate acreage. 3,500 per incident command. I would hope to get a good infrared flight, but it's that, okay, that estimate of 3,500 acres it's already expired. The fire's already spread since then. That's how fast it's going. So whoever got that information, that was at least 10 minutes ago, then they started typing it up as a report and or seeing it on the radio. And then watch duty people heard it and or saw it and then passed it on. It's already outdated because it's moving that fast. Look at it. But it's at least 3,500 acres and growing by the second. Now, up there in Butte County by Palermo, by Lake Orville, sort of, the evacuation's all remaining in place. I wonder why they're making that decision. I don't know too much about it. So we're going to zoom out and just take a look. I was trying to study that when so much happened today. And you know, Butte County is close to my heart. Yeah, the last update was 2 hours ago, 691 acres, 40% containment. That's great. Oh wait, 4 hours ago, the evacuation orders were all reduced to warnings. Okay. Sorry, I must have misread chat. Residents may return, but should remain observant of changing weather and fire conditions. People in the area, the personnel, and any potential hazards related. So it just means get ready to leave still. But it is flatland and flat earth. And say something like paradise, so it's easier for them to get ahead of it.
Lincoln 11 through Lincoln 21 Street today.
Now, this was their incident fact sheet that came out today. They have 2 destroyed structures.
Party 1, Area 2 for domestic violence. Going to be at 4524 West Benson.
I'm muting that. I don't want to know about it. I wish we could turn off police.
The kitchen knife. RP left down the street in the 2022 20 gray Toyota RAV4. There was no injuries.
Okay, I wish I didn't.
Still on the residence and RP standing by down the street.
That was so goofy. I should not have muted that. That was sadly hilarious. Yep, Spinny, we just reported that. Thank you for being on top of it. Okay, we have to have.
Patrols are 2 in quarter stinky.
But we have to have dark humor here. So, call for quote domestic violence. A younger gentleman is not allowing his mother to leave a residence. Was threatening her with a knife. Others reported on the call that he was quote loopy.
11, there was no other weapons. Correction, no other weapons seen. Father may have firearms in the residence, but it's unconfirmed for the RP.
Oh my God. Okay, it got darker. So what was goofy and funny about that report was subject is not allowing his mother to leave the residence. Others report him as quote loopy out of it. And at first he was threatening her with a knife. Oh wait, the caller now specifies it's actually a butter knife. Okay. And then he took said knife with him and left the scene in a blah 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 car. Okay.
I see call number 1127 and advise if you want me to counsel or send a deputy.
Look out, there's somebody with a butter knife.
I read that, you can cancel it.
Yeah, cancel response. God, that's up there with some of the goofier crap. God, I am going to make a point to go get that. No, that's Hall of Fame. That's Hall of Fame. The threatening with a butter knife. I'm gonna download that from Broadcastify. I wish we could just rewind it. That's what we need a lot of the time. Rewind it here, like where's a fire? What street was that? You can't. You have to go into the archives, download it. Oh, well, I finally understand what you're saying, Samson Miller. I'm so sorry. I haven't had a lot of rest. Oh, no. Don't worry, man. We're so grateful to have this feed at all. Sorry about the police. I don't have access to. Are you ready to remove that one from the scan list? Where are you? Are you safe? Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's bad to hear police. The Reno kept us very entertained when we were listening to Reno. But it's just so much better than nothing, man. We are
to the domestic violence. Lupe Jr. described as Hispanic male adult, about 5'8", shoulder length, wavy hair with glasses, facial hair, wearing a blue T-shirt and shorts. Father Lupe described as Hispanic male adult. He's about 5'8", 200 pounds, bald, facial hair, wearing a black T-shirt and boxers.
wielding a butter knife. Oh, it was Lupe. I thought it was Loopy. I thought it was describing his state of mind. Okay. But this is not funny to those involved. But man, when we hear stuff like that on the radio, subjects threatening with a knife. Wait, caller says it's a butter knife. Wow. I think they mean Lupe, like a Hispanic name. Yeah, you can take a little break, Husky. But let us know that you're safe, Samson Miller, and thank you for providing this feed. But we'd be so lost without it. We now know where they're going door to door, where their guys are headed. These cameras are terrifying. But they're making their way south into Squaw Valley. And they're on, let's see which road that was on. Where did I put? Sorry guys, fatigue is starting to hit me. They're running down Indian Guide Road, making sure
6 available in quarters.
Prepping these structures and making sure people are out all the way down to Ruth Hill. That's their main focus. This may have been drifting hot smoke. I don't know where this. Remember, it's a margin of error. Doesn't mean the fire is where these squares are. That's margin of error. There's just been heat detected there. Our last pass on the satellite was 4 minutes ago. And wherever there's red, there's significant flare-ups. Meaning within the last 15 minutes of the satellite passing, there's heat that's even more intense than before. Now where it goes to orange and then later yellow, then that means that there's still heat, but it's not as intense as before. So what we want to see is it to fade out. But it's frustrating with the GOES satellites. Red is like the last 12 minutes, right, of a heat detection. Sorry, we have to turn that off for a second. Orange is something in the last hour. But then you go to yellow. It could be anywhere from 6 hours ago to 1 hour ago. That's quite a leap. I don't like that. But what you really want to see is gray, because gray means there hasn't been a flare-up for at least 6 hours in that sector. Yeah. Oh, what do we need from you, info-wise? Okay, well, this is the greatest fire of concern. Let's zoom out, see other heat detections. What's that? Well, for example, what's that? I know that they've had lightning. What is this fire? It's next to the Park Ridge Lookout. Do we know anything about it? And does anybody live over there? Is this deep in the... That's starting to get to Sequoia National Park or Kings Canyon, isn't it? Yeah, it's in Kings Canyon National Park. Oh, the Grant Grove Village at Wilsonia. Okay, what's happened there? We'll continue to monitor the situation. The fire is approaching the cameras. They probably still will burn over. It's just going to be a matter of time. Because...
Looks like we got 2 others. There's still a RP out front.
That's a prescribed burn.
Copy your 1097, 10 to rest.
Okay. Prescribed fire. And
9, your radio's 10-1 was static.
okay, next.
Copy, you'll be out with the RP 10.
All right, next. Ow. Usually they talk right after that sound, so hang on.
Vehicle accident, engine 83, engine 111, Highway 99, cross the Manning for an unknown detailed motor vehicle accident. Timeout, 22:56.
Okay, so the
91 Area 2, Lincoln 51B for 911 unknown. 393 Arden Drive South. 1 Lincoln 53, 1 Lincoln 43.
1 Lincoln 53.
Lincoln 43.
1 Lincoln 53, 1 Lincoln 43, 911 unknown. 393 Arden Drive South. This will be the RP's address, stating 2 males are beating up a female at a residence across the street. RP's husband went to knock on the door. RP was walking out and heard the female yelling for help, saying, "Stop, don't hit me, break."
oh god.
Resident 2 continuing. It will be across the street from 4014 Arden Drive South. We'll have a white Honda Civic and a black Chevy Malibu in the driveway. RP states it was taking place in the backyard of the house, but now has possibly stopped.
Go get him.
5374 180 in Highland.
Go get him, boys in blue. There's a man beating up a woman there. Just, stop resisting. Stop resisting. That's all I gotta say. Excuse me. Sorry, Vigilante Fantasy. Back to the fires. I did hear on the radio that the FERF, there's lots of lightning strike fires up here. They were chasing down a bunch. They even dropped in smoke jumpers today, I believe. They had also a severe hike-in like treks that some of the hotshots had to do. The fur fire was looking great, as they said on the radio a couple hours ago. But some of those are high altitude. They're not that big of a deal. But now that the bolt fire has traveled all the way to where K73 is here, what's your idea about its spread? Do you think I may have been accurate with talking about how it could go east on 180 and also down deep into Squaw Valley? And could it possibly merge with the flash? I don't know that we have a lot of images on the flash because the cams have been focused on the bolt as it made its rampage run. Oh, awesome, legit gamer. Things are looking up on the app. That's Oregon's biggest concern, other than the situation at Pine. What do you think about the situation? Do they have enough people there? There's nobody defending their radio towers. Let's go back and look at how close the burnover is coming. Here's the live image. The last 15 minutes is looking north by northwest. It's still stuck on the retardant. That won't last forever.
53 and assisting unit. unit. RP is advising when her husband went to knock on the door, the sound stopped and nobody answered. RP is available via 1021.
Lincoln, 5210.
That guy better run. Beating up his girl. That guy better run. So we do have the fire approaching from a bit of an odd area. It may be meeting the retardant that there was a little bit splashed on the northeast side of Bear Mountain.
MX-75, can you log me off?
Hey, Oregon.
7510.
Correction, MX-75.
Oh, to email me.
10-4.
Sorry, gets hectic. Your contact info, hon. Like one day we had a mod that was trusted, and I know personally, suddenly start timing out people and banning them. And I looked over and went, "Whoa, what's going on, man?" And so what has happened is if you're not a YouTube Premium subscriber, you can't screen off the phone to save your battery or put it in your pocket or purse, right? That's evil of YouTube, but that's the way it is. So this person by habit put their phone in their back pocket and sat down on it on the couch and ban, time out, and then nonsense kept being typed. So like I have to have your contact information to say, whoa, what's going on? I have to, it also helps, weed out the non-serious people. Like, if you don't want to give me your contact info, there's a problem, you know what I mean? It's not something I revealed with anybody else. So send me, like, name, your email, phone number. That's it. General place you live. And I know you live in Quincy now, but remind me because I meet hundreds of people a day. Yeah, Joel?
Flight engine 90, Highway 41, cross of Nebraska. Fall patient, Highway 41, cross of Nebraska, timeout 2302.
We've got a Mount Bachelor cam. That's live. That keeps looking at the fire. I could see the pine fire.
210-2.
Look at it. Up in the upper right.
11 South 28.
That's pretty intense.
1311.
Huge plume. I don't know. Did you lose the entire substation? I'm not sure. That usually makes black smoke that's insane. Like it looks like an oil rig fire, like in the Middle East, So this is the
Union 399, correction 20399 Charles Street.
This is shared.
2 Ocean 39 Charles 6.
There's a link to that cam. Yeah, thanks, fireman, and stay safe. Thank you so much for being here. And
0399 Charles Street.
yeah, thank you for being here. Calm me down, Oregon Valley girl. I need to calm down. If I look calm.
1311, coming back as a P&O on file. Last of Myers, 4616 North Charles, apartment 103 in Fresno.
10-4.
Now let's check on the Darlene.
203 King 43.
That's the glow of it right now.
Ocean 03.
Can you see my entry at 2303 hours?
Harpham, I'm looking at it.
Now we don't have. This has been one of our best views. Earlier with the Darlene. Let me go back to it. Watch duty is one of the best ways to monitor. If any of you locals have got an eye on the Darlene, then
1310-4.
you don't have to.
Don't pass my patrol car. They flagged me down a little early.
Lincoln 43, I covered you. Go ahead.
For the right, a little past my patrol
patrol car. I flagged you down early.
Lincoln 43, you had a background I copied. They flagged you down earlier.
Yeah, I know.
To my patrol vehicle, the RP flagged me down early.
I'm sorry, I have to fix. The screen is cut off. I'm not trying to make it too ultra wide. It's just there's so many fires with so many tabs up there that the tabs just disappear to the right.
He's refusing, but he wants to evacuate his animals.
What?
Affirm.
Okay. We're still listening to the emergency evacuations going on in Fresno County, mainly Squaw Valley, but everybody by Dunlap should be concerned and ready because there's nothing stopping the moving train that is the bolt fire down there. The bolt fire's, well, bolting. So 2 hours ago, we had the last image. If you get the Watch Duty app, it's on iPhone and Android. There's a little camp.
44. I also entered one in at 2259. I provided him the 866 number.
So.
Yeah, thank you, Samson Miller. At least there's not like a giant hum or something.
4019 Arden Drive South.
4019 Arden Drive South, 10-4.
We will absolutely have need of your service. Whatever you can do, you ham radio operators you ham radio guys are unsung heroes. We have to hear what's going on with the evacuations. The only way that we can get the public to know about the evacuations even before the authorities get it out, takes time for them, is because of you guys. If we hear, hey, immediate structure threat here, the fire's going over here, jump the line there, get that neighborhood evacuated, we get it out. Well, probably with a 25-second delay, like the broadcast 5 feet. Can't tell you how much you are appreciated. So, while I complain about
8 Zebra Lincoln Yellow 330.
You could hear the dogs in the background. They're evacuating dogs, guys. Yeah, if you can get any tactical things.
Fired to 2017 Chevy, last of Avalos, 1480, via real. There is a release of liability on file out of Fresno, 4019 Arden Drive. The loss of Berrigan.
Here's my email. If you could, Samson Miller, if you're actually making new feeds or whatnot, so we can find them real easily. That's my email address, and I'll just favorite it, you know. Yeah, so we've got Legit Gamer 21. You've been awesome. Did you email me, Legit Gamer? New mods need to give me their contact info. I don't know who has or who hasn't. It's been a while, you know. Hope I'm not running a fever again. The cracked tooth kind of had a mouth infected, so yesterday's was the final cleanup and x-rays. Still a little swollen and still not 100%. I eventually just yank mod powers if people disappear or I don't have their contact info, because, you know, when somebody's butt banning, which happened here before, like I was explaining, somebody had the phone in their back pocket, sat down on the couch, and every time they moved around, they banned somebody. I got to call on the phone and say, what's going on? So, yeah, Misha, the watch duty is one of the best ways to see what's going on with the Darlene fire at Maupin. There was a miracle turn of the wind at just the right moment earlier today.
Can you see if we have
have any 1021s for the address of 34536 Costa Lane?
Let's go back and look at the cams. It's coming. Look at it just coming steadily towards, that's in 15 minutes. That's the progress of the fire. Right there. There is some retardant that it's going to start drying up as the flames approach. This camera will burn up at some point. Like, it'll look down, hopefully, if it can look down. I know that it can. The one on the left can. And we'll see all the vegetation on fire all around because nobody's here to defend this place. They must be all preoccupied with getting people out. But I really wish they had cut a lot of the trees down around the towers, because if they lose any of these, even if they just lose power, half their radio communications just might be gone. I'm sorry about my email situation. I also have an embarrassing admission. I was never prepared. I was just an ordinary person who went live one day, guys, when the 2020 fires broke out. And I had done it once for Paradise, but I didn't give anybody my email for sure during the Paradise fire, and I didn't really speak. I just had scanner radio and showed people maps, interacting with chat. Yes, make sure you set up, Misha, your watch duty notifications. You can have 5 counties, I believe, on the free version, and if you go pro, it's only 99 cents. It's totally worth it. And go through it and make sure that you get notified, and it's on not only first notification, but like the subsequent ones. There's some fires that they don't have on notification mode yet. You'll see them as the ones with a line through them, like this. Oh, shoot, I can't make the icon bigger. But they'll look like a little red flame with a bell and a slash through it because there's no notifications on it by default. You gotta click the button in order to even know that they exist. And those are ones they just don't think will be a big factor, but for your county, you should make sure, the one you live in, maybe one next door, perhaps Klamath, that you're always notified, even on the fires that are typically not notified.
1023 for priority traffic. Priority 1 area 2, Lincoln 11B for check the welfare 1550 North Grantland, Lincoln 97, for Lincoln 21 preamp.
Okay.
Lincoln 97.
So,
Lincoln 97 through Lincoln 21 for check the welfare 1550 North Grantland. Rapid's advising there was a female with a child at the front door asking for help. Female stated that her husband took her phone. Time lapse of 2 ago. What we described as a white female adult, 25 years of age, medium build, unknown clothing, brakes. Person 2 continuing. RP states the child was a male. RP believes the female came from a mobile home from across this location. States the female left on foot, unknown DOT. No further details. 1710. Lincoln 53.
Shut up, Al.
Lincoln 53, can we check the 4019 address for probation parole and attempt to locate a 1026?
Yeah, you can link your Discord, Broke. That's a good resource for anybody who can figure out Discord. Okay, I have a confession about my emails. So I was just an ordinary person. I was not ready for the fame, right? Joking. But no, we suddenly went viral. I had 16 people to hang out with a day, and then suddenly 1,600, and then a couple hours later, 16,000 in 2020 with the glass fire. And people were like, I have photos to give you. I need wow, we almost had 6,000 views today, guys. We have 276 likes. fix this immediately. I'll never be able to spit this out. Okay, so I tried to do, all of a sudden I'm getting spam. I'm getting fake sponsorship offers, which I got excited about at first. I'm getting, well, you understand the kind of mail that a female gets from males, you know? And I'm doing my best to sort. I'm also setting up accounts for things like Broadcastify and whatnot, and I'm getting, thank you for your purchase, and here's your receipt, and it's all chaos. So I tried my best to make folders and subfolders. And I tried to do rules where if the word donation or sent money or something like that happens, it goes to, like, that would be donors, and I would check that folder, right? And then if it says sponsor, that it goes to the potential sponsors, but potential spam thing. And then if such and such word was like photograph, it might be people who have photographs, right? So then I got repeat emails from the people who donated the most. And so I did special subfolders for just them to interact with just them. Because it was just, Gmail's not that organized, it's kind of chaos. So the fire's marching.
Marcina, you're 10-1 static.
So I screwed up. I thought, man, yeah, I'm getting a lot less mail, but I wonder why. I was still getting a whole lot of spam. One day I distinctly remembered that because I made so many subfolders, the spam folder was now out of view. You had to like expand the subfolders to see it way at the bottom. One day I did. I went, oh my God, there's 300 emails in there. Why did that happen? I went to sleep. I wake up, spam folder's empty. I'm like, wait, what? What just happened? Mind you, this is 2020 and early 2021. Hey, Wildcat, this is the Bolt. It's insane. Look at that little miniature nuclear cloud right there. And there's retardant right now that the fire's up against. As soon as it chews through that, we're going to have fire directly into these cams, and everything in front's going to be ablaze because of the crazy. Well, here's the other side of the cam. It's coming. Watch, this last 3 hours. So I was just doing my best, and just the moment that I would try a little experiment and follow some instructions, new fires broke out, and it's like, I'll come back to that. So 300 emails get deleted from the spam folder, and I find out you cannot turn off the auto deletion of spam after 30 days. That's just the way Gmail is. I went, oh my God. So I'd go back on my channel and be like, guys, if you just sent me an email in 30 days, it made me just delete it, you know. So here I am trying double hard. So I finally thought I perfected it, and then it didn't seem to work. The emails did not seem folders on automatic mode. And so I was scrolling page after page after page after page, trying to find emails in between receipts and crap. So, yeah, Misha says somebody FaceTimed me at 2:20 p.m. and showed me the cloud of smoke down there in the street. I was like, oh my God, get out of there. Scariest FaceTime to get as a mom. Can you record those? I mean, or are they like gone unless you save it? And hey, Blondie, welcome.
Negative for probation and parole for the address we're still trying to locate at 1021.
You should sell that to the media, by the way. Don't just give it for free. You can make easy $500. They'll buy that. They'll spend $500 or $1,000 to get like, here's the fire at the end of my street, even a 15-second clip. Make sure you record this stuff. And please don't chase fires to go get things to sell to the media. Don't do that. But just a tip that if you record a blurb as you're leaving, right? The media will ask, can I have that? No, you can't, but you can buy it. Sometimes things like that can really help you rebuild, or you could donate the money to somebody who just lost something. You know, you got a screenshot from it? Okay. like I was trying to explain earlier, sorry to finish my email story. I'm totally embarrassed. I'm on apology tour. I assumed none of my email filtering was working. I never saw like new emails in the folder and subfolder system. I never got around to fixing it. I decided Gmail sucked. It's never going to be acceptable to just auto delete spam folder. I've got that Gmail. Thanks a lot. I would just find a new one. So I kept.
Area 2, Lincoln 51B for domestic violence. 4576 East Cornell. 1 Lincoln 73 preamp, 3 Lincoln 41 preamp.
I'm just reading that for a sec to finish my sentence. Fast forward to the future. I just found it was working. And I just found a couple thousand unopened emails, mostly dating to 2020 through 2021. And oh my God, I feel like an idiot. But I was exploring new things like Proton Mail here and there, and I never thought I had set it up. So
a call back to the original mail. There was no answer. Voicemail was left. For the RP, they received the info at 2130 to 2200 hours.
Sorry, this police thing. Let's watch the. This is dying. Refresh. Yeah, the flames are getting brighter. So I'm on apology tour now, but I've never even caught up to my personal affairs, let alone people trying to reach me with Firestream. And you just would not believe the tremendous amount of crap to sift through. If I was checking them every day, I'd have a 5-hour delay, a 5-hour delay of stream start every day. And just when I say, oh, well, if a couple of days goes by and I'll catch up on things, that just curses it. As I would like to have a co-host. I'd like to have this Wildfire. This is a Bear Mountain Fresno cam. We're in Fresno County. Listening to it, they're doing mandatory evacuations in Squaw Valley. Now at least round fire, yeah, we just got forward progress stopped. So hopefully, yeah, I was kind of hoping to see detonations on honestly, of the oil drums, the giant oil. Not I mean that would make oil prices go up. But oh Blondie, it's not just Oregon. We're doing live wildfire tracking of all 3 western states. We just bounce from crisis to crisis. So when I went live, there's only room to write the title of one fire. So then there's see how it says the California heat wave? That causes dozens of fires. So it's not quite red flag in California, but it's the heat wave that makes us all worse. So what I did is down here at the bottom is I try to show, see what's highlighting at the bottom? Fresno Bear Mountain Cam is about to burn over. So earlier it said, now listening to, I'm having deja vu. Wow. Did this camera like burn over before in a different year? Weird feeling. So I ran up to the character limit. There's no more space to put any more information on the description of the video. Otherwise, I'd say we're on the Darlene fire, which is in the pine. Like they don't name them after towns. So it'd be great if I could just say the Orville fire, or Palermo, the pine. This or that town, but the fires are different names. People are searching by fire name. It's just best that people hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. It's the only hope you have to find us again. Because even if I update the description of the video, it won't go live until the end. And if you're commenting right now, that no comments will land, and I can't see them until the end of the video. You have to do chat. Yeah. Oh no apologies. Welcome. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm very tired. I was hoping to rest today, but yesterday I took one day off to go to the dentist. All hell broke loose, and we gotta be here. So our job is monitor whichever crisis is happening that's threatening life or property. That's the one we focus on. We keep bouncing back from fire to fire. Sometimes a lot of places are evacuating at the same time. Del Mar was evacuated at the same time. The Pine at the very same time that somewhere else was evacuated. So, I don't know. You're not bothering. Just ask anything. Ask away. We let chat guide us because it's what do you guys need as information? Tell us what you want updated. People come and go. Mostly, some people leave it on like in a. You'll help the stream the most if you like leave it on one of your devices like TV or YouTube on the TV. Or wow, this is getting big. That helps the metrics and the stupid algorithm the most. Like button does greatly to help it trend so people can find us. You'll be unlikely to find us no matter what unless you have the subscribe thing. The ringing bell is supposed to notify people every time you go live. That is going to depend on your phone and how you've set up notifications on your phone and your YouTube app too. For the most part. So we have a little bit more time to talk in between dispatch right now. Later, when I can fix more about the stream, I need to get more of a news kind of professional interface. But to finish the story about the email guys, I didn't think it was sorting automatically, and it sure as heck did not give me a number of like unread emails anywhere. But I just found like thousands, at least hundreds, dating back to 2021. So for some reason, Gmail did not put like, hey, there's new. It was marking them as red, basically. So I did not have an indication any of these folders were even active. All I did was go to try to clean out some old emails and delete the folders when I realized there's stuff in there. And then I was like, it's all marked as red. And oh my God, I've never read these. So a new system is in order, but I'm still not even caught up in my personal affairs. I'm more than a year behind. Because usually I spend almost every waking hour of summer live doing Firestream or monitoring, even if I'm not live. I'm not kidding. During 2021, I streamed for 96 days in a row with only 6 days off. And I slept. I slept most of November after that. And then I rushed to catch up on personal affairs and people calling in favors and wondering where the hell I've been and what's happened to me. I rarely go outside. I've developed coal miner's eyes. Meaning I can't handle daylight anymore. So it's been a weird side effect of things. I now get light-induced migraines. It's been weird, but last year we didn't have any major fires, so we didn't have any major donations, so we did not break even. I spent more money on Firestream, and as you look at the times we had donations, I made like about 20 cents an hour. So we have to do better this year. We have to rebuild the channel. YouTube is extremely crappy for what we do, just because they have no category for it. So I choose news and politics because it's the closest thing. Everything else is like cooking show, live action skiing, you know, sports, comedy, entertainment. Like these are the categories we have. There's no volunteer, charity, nonprofit, public good, public information, emergency. None of that exists on YouTube. So their algorithm, which is a stupid mathematical formula that tries to predict what people want to see. When YouTube used to be good, it used to show you what you were interested in. And then there was a change. Unfortunately, it had a side effect of, like if you watched one conspiracy theory video, you would see a million after that. So that's all you would see is conspiracy and no official information. It's part of the problem we have. If you watched one terrorist video, then all you would see is ISIS propaganda. That used to be rampant. They used to recruit off of YouTube. And so Congress was like, fix this. And they did a terrible job. YouTube is in decline because now it's changed all that. Instead of just, well, deleting terrorist propaganda, they now took an entertainment kind of stance. This is what we can gather as people not on the inside. Because all of us content creators are now struggling. It's hardcore. People used to find us. They don't anymore. So what YouTube does now is it assumes that everybody's an entertainer. It's an entertainment channel. So we'll get okay, that's a police call. Sorry, I'm still listening to the radio, even though I've muted for you guys. Hey Jennifer, you're going to bed. Jennifer M says I'm going to bed and work early. If I don't find out how that my only two exits off this mountain haven't closed when I leave at 6:30 in the morning, thanks for having a place to get live updates. Yeah, I'll consider letting the stream go all night, especially if the camera doesn't burn it quickly. I need to sleep too. Thank you for being here. Did we help you in all the ways we could, Jennifer? Is there anything else we could try to help you out with? We're praying and good luck. Now, the way to find us again is when you search for live wildfire tracking, there's a filter button. Hit it and then sort by live. So it's to find us. There's a filter button your search. And then hit live. That's how you find us. Even if you type in live wildfire tracking, you're not going to get us. You get some 10-year-old information or something. So like I was saying, we're praying for the whole region. This is a terrible calamity. Now, do we have volunteers who might want to be up in the night? We have a couple options. I'm not hearing any new fire updates on Fresno County. But do at least have watch duty, Jennifer, on your phone and set it up for all updates on your county. And if there's 24 updates, swipe the whole thing away. Otherwise, it won't update you anymore, especially on Samsung phones. Hit the subscribe button, like button, ringing bell. That's the best way to help the channel. So the way we struggle uniquely as a disaster channel for the public good. You'll be here a few hours, Husky? Okay. That's good to know. Thank you for volunteering. I don't want to keep people up all night if I don't have to. We have different options. Also, if things intensify and they call for new evacuations, of course, we'll be live 24 hours. Even if I pass out, I'd still help people in chat with the links. So what happens to our channel is we go kind of viral, we trend, the channel builds. what YouTube's algorithm does is show people what's already popular, what's trending, what's already popular, getting more popular. So what has the most subscribers already, and then what video is now getting the most likes and the most views, and how long are people watching it. So the longer our video goes, the worse it gets. If we have a shorter video and a lot of people view it, it's considered popular and golden, and then we get seen more often in search results. If we go for 12 hours, which we usually, and we have to stop and restart the channel, we lose all of the views. Like right now, there's 6,112. The longer it goes, though, especially into night when people go to bed, the viewer content drops off, and then YouTube automatically senses that as a boring video, is what it calls it. So it stops connecting people with the info. YouTube won't save a video past 12 hours, so we have to cut the video at 12 hours, restart the stream. That dumps all the viewers off of it and gets rid of all the views. Even though people find their way back, the ones that need to keep watching. We start all over again with trying to get found. So what happens at the end of the fire season? Something worse. We've made it. We've got, well, we're past 12,000 subscribers again and stuff. Well, as soon as fire season ends, people tend to unsubscribe because they actually never want to hear about fire again. A lot of people don't. That's okay. I understand. We lost like 5,000 subscribers after the Caldor fire ended because everybody's worried about Tahoe. Well, what does YouTube do? It punishes a channel. You're never seen again by people looking for it. It even unsubscribes people on that tell me that they did not unsubscribe. That's because it thinks you have offended thousands of people. That's why they would unsubscribe, because it thinks you're an entertainer. So this is a very difficult thing to fight. That is the Fires March in 1 hour. It's making its way closer and closer. Now there's a mini dip in the hill, so it may break over the trees much faster than we think coming in from the right. Because it'll race up the hill once it gets at the base. It is retardant down there, but you know. So I want to see what happens to these cams. This is a 30-minute time lapse, the same view, but the fire might be just about to come over on the right side. There's retardant right here. That the airplane splashed down a lot of it. Thousands of gallons of wet retardant, but it's drying out by the moment. Drier it gets, less effective. And suddenly it's just like a dry powder and the fire ignores it. Depends on how close the heat is. And it depends on the humidity. So let's look at the humidity and the weather for the Bear Mountain area, Squaw Valley. I keep getting somebody trying to message me saying they've got the link to my channel, but something doesn't work for them. I'd love to sit there and troubleshoot with them, but duty. They're a good friend of mine. I'll help them another day. It doesn't sound like the vegetation fire. Wait. Actually, there is a bunch of people still there. It might be significant in Alameda County. 11th Street and Green Street in Union City. There's quite a lot of units still on scene. Huh. I don't think it ever met watch duty though. But going back to the weather, let's read the NOAA forecast. I'm still listening to Fresno County. If fire comes on, I'll unmute it. But right now it's there's a lot of horrible police or domestic violence calls. Now, my favorite weather. More police stuff. Oh boy, I'm still on Marysville from earlier today. As low as 67 tonight there, Northern California. Current conditions are 81, but tomorrow's 97. Hold on to your butts. Now let's go to Squaw Valley, California, which is right next to where this fire's at. Current conditions are, as of was updated an hour ago. Hey, refresh. No, wrong Squaw Valley, not the one by Tahoe City. No. Okay, what else do I say? Dunlap. Let's just do Dunlap. That's nearby. Not Tennessee, California. Okay. Current conditions 72. Tonight, a low of 70. Mostly clear, low around 70. Calm wind. This fire's making its own wind. But at least prevailing wind is supposed to be calm. I accidentally closed it. At least it's not a hurricane force event. Small consolation for the people. Oh, wow. Look at the cams. It pivoted. This is our live view. What did I just say? What did I just say? Yeah, thank you, Say Baby, and thank you for your kind support too with the donations. Staying subscribed is awesome. You could just turn off the daily notifications. I'm going to do a sacrifice of my normal channel that I wanted to have that deals with history and funny things, reactions. Catherine's World, the regular Catherine's World. Mostly exploration of the abandoned places. I know about a lot of them. Ghost towns, not nocturnal, but, you know, history. Oh boy. It's our live view. Interviewing old timers before. Yakutsk Valley is what they now use. Somebody just said 180. And for what? Oh boy, fire's coming from this camp. That's even right. Am I saying Yakuts or Yakuts? Yokuts. How do we say it? Isha says I didn't know how accurate the hourly wind forecast is in apps. My weather app on iPhone shows winds will change to the northwest in a few hours, which concerns me. That may be just the normal thing that happens every night, especially on a hot day. There's a thing called up canyon and down canyon, or upslope and downslope winds. So even if there's not a whole lot of winds like happening because of, say, these live pictures, heat rises, right? So even if there's not a whole lot of wind action going on, and I'm going to try to verify what you're talking about, the wind change, heat rises. So that starts a sucking, kind of a pushing actually. Heat rises in what's higher elevation, right? The mountains to the east of California. So that the valley heat builds up, and the hotter it gets, the stronger that wind gets, and it pushes that hot air up into the hills and up into the mountains. That's why I believe I'm not a meteorologist, I'm not a weather person, but my best guess is that's why when the heat peaked today around 4 and 5, that's when hell broke loose. And the wind picked up tremendously, and the bolt fire just ran. The heat was peaking. So that's just heat rises against that thing.
Young between North and Sherman for a cat stuck in the wall, 2103 Young Street, timeout 2344.
Aww. Poor kitty. There's a cat stuck in a wall. Oh, thanks, Xavier. Thank you for that compliment. Yeah, all Californians are nuts if they're not subscribed. That's our new slogan. Are you nuts? You're not subscribed? Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters? we sometimes call for evacuations more than 6 hours before the officials do. That's terrifying. Right. I had a lot of people come in and say, we all just call it squaw. Some people consider that a ethnic slur, and some don't. It just means an Indian wife. But I know it has been used as a derogatory term. But the actual, like, fur traders that married Indian wives, that showered them with wealth and had contests at their rendezvous for which Indian wife that they had looked the best with the most bling. It was a contractual arrangement, usually like a temporary marriage, and so the Rockfire, okay. Oh boy.
Camp. Your copies arrived at camp at 2346.
Yeah, most people it's a dumb rename. Yeah.
Good copy. I'll chat with you in the morning. Your copy is 2346.
Oh, there's plenty of super offensive names still on maps, man, that I saw on the screen and almost read aloud. Whoa. There's some other ones they should get to first, man. But
Arrived at camp and would be contacting us in the morning.
well, there's a lot of fundamental misunderstandings about the fur trade.
I'll be contacting 2 behind the 76, unknown if related.
Also, the trappers.
Behind the 76?
Most of the trappers that took an Indian wife, first of all, they had to. Yeah, the Indians didn't believe in land ownership, but it was land access rights. And so you had to marry into the tribe, and they would form a military alliance with that trapping group. And so you had to marry. And they needed somebody, the trappers trapped and traded. I mean, mostly the white people didn't really trap. It was the Indians, and they just traded for the furs. But when they did, well, they also need their...
Did you see my entry at 2347?
Oh my God, it's apocalypse on the camera. They needed a partnership. It's very rough. Somebody's got to hunt, trap, or track, or trade all day, and then somebody has to process their wives who were skilled. It takes a lot of skill to process hides and get them looking nice and get maximum value.
31, I'll be unrelated.
If that's what Mild Winds is doing for this fire, can you imagine?
23, vehicle stop, Raleigh and Floridora.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got off on two topics. Let me explain the winds real quick. Okay.
It's going to be a silver-colored sedan.
All right, I'm muting the police. Sorry, I do this because I'm so tired. I should have been in bed. I've been awake since 8:30. I'm still in tremendous pain. My pizza is rotting before my eyes. Okay. The winds. Then back to what squaw means. Let's look at the other cam. Which way is it looking at the moment? Right. Oh, this is the east slope. I dropped the ball. knew the camera pivoted. I didn't know it's looking due east. So the fire is surrounded the Bear Mountain cams. This is looking due east. This is looking towards 180 to the east. It's climbing the hill and it's coming straight for the cams and for the radio towers. Okay, so even if there's almost a dead calm or not much wind going on, just because like weather, the heat of the valley makes the valley air rise. Hot air rises, hot air balloons, and collectively it's a big thing. It's got to go somewhere. Since hot air rises, it's going to go up. Elevation is to the east. The mountains, there's foothills, then there's mountains. So this pushes air and starts a wind, like a giant draft on the landscape, up the canyons. And you can feel it the most in the canyons because that's like sticking your finger in a garden hose. It makes winds faster, accelerated. And then on the very top, of course, of mountains, that's kind of a no-brainer. So what happens after the sun sets and you start losing the temperature? Well, cold air sinks, so it reverses direction, and it just sinks down towards the valley. So this can have a great impact on fires. Not even if fire's not going, it's just something a traveler in California should know about. And so hopefully at night you get humidity return. We have not had that. Dead vegetation and even living or police activity. Dead vegetation, the only way that it can absorb any moisture is, well, not just rain, but if it's not raining, it's the humidity and the dew, and it doesn't retain it like living vegetation does, but it's a lot better than nothing. It's the difference between, like, the next day, does a car pull over to the side of the road and light the grass on fire or not? I'm still listening to the police activity. Misha says my son evacuated his grandparents opted to stay, and I'm afraid to go to bed and wake up and have things be worse. Yeah, Watch Duty says the last update was 2 hours ago. We're talking about the bolt situation, right? And the devil in me kind of wanted to see this oil facility explode. Like, that just would have been, like, kind of cool. You know what I mean? Not in the reality way, but like a levy, Like, can you imagine how does a big giant oil thing, what would it look like if it exploded? There's nothing else around. There's no houses or anything. But that would raise oil prices, and of course it could get people injured or killed. So I don't really want it, but can you imagine seeing like an explosion on these cams? Right? Well, we're gonna have a burnover, so that's enough of a treat, if you want to call it a treat. I don't want the infrastructure to be damaged, but getting a close-up front row seat of fires is always interesting. So here's the March, the 1 hour time lapse. Now the camera pivots due east at this point. This gives us a clue that the fire is wrapped all the way around, perhaps Bear Mountain down there. So Watch Duty volunteers are volunteers. If they don't have anybody listening, or if they're not saying anything on the radio, they're checking the Facebook and the Twitter. And this is why I have a million tabs open. Why would I block? Because I'm checking all the social media for people. What I can't stand is that too many times evacuation info is behind the Facebook login wall, and they don't put it in one-stop shopping. So the thing is that that's our job. We check, like here, Daniel Firecopter. I'm gonna tweet this and retweet it. Oh, an hour ago he said units were being sent to code 3, which means lights and sirens up to Bear Mountain Road, and this is the view from the camera. We haven't seen that. I would like to have seen somebody come up this road. Nobody's come up the road, but that's the gigantic fire making its way up to the radio tower. 30-minute time lapse. How can I go to sleep when this is about to happen? But if you're safe, you're saying Bassett, South Huntington. Let's see if we can. Where they're near Bassett and South Huntington in a level 2 evac zone. Okay, let's check it out. Let's if the fire blows back on its own self in the middle of the night, that's going to be good. It's going to struggle more and consume more of its fuel where it is. That's a good thing for like say the fire's moving east right now. If the wind does shift and blow it back on itself, it goes back to where it's already burned. It's going to be less intense and kind of stuck there. It buys them time. All the firefighters need is time to call in additional help, to prep structures, to wet them down, to get people evacuated. And they will make people evacuate if they have to. If they have to. People are their priority. But, if they're worried, this is the thing. If people stay in their neighborhoods, they're more likely to burn down because firefighters can't live with themselves. If the fire's coming on the end of the street, right? But somebody 4 houses behind is not evacuated. Well, how can they be busy and doing their work defending the end of the street if smoke obscures their view and they can't tell if that house is catching up fire or not? It's way too late to call 911. They can't hear dispatch. The phone lines will be dead, power will be out, so they won't be able to defend the street. Say it's totally defensible though. They're ready. They stop. They leave. That means they disconnect the houses, roll them up, put it back on their truck. They drive that to the house to the people who didn't leave, and then they try to rationalize with them, talk with them, maybe throw them over their shoulder and seize them and take them out. At this point, they're usually begging to be rescued. Whoa. Which is the sad thing. Everybody's gangsta until you see that out your window. This is not something you can defend with a garden hose. But the weird homing instinct, people unfortunately feel safest in their homes. Your home is probably the least safe place to be. You've got shelter in place options if you missed the bus on getting out and missed that opportunity. Swimming pools, ponds, culverts, even if it's under your driveway. People have survived by crawling in the culvert underneath their driveway, the little tube under the street, getting underneath bridges, face down in creeks. Not spas, though. They're not good enough. They'll melt you. They ride it out in a very horrible way. That's intense. But you've got baseball diamonds, recently plowed dirt fields. You've got big box store parking lots. You've got the school parking lot, generally. You've got the baseball diamond, the track and field, the golf course. Green grass. Go drive on it, park, and chill. Yep, the cam's about to burn, Husky. We may be seeing that finally. Let's see which direction it's looking now. Now it's looking southeast. I think it may be safe to assume that all of the fires wrapped itself around Bear Mountain. If any of the firefighters are up there ready to defend, there's a couple of buildings off camera that we can't even see. They're gonna sit there and make a stand. So the thing is, you make your neighborhood safer by getting the heck out. Just leave your lights on. Don't mess with the sprinklers. It doesn't help anything. They need the water pressure. They need to get there. Your well should not be dry, right? Don't do the sprinklers. A lot of the idiots that left their sprinklers on in Paradise meant that down the street they hooked up to fire hydrants and there's nothing. So guess what survived? The green lawn of people in Paradise and the house burned down. Because guess what? Embers are not landing on top of roofs and lighting on fire. They are lighting the attic on fire from the roof eaves. The embers are going to be like snowflakes in a blizzard. They go and they hit the wall of the house, and then the wind pushes them up, and they are shoved constantly, and they get stuck under the roof eaves, and they find their way into your attic because you may not have a fine enough mesh. And there's soffit vents. There's always these ventilation vents where there's gaps and cracks that are not caulked up. C-A-U-L-K, caulked up. So we now know that most homes that are lost in wildfires are lost because the fire starts in the attic from embers getting in there. The ember storm will be, like I said, it's a blizzard, but every single snowflake is fire. Yeah, at best, Misha, it's all we can hope to help. I do this because I lost a good family friend to wildfire. We were kind of where we used to live. And power lines went down in the Cascade Fire of 2017. In Bangor and Loma Rica, two different little towns nearby, two different power lines went down. These towns got erased at night, mostly. Reverse 911 failed because they chewed through the power lines and the phone lines before any calls could go out. So these people were woken up in the middle of the night to an orange glow and rocks tap, 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 tapping on their windows. When they looked outside, they saw this, essentially. And so a family friend of mine, Stan, he goes outside and he makes a phone call, a desperate phone call, and the last thing he said was, we're going to try to defend the house with a garden hose because we can't leave. The car in the driveway is on fire. We have motorcycles in the garage, but even if we open the garage door somehow with the power out, the car in the driveway is on fire. We can't get them out, and they're surrounded. So other families nearby entire families stuffed themselves into culverts, into ditches of Bangor and Loma Rica, and this didn't get any press because Santa Rosa burned down the same night. This was also PG&E power lines down. They killed a lot of people. So I learned the hard way just how, wow, yeah, there's trees torching.
Roadblock to pick up animals.
Cowboy 911?
3 negative. We're only using CC ADT.
Oh. It's too late to get to the roadblocks. He says, we have a caller from Cowboy something or other. He's asking if permission to go through the roadblock to pick up animals, and he just said negative. So this is why I tell communities ahead of time that there's something wrong with the evacuations. They are oftentimes never reach anybody, or they reach people way too late. Minutes count. 1 year later, Paradise burns down, and my brother's a missing person. He loses everything. Drives through flames. And that's when I started to realize that I became aware that Pacific Gas and Electric had, they pled guilty on 85 counts of, it ended up being manslaughter. Felony manslaughter, though. That's the biggest death toll, 85 plus people in California's history ever in wildfires. Even in the 1800s, nothing like that ever happened. Because they decided as a corporation to let lines fail instead of maintaining them. It's cheaper. It's a Ford Pinto scandal all over again. Where they know there's vulnerability and their power lines, even from 2016, I think, to 2018 or something, they started at least 1,600 fires. Thanks. It's all we can do to honor the dead. I used to take horseback riding lessons. Paradise. I'm not sure if it ever passed by the victims, but there's serious flaws. Reverse 911 fails all the time, and then sometimes people are given completely incorrect evacuation information. Like during the Dixie Fire, we basically saved the people of Westwood because, to my horror, this automatic robot voice called them and was on the radio and said, "Drive north," and we could see the 300-foot tall walls of flames. Now look at this insane view we're seeing. Just wow. By the way, you know what, Misha? Can you show them these images? This is the best thing ever to convince people to leave. This is Bear Mountain. This is pretty nearby. Text them, screenshots. You make a screenshot on your phone if you're watching this on your phone by holding down the power button and volume down at the same time. Make a screenshot. Then you go to a text message and you hit that little paperclip button to send it. And just say, you realize this is happening? You hit the share button on the stream and share it, and they'll start watching, and then they'll go, "Oh crap!" We could see it.
Medical aid engine 71, Fresno, crosses Harlier, hemorrhage, 548 Fresno Street, time out midnight 07.
Thanks, a hemorrhage call. Praying for that person.
At midnight 06 on MAS 1203.
It's looking slightly southeast right now. Let's do a quick 30-minute time lapse. What a difference 30 minutes makes, eh? See how the situation changed really fast. Really fast. It went from, oh, there's a fire over there. It's coming steadily closer to apocalypse now. This is 30 minutes ago. This is now. 30 minutes ago. This is now. Phew. The other camera is frantically rotating around. Same area. It's black and white mode, infrared mode. You don't even know how to reach the family that's there, only my son and his dad. I should link to him with his dad, but it's his parents that stayed. Well, at least it's a small community, Misha. These cameras help firefighters too to understand where the heck it's going. And they'll get a knock in the middle of the night. They're making notes of who evacuated already. It's good to leave a note on your door. Hi, firefighters. Eat anything in the fridge, especially if we lose power, right? You can do your laundry, but don't sit down on the couch dirty. And here's the Wi-Fi password. Help yourself to the bottled water and anything in the fridge. That's the way to do it. Leave your house lights wide on, And that's Morse code. Now, as bad as this looks, most people that survived Paradise wrote it out. It was a traffic jam nightmare. So people wrote it out in the Ace Hardware parking lot, the big box store parking lot. The culverts under the streets, swimming pools, firefighters will triage as this wildfire comes through the neighborhood. They'll pick out the defensible house or structure or spot. It's going to have a good supply of water, like a backyard swimming pool or pond, and that's why you should have one of those. And no trees right up against the building, no overhanging trees, especially no big tall trees that could be on fire and fall on the building, because that's can't defend against that. You check these boxes, and these firefighters know their areas. They cruise around. They make mental notes. They know what to do. They will never enter an area that they either can't escape from in multiple ways or shelter in place. So in the case of my brother, he did not have to drive through the flames. That was actually the wrong thing to do. I'm not criticizing him at all. I just use him as an example. His neighbor across the street had perfect defensible space, a pond, a pool, plus the creek in the backyard, and no overhanging trees. Everything lush and green. Lawn, not a lot of things that can burn. So even though my brother left, and some of the neighbors left too and didn't make it, people just minutes behind him. They hesitated a minute or two to do stupid things like turn on the faucets, you know, and whoa, look at that image. The fires reached the radio towers. Now, we may lose the feeds, I hope not, but that's an apocalypse now. I have a frame. Yeah, I'm glad I'm recording this live. We could do a frame by frame. Sometimes I have to right click save, you know. I'll do that anyway, because this is apocalypse now. If you are not looking if you're not looking at the stream, look now. Wow. I still don't see any crews here. Supposedly they were en route to Bear Mountain somewhere, but I don't know if it was to defend the towers. Probably the homes at the base. We're getting quick frame updates too. I wish they put it in movie mode. Holy crap. Wow. It's the other cam. It's like stuck. Nothing to see there. Wow.
255 available.
255, return to quarters.
I've seen some of these before. It's still a bit, they're just still a bit speechless. Let me show you. You've done everything you can. So here's my instructions for everybody. Once you've done all that you can do, you relax. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being pithy. You have to tell your body.
King 43.
I did everything relax.
2003.
I did everything
You see my
relax.
last entry at 0013.
You have to out loud tell your body, I did everything relax. And even touch like on each side of your heart and pull down like a gesture like this. This calms down your heart rate. Just touching. Don't ask me why. And slow down your breathing. Nice. Especially, I mean, it's just what we've got to do to even witness this. We can't do anything. We can only watch. I've done all I could do. We told people where it's going, where the wind is. We've given our advice. We've shown people the monster, the beast. We've done all we could do. Yep, at Jack Wilkins, it's moving quite fast. It has been since it exploded around, I don't know, was it 4 or 5 in the afternoon? Nobody in the Squaw Valley area, or whatever it's called these days, I don't even think they were on alert. I could be wrong. But they don't ever expect that you're going to be on alert, like level 1, and then it'll go to level 2, then it'll go to level 3. Oftentimes it's like, boom, 3. Wind change. Now there's a big problem. The reason we do this stream is it seems to vary who's in charge of evacuations. Sometimes it's local sheriff. He can just press a button and say, evacuate. Call dispatch, evacuate people. And in emergency situations, I think that's warranted. And it gets ugly if the fire's been going on for a long time, and if it's like a real big one, like with the Caldor. There seems to be a policy, we keep hearing the aftermath of it. Policy is the A, B, C, and D policy. If fire is burning A, evacuate B. And put C on notice. If the fire reaches B, evacuate C. Put D on notice. It is methodical like that. They put pins on the map and say if the fire goes here, that's when you should notify people that they might have to go. That's stupid. So I threw that's one of the ways that one of the reasons why the fire just keeps going the same direction every day, because especially if you're at the end of a tunnel, like a canyon, that's the wind tunnel. That's going to be your wind direction, like day after day after day. So Feather River Canyon, what does it aim at? It goes past Belden, then it goes past places like Paxton, and it goes past Indian Falls, and then it gets to places like Crescent Mills.
Confirming medic 22 or 222.
Wow. Apocalypse.
Medic 22.
Look at the screen if you're not looking at the screen. Front row seat to Apocalypse. So, I'm different. I am a Stoic philosopher. Aristotelian thought. Okay, I paid attention. Don't think like that. The average person automatically thinks that in order for something to happen, things have to come together to make that thing happen. Wrong. Wrong. Everything that's possible does happen, unless something prevents it. Fires will spread and go places unless something stops them. You have to think what stops them. So if the fire is moving the same direction every day because the wind does that, like the up canyon and down canyon slope winds, and then what's the weather like seasonally? What's going to stop it? Extremely robust black line, dozer lines, and everything in place. A legion of fire trucks, maybe, but if it's high winds, the embers sail right over their heads. High mountains and high standing good trees at the top of them for long distance travel of the burning embers that land 5 miles downwind. That's not going to work. So what else works? They run into an ocean. Fire can't cross an ocean, but there's no ocean, right? What else? Impassable terrain like solid rock cliffs. Are there solid rock cliffs? Okay, then what else? Weather. Is it snowing? Is it torrentially raining? All right, then what else? So when you think like that, can it burn up all of its fuel? Nope. If it keeps moving, it'll find new fuel. Fires have to move to live, but if there's heavy fuel, they may stay and keep burning one spot for a month, and then the wind picks up and then it moves. Like the Tamarack fire, everybody thought it was a done deal, and all of a sudden the wind picked up again, and it moved into Nevada and burned down neighborhoods. But they had pulled crews off of that fire to go to other ones because, it's not doing that much. So the Creek fire had a camera burn over Jack Williams. Oh man, yeah. Darlene Montoya says, "Hey, welcome. My son remarked that it looked like hell earlier. I was on the road coming back through Reedley and saw the smoke around 5 p.m. Yeah, there's a weird beautifulness to the glow of fire, but it's too bad it's terrifying. Same thing as a blizzard, I guess. Wouldn't it be nice if we had a whole lot of pre-made fire lines and we did control burns all the time and we got rid of hazard trees and they had already burned off the grass when they had the chance earlier in spring? All we need is a gridded landscape of roads, so you do one little square at a time, and you don't do it all at the same time because, you know, deer need something to eat. But all you need is roads. Pre-made areas for tanks, you know, at the ready. Just and if we stopped urban sprawl, especially in places like LA County, and they could safely watch the natural yearly low intensity fires just go throughout the hills. Nobody's getting asthma, nobody's choking. This low intensity. It fertilizes the land. It's what got rid of the invasive weeds. It would be a lot less low intensity too. Base of the towers on fire. People could just sip their morning coffee and there wouldn't be $1 million desperate scrambles to like extinguish it and contain it. It would just run to the next pre-made fire line where they're ready to burn it around, and people would just live with fire that way. But we can't have death trap neighborhoods and sprawl, and people have to awaken. Mostly developers have to be reined in from making death trap neighborhoods. Paradise itself, that was developed as a death trap neighborhood because of money-saving efforts. If you look at Paradise, it's got grids for streets, like a neat little square grids. But a lot of these streets are still dead ends. Very few actually ran east and west or north to south without dead ending. It's a damn maze. The reason is there's a lot of little creek beds and stuff that are totally dry most of the time. But wherever a road goes over even a seasonal creek bed, you have to either build a bridge or you have to put in culverts that are pretty huge because you can have occasional torrential rain. The flood season and snowmelt season can be insane. And Paradise is you can even see that it's a plateau that's like windswept, and you could see the way that huge floods have even shaped it. Oh, this is nuts. We have very this camera stupidly on rotate. It's the same thing, but this is wow. Can't believe we still have power here to these cams. So instead of building the roads and connecting them, just putting a culvert under and taking the extra expense, you had a bunch of neighborhoods where you could, the fire is to the east of you. That's the way it came in Paradise.
Lincoln 33 vehicle check. Golden State front engine north.
But if you kept driving west, you eventually hit a dead end and have to go either left or right and try to maze yourself through the main roads. Death trap neighborhood design. Jack Wilkins says the other fires in Fresno.
Golden State front engine north.
Lightning seen similar blow-ups. They actually pounced on all of them.
Blue Silverado is on that.
Sorry, that's a suspicious vehicle check from somewhere in Fresno. Not that I am aware of. They really pounced on the hog fire, which was technically 3 different fires. They got wet line and stuff around them. One of the fires they failed to locate today. The smoke came in and out. The high altitude ones were lowest priority, but the fir incident was looking great. They did really good work. This fire, the bolt, was at first moving almost due east, slightly southeast. Fire was. What's the little town that they evacuated, the west side of that the main road's called? Oh God, I can't remember. They were concerned with that place. It seemed to be headed there when suddenly the wind shifted him. flow south.
Lincoln 33.
1 George, Charles, Edward, Charles, 19, Victor 5, Yellow Zebra, 285.
Yellow Zebra. Police say numbers in letters different than military. That would be what's okay, Wrath. They're trying to update them all on the same time on watch duty. I would like to know what the flash fire is doing. We might have them merge. But they slammed it with aircraft everywhere they could today. Whoa, okay, the camera is now moving. It's blurred. Let's see what new view we got. So 2 portions of the hog are looking excellent. They're working on the other portion. They chased after tiny ones all day. My God. Okay, the camera's high enough to not burn, but what about the power lines with the wooden poles down there? If the cameras freeze, we know what happened. There's a little outbuilding with a tree over it. Okay, Big Out. Hang on. I'm taking pictures of Apocalypse. So our current view is Bear Mountain is surrounded by fire on all sides. Oh no. 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 We lost our good view. No. No, don't be in panorama mode right now. Don't do this to us. Holy. Crap. What did I do? No. I don't know. We can go back to the normal view we had. The one that allows time lapse. Why did I hit show on the map? We lost our good view. Ugh. Big Al, you don't know how to get that back. Is it something magic? I think it's their choice. Okay. Is Delilah looking at the same thing? Why did I touch that button? Did it freeze? It did not. Okay. Oh. Now the tower won't collapse or anything. It's metal. There's nothing. Okay. In order to make this tower collapse, to get the steel to weaken, there'd have to be a tremendous amount of fuel stacked at the base. Yeah, it flipped into panoramic view, but if you don't refresh or click away from it, sometimes you can get lucky and have the old view for at least one of the images, and you're still able to do time lapse. These don't allow you to. This is my biggest complaint. Time lapse is how you see how it's spreading. So the one thing that these towers have going for them is there's no, they're on a concrete slab down there. Now, if there is a, sorry, I'm listening. Okay, unknown medical problem. Bear Mountain Fresno one's working for you. Yeah, this is it's not exact same that we had. I'm overheating, guys. Hang on. Oh yeah, do I hate being right? But I've been doing. I'm not. Okay. I'm now starting to say old timer stuff. Like I've been doing this a long time. Not really. 2020. Okay. Seems like ages. It seems like I've aged 10 years doing this. But we've seen these burnovers before. And so I told you everything you see in this camera is going to be on fire. And don't clickbait people. That's what I said. That is what I said. Yes, I hate being right. I do not clickbait people. I admit when I'm wrong. But listen, this is what philosophy has given me. I know that every possibility happens eventually if you roll the dice. Every possibility happens unless something prevents it. That is the same thing as Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law, people think it's bad. It's negative. What can go wrong will go wrong. That means eventually. It means if you have, yeah, Commander Dante, if you guys are not watching the screen, you should be. There's no flashing or anything. It's just there's no seizure risk. If you're still with us, Reckless. Just slow motion horror, you know. So philosophy has given me this. I think different, and you can too. Think different than the average person. Everything happens and is possible unless something prevents it. So people might start arguing like, if it's possible or something extremely unlikely to happen, why hasn't it happened? That's because it's maybe a 1 in a billion dice roll. But if the possibility still exists, eventually that will come up. You give it time. So Murphy's Law is what can go wrong will go wrong. What's the flip side of it? What cannot go wrong cannot. If you eliminate the possibility, it's impossible. So that gives us hope. What we do every day is we mostly live with acceptable risks. So you could spend an extreme amount of money making a completely fireproof house or building, but you would live very uncomfortably because you couldn't have a bed or anything. Like if nothing was flammable in your entire house, like you don't have any curtains or a bed or couch or I don't know about you, but sitting on my stone couch every day would suck. So what we do instead is we have smoke alarms and things, and we rely on catching the situation fast. We just live with acceptable risk. We minimize the potential for things to get super bad. Now, sometimes we can 100% eliminate a risk. Oftentimes we can. So, like if we didn't have nuclear power, we wouldn't have any nuclear power meltdowns, would we? That's one way of just illustrating a thought. I'm not espousing a point of view. So, what we really could do is group the landscape here and minimize the risk. So, like, for example, these towers are high enough. They're on a slab. There's police chatter interrupting me that you can't hear. The weird thing is I'm hearing nothing on the radio about what's happening here in Bear Mountain or anywhere else. We've actually got two different views of Bear Mountain Fresno 1. Guess that's why it's in panorama mode. So, what can't go wrong will not go wrong. So, that is the flip side. That is the positive side. You can totally eliminate a lot of fire risks in your house. The ones that are most common, you start there. That's why fire codes work. Hey, good night, Wildcat. Yeah, thanks, Husky, for the update. I saw it on my wristwatch. Jack Wilkins says, I believe the cameras typically survive unless there's an electrical compromise and the heat is intense enough to affect the camera. That's true. The ones that are lower down, they've got a protective bubble. And we saw the heartbreaking death of a couple of cams where we ever see the security cams in the parking lot and they're like, they got a, it's like they were in sunglasses, like a tinted bubble. Can't tell which way they're looking. They look exactly like that. So that can melt. And then the camera itself is exposed. It's like a big windshield, you know. And the Beachy Creek fire it became a mega fire and it generated its own winds, but already just the wind event of 2020's Labor Day, Red Monday, was a once in a lifetime thing that usually happens only once every 75 to 125 years. It's like Santa Ana winds for all three western states at the same time. Pouring hurricane force speed out of the Nevada, eastern Oregon, and eastern Washington desert. It's the day I really began this channel. People had no idea where to go, what to do. And to my horror, I was glued to the TV trying to figure it out too. My mom's in the way of the fire. My other brother is in the way of the fire. By Lebanon and Sweet Home. All the mountain passes seem to be on fire at once. Medford's getting surrounded. Roseburg's having a fire. There's a fire at even Lincoln City. There's a fire near Estacada. Oh my God. And then they went back to daytime television and Matlock. They didn't even have the little ticker at the bottom of the screen about evacuation info. They do on snow days and school closures. Like, what the hell? So I went live and I said, anybody need their evacuation info? I'll find it for you and tell you what to do. I just found out that different counties were doing code red, different counties were doing Nixle, different for alerts, and you had to sign up for them to get them on your phone. How wonderful. Different counties were doing not much of anything, just kind of sitting on their dust. Marion County was like a slug. And the governor is like she had been tranquilized. I think she may have been ill or something. She just sat down in a chair and occasionally made a press conference like, the fires are bad. Okay, we know that. What you doing? But Marion County did not have mandatory evacuations because each county decides different things. When I went and got my mom there, took my headphones off, evacuated my mom. There was hot ash raining down. And the county next door to the east had mandatory evacuations, 5-minute drive east. And the sky was black and beer bottle brown. But since Marion County didn't even put an evacuation notice, I went door to door knocking on desperately to houses of senior citizens who I know didn't have a car. I said, would you like to go with me? And one of them tottered out and said, she's an alarmist. We're totally safe. I've been watching the Fox News, and we are not under evacuation warning at all. I could have punched her. She convinced him to not evacuate. I said that the sky is black. The sky is black. The 5-minute drive east, everybody's running for their life. You see all the traffic going west? There's only so many ways across the Willamette River. Malala has been trying to evacuate for 7 hours. Southeast Portland is on alert. But Marion County was picking its nose, and that's the capital. Salem was threatened. So was Woodburn. So was Silverton and all these other places, and they were not told even get ready to go. Walmart was open, and black smoke was just barreling to the sky, and you could tell that structures were being lost to the east. But Walgreens, everybody had already closed down and run for their lives. It was different corporations, different stores deciding whether or not they should go or not. And I said to senior citizens, if you have to call somebody to get a ride, you have to call them now and get you before the 10-hour traffic jam occurs. Because all the bottlenecks are there's not that many bridges across the Willamette River. There's a ferry. There's a literal ferry called the Wheatland Ferry to the west. But you have to go north on I-5 to cross the one bridge across the Willamette River at Wilsonville. They call it Boone's Ferry, but it's Boone's Ferry Bridge. And there's a much smaller one that's much more difficult to get to. Can't handle the road capacity, but if you looked on Waze, we were all already massive traffic jam. So that's where most people die, is in the traffic jam. Paradise, all these senior citizens that mostly died, they called and said, come get me. But you know what people do in a panic? They will flee one direction and they'll start driving the opposite lanes. Nobody can get in. And this idiot that came out of her house says, I've been watching the news. We're not under evacuation orders. I said, guess what? Nobody told Paradise either. And I was so mad. Yes. Yes, you can go to Newburgh. That's true. That's what I was talking about, though. That's pretty big. You have to get on I-5 to get to Newburgh or 99. Guess what got clogged up? So some of these people only had relatives 2 hours away. So I got my mom out, and I was floored at how bad it was to breathe. There's all sorts of stuff in the smoke. I had an N95 on. I couldn't open my eyes. There's stuff constantly blowing in my eyes, the hot ash. There's like sand, hot sand being thrown in there, and I was just blinking constantly. But Malala itself, that's not a large region. It just kept getting worse there. As every little spark imaginable just became insane because of the 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we saw the Beachy Creek Cam burn over. And yeah, Misha, get rest. Try to sleep if you can. That's best. Tell your body, I need sleep and I need you to cooperate with me right now. And just deep breathe. Don't torture yourself watching these cams all night. My stream will be available to watch tomorrow. You'll be able to see this. And I'm sure plenty of people are going to time lapse this. So what I'm worried for the most is the power lines down at the base. In order to get the steel weakened enough to buckle the legs of the tower, it'd have to be a massive thing on fire down there, a massive fuel source that burns for a long enough time to get it that hot. And it probably would have to be at least 2 legs. I don't know about that. Steel will weaken in heat and lose its strength completely. You have to replace it. Any blacksmith trying to make a spring will tell you just how hard that is to get the heat right so that you make spring springy, but you overdo it and you ruin it. I think you can ruin a safety pin if you put a cigarette lighter up to it, but for God's sake, hold it with salad tongs. So, in structure fires that, have that are pretty weak anyway, where eventually the steel can bend. You can have a building collapse and stuff. But this is the reason why power lines are supposed to have a right of way. You're not supposed to allow any vegetation to grow up underneath the power line, let alone a tree. But what does PG&E do? Why the reason California has some terrible fires. What PG&E does is just about acts as if they want disaster. But what they really want is just to save money. They, in their memos, when Butte County investigated them after the Paradise disaster and killing, the memos said, well, high windstorms can knock down power lines, and yeah, of course they can cause a fire, but most storms are wet, right? Most of the time they'll get rained out, right? This will usually happen in winter, right? Oh, that's when Santa Ana winds blow, you idiots. And the Diablo wind. California's worst fire season is winter.
I'm going to start going back northbound on the east side.
Good news. Okay, what was just told, we've finally heard fire information from Fresno. Yep, yeah, well, because this is, there are 2 cameras located on the Bear Mountain. Fresno 1 and 2. If you would like a link, courtesy of what Big Al provided earlier, you get what we're seeing here. And if you hear the kind of thumping the save button on my screen.
43, code 4.
So they just finished the structure prep on the south side area, one side of that. Oh God, I'm so tired. The Indian something rope. So this is south of Bear Mountain. I kind of want to see what this looks like from the other cam. We'll check that later. I don't want to miss a frame for saving my screenshots. Like I said, everybody's gangsta until they're like, oh, my garden hose can't handle that. Heck, a deck gun can't handle that either. Uh-oh. Have the other cams died? Oh, okay, maybe it just flipped out of panorama mode, thank God. Okay, the second cam has come back to life. I'm sorry, flashing light warning for this. Gives it's 30 minutes of Bear Mountain Fresno 2. And it remains, well, it just flipped into color mode. It mostly has just been looking at the tower. Okay, flashing lights warning. This is our last 1 hour time lapse. Man. So, the good news is these oaks are going to survive. Alright. Flash warning off. We're okay again. I'm talking about seizures. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? Commander Dante says, so interesting, probably really very delicate work. Wait, did I miss something? Yeah, the lower to the ground cams and where we see cameras die is if there's tall trees like the one in Oregon with the Beach Creek. The poor little thing was looking around in desperation, and everywhere it went, there's hurricane force winds when it was so eerie when they flattened the grass down and then pushed the fire flat, and it bent the trees over like fishing poles. It had the tall trees on fire around it, 75 foot probably, 50 at least. Oh, you're talking about 14 Springs. Oh yeah, they have a blacksmithy every day. Oh, I missed a frame. See, the replays don't show you every frame. They skip. I want a comprehensive, true time lapse. If you go to Fort Vancouver. The fur trade fort that has been recreated just north of Portland. It's what Vancouver, Washington is named after. It should be called Fort Vancouver because we confuse it with Canada all the time. The blacksmiths said that archaeologists found piles of springs, not necessarily beaver trap jaws, but it was almost exclusively large beaver traps. They're called footholds now, but the only time the word leg hold is appropriately used, really, is probably a beaver trap because it reaches high up there. It has to reach and close above their ankle joint. It doesn't particularly hurt because traps are pretty weak. Beavers are extremely strong. And they really don't have teeth very often, like in the cartoons. They struggle to make them strong. Every time they get set and get bent, they get a bit weaker. But in modern day, if you say leg hold trap, everybody knows you're a noob. You don't know anything about trapping history. So the jaw's easy. The noobs could do it. The apprentice blacksmiths could do it. But getting the springs right. They're basically safety pins on each side of where the jaws are. The power poles are about to burn. Great. Yeah, I see that now. So we may be losing the feed just to the right. See that? The wooden power poles, great idea. Critical infrastructure. Image courtesy of PGE. Also, probably a dose of stupidity. I didn't think this was PG&E country down here in Fresno. I thought it was something else, but... Oh, and by the way, I believe the judge court ordered them to fund more cameras on landscape, after they killed so many people. I have yet to confirm. Big Al says, this is the Google Maps location for the Bear Mountain camp. This is burning towards some other structures on the other side of the tower related to the tower, not residential. Yep, I discovered that earlier, Big Al. Can you actually hear again? Can you hear again, Big Al? Remember when I got your name wrong the first time you showed up and I called you Big Gal? I thought your name was I'm a Big Gal. I was like, well, that's cool. Yeah, if you're curvy, flaunt it, man. Like, what's up? You can hear again? Good. Oh man, we can't trash talk him anymore, guys. That was so fun. Darlene Montoya says, nope, we were PG&E last week. Their planes went out surveying or whatever and watched Big Gal. Yeah, that was... I did that for weeks. You let me do that for more than a week. But you're really just a little man. Oh, somebody save these screenshots for me. I want to go and put my pizza away. It's going to spoil if I don't put it in the fridge. I barely even ate it. It's just a mess of pizza parts on my plate. Alright. We'll know that we lost the cams because it'll just be a power outage. If that pole goes up and it freezes. Wow. Classic. Okay, Knuckles, Big Out, just fist bump. I've screwed up a lot of people's names. It's really not on purpose. Unless I give you a nickname. In which case, that's the highest honor I can bestow. Other than hearts. I feel bad. The guy turned out to be a jerk. But remember David Quesadilla? I thought his name was Quesadilla because I thought that wasn't his real name. I thought it was like calling your name Frito-Lay or something, you know what I mean? Like, I thought he was trying to be anonymous and funny. I was like, oh, David Quesadilla, how are you? Welcome back. I even made him a mod eventually. He was like, I'll volunteer for the night shift, and we needed mods. Seemed to be alright at first. For a long time, he seemed to stalk the channel and give it a dislike before anything else. Like, remember how we would start the stream and 30 seconds later we had a dislike? And we found out he was loco. That David Quesadilla was loco. In a bad way. And I tried to reassure him. He's like, you left me here all night. And I'm like, what? You could leave, you know. No other mod relieved me. I had to stay here all night. No, you didn't. You're a volunteer. Come and go as you need. It's okay. If somebody enters the chat and goes nuts, it's not the end of the world. You know, what we were having problems with was the bots that kept spamming. Click here and see naked women, you know. Until I tightened down the filters so that words like cam girl don't, they automatically get deleted. Yeah, Smitty says I was about to mention Senor Taco. I didn't realize I was really enraging him for one thing. The chat was going by so fast when the chaos happened. He's like, it's Casada. Oh. I eventually learned that, but I corrected myself, but I couldn't see the corrections. So what he did, though, is the first time I apologized, I said, I'm sorry I left you with the impression somehow, I don't know how, that you can't leave if nobody else is there. Of course you can. I've left the stream on for an entire weekend by itself and went to the beach because I couldn't breathe in the wildfire smoke, and my mom had asthma, so I had to get her to the beach. And the mods came, and they passed 2020. And so what he did, though, was he kept going about how bad I was to not, you know, wake up in the middle of the night after being awake for 2 or 3 days on stream, and like coming back. I'm like, listen, I probably sleep 15 to 19 hours if I'm awake for 3 days. That's just what happens. It's unreal, guys. So I reassured, but I was starting to think there's something wrong upstairs. I have not heard about new evacuation warnings on the radio. Is this did it change on our evacuation map? Oh man, I'm gonna miss frames. They finished doing structure prep along at least one side. Come on. Is this one new? K134? I don't know. You guys tell me. I gotta save my frames. And if that power line is about to burn up, I'd just be so mad. I don't see anybody here to protect it. And we just may lose our camps. Bury the lines to the critical infrastructure, you idiots. At the very least,
33 subject check north of Maple. I was one on a bike.
Then they wouldn't have to race to protect them. They could.
North of Maple. I was one on a bike. 10-4.
They could focus on saving the homes. They shouldn't have to choose between, oh, we can't talk to each other on the radio, which is critical for firefighter survival, and
371.
These seem to be cell phone towers too.
371.
This is not when.
Ending guides complete. We're going to work west on Ruth Hill.
That's structure protection.
10-4.
So they continue doing their thing. Sounds like Small Valley.
43 vehicle stop. Beyond McKinley, under the 41.
Gonna mute that. They are to check. They're checking the roadblocks. They're looking for looters and idiots. Of white Chevy Malibu with no plates. Really? Okay, I'm turning it back on. Catch that guy. What's that? What's that in front of the screen? It's like one of those golden fish, like a goldfish. Still there. Oh, it's a bug on the camera, or it's soot. Must be on the lens or that thing. God, it's still there in the next frame. Can you imagine all the moths that are just like on their way to their deaths right now? Moths. Hey, Ladybird, yeah. Always bury the lines. We did it most of Louisiana. Good idea. Matt Caslett. How do you say your last name, Matt? Because I'm working at that damn. Oh. I'm not sure what you're saying. Yeah, it's not a helicopter. It's tiny. It's now blurry. We're not that high up. Now, what might happen is, what we see on these cams sometimes is, I have expected retardant to splash the cams pink. Sometimes that happens for quite a long time, until they get around to wiping it down. And, as something dark I'm thinking about, oh, all about the moths, yeah. I know I missed a frame. 43.4. Okay, you see this weird roundy smudge? Yeah, that's the dome thing that protects the camera. So you got light coming in from different sections. We're looking through a bubble that's round. All right. This fire's insidious. It wrapped around a hill and came up from the south. All of Bear Mountain is ablaze. So, one thing I was talking about Paradise being a death trap neighborhood is the other thing that there are very few roads that go all the way east from the main arteries. There's only four roads technically that lead south of town. It's because it's basically a windswept plateau with a steep canyon drop off, like a plunge into the valley. So there's only four extremely kind of windy, steep roads that go down to the valley. Only one main paved road that goes north to Magalia, the other town lost in the fire. That goes up to the mountains. So one by one these close as the fire swept over the town for the east. Pence Road being the death trap road. Where
go ahead.
you see all the cars have burned out in the road. They rammed each other and died anyway. So what you had to do, and this is the same thing that happened to Lahaina. It's mostly a gridded residential area in town.
Can you start me a code 3 ambulance for unresponsive, vital signs, stable to breathing, elevated blood pressure, and patient with Parkinson's.
Oh. Prayers sent for the Parkinson's patient who can't breathe. Maybe it's because of the damn smoke. So anyway, what happened in Paradise, same thing with Lahaina, is even if you could find your way, like if you knew your way in town, mind you, the smoke is so thick, it's like fog. You see 5 feet, 15 feet across your bumper, in and out, smoke drifting. Panicky drivers everywhere. So if you somehow, were fleeing.
Just spoke with CAL FIRE and this for info. They're working the fire, trying to protect the repeaters on top of Bear Mountain, but they're getting close, so we may
well, damn. They just said we may lose the repeaters, the radio repeaters. A firefighter's CAL FIRE is trying to protect them on Bear Mountain right now. But we're getting close. We may lose them. Oh, here we are. Anyway, finishing, it's hard to talk about Paradise and Lahaina, but it's the same situation where if you were a local and like knew your nest of neighborhoods, not many neighborhood roads went all the way west to the main north and south arteries. The further west you went before you went south to get out of town, the better you were. And so you could be deep in a neighborhood, but you would go west until, well, there's a dry creek bed or a little creek, and they were too cheap, the developers, to connect the road to the other side. So then you'd have to, like, maybe go north and then go west, and then maybe go north and then go west. Keep making your way west. But guess what?
Greeting out there to the search team. If in fact the repeaters do go out and we lose radio, we'll also probably lose cell reception. Complete your task, and then 1198 Bear Mountain Pizza.
Oh, God. That's what I was going to say. If they lose their radios, it's too dangerous for them to continue structure protection, and they will leave.
King 4310-4.
Because they can't be told that the fire's coming their way.
Nor 1110-4.
If you lose your radios and your cell phone, you have to leave structure protection and go to Bear Mountain Pizza, where the rest of the staging occurs. I hate PG&E. And whoever was in charge of fireproofing this hill has failed utterly. You just needed to cut down trees. That's it. And why not burn the grass off?
43 for info. Be on a consent search of the vehicle.
Like a month ago. So anyway, I'm trying to finish my sentence about Paradise. Is even if you knew your neighborhood, and you better have memorized by the back of your hand, like the back of your hand, like a big section of your neighborhood. What kept happening is live power lines kept falling across the street, sometimes on cars. Sometimes people would be trapped in them, looking out the windows, unable to move. You couldn't help them. And anybody who came upon the scene, you can't drive over live power lines. You're not gonna make it. That's not a good idea.
Area 2 Lincoln 71B for fire at 3786 Parkstone Way. Unknown fire in the area. TOTMS fire for subject clear.
There may be a new fire. I missed where.
Vehicle stop, Ashland, Monroe.
Lincoln 25 Ashland, Monroe.
Same thing.
8 King Lincoln Boy 778 on a black Dodge with at least one.
Here's the other camera.
Right as of May 2018 Dodge out of Clovis.
Now I'm going to do a 5-minute warning, flashing lights. Close your eyes. 15-minute time lapse. The other cam. Don't look yet. 30 minutes. It's not looking down. Okay. Safe to look again. Seizure sensitive. Yes, that's what I'm doing, Noodle Z, welcome. When we hit the time lapse button, it skips frames. We want every single one of them. They'll hopefully go investigate the report of the new fire and tell us if that's anything. Could be a spot fire or something. Alexa, Make T2 1%. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh my God, look. Well, that must be the repeaters. Why did they not just cut down some of the trees earlier, a month ago, a week ago? Just when it's morning and dewy and kind of not a big deal. Prep the area and burn this grass off already. What is wrong with these people? We've lost fire lookouts and stuff. And radio towers before, especially in the 2022's several of them back to back. One in the Shasta area. They lost the Shasta comms and repeaters. Just because there's too much vegetation growing around. Like, who the hell's a landscaper? They need to be fired. The counties that set this up, don't ask FEMA for aid. Don't ask the feds. Don't ask the state. You're an idiot. They should lose their license or right to use the land and just be confiscated and billed for the goddamn cleanup. I don't know how this works, but it doesn't work. Sorry, I'm mad. Call. Sorry for updating, activating your, hockey puck lady. Razzos. Good day, Noodle. I'm flat out turning my phone on knowing nothing about computers. I wish this was a movie camera. Did you know they are? Like, the people who have the control panels for these can watch these as a movie. It's just that we are seeing one frame at a time. But so much critical infrastructure damage, we could lose neighborhoods now. They may have to stop structure protection, even though they're doing well with it, because they cannot hear on the radio. Leave. The situation's changing. That's why these are considered vital. Look, the grass is on fire and the trees are right next to the buildings. So if you're going to watch the mainstream media, you know what they're going to say? Fires in California were bad today. It got hot. Global warming. Okay, you're telling 1% of the story there. In this era of climate change, do you think we can tolerate stupidity? So much of this is just so preventable. All they had to do is turn off the damn power, even though they had already started the situation. The PG&E knew the live power lines are going down in Paradise. They just did not give a flying beep. People couldn't drive over them to escape, and they were just falling down all over town. Same thing with Hawaii Electric. Yeah, they were still alive, so what the police had to do was shut down the escape routes. They had no choice. The media tried to crucify them, and I stuck my neck out for the police, and I'm proud I did. They saved people from driving over live power lines. So, do you understand how horrible it is to watch somebody electrocuted? There is some graphic stuff you do not want to hear about. I've seen videos about it. Sometimes you come across awful stuff I was innocently looking for just examples of power lines, live power lines down, and then it shuts up serious. Yeah, I'll show your comment. After midnight, don't hardcore cuss, but alluding to bad language, it's okay after midnight. After 10, really. We've got to say dang it as much as we can before 10, you know what I mean? But when I don't have to read everything out, I do, because what happens if there's a copyright claim on the video or something? or there's a corruption and my video doesn't save. What we lose is the chat. Now, if I cut it off before we reach 12 hours, we're at 10 hours and 16 minutes. Please hit the like button and subscribe. And for the love of God, please donate. So I can continue my work and some others. We can take the show on the road. I'm so desperate to see my dad. He's in somewhat poor health, and he's 88 years old. Just turned 89, actually, last week. That's when he celebrated it. I couldn't go see him because I knew I'd have to be here for Firestream. I don't have a laptop. I missed Father's Day too. I couldn't even call him because all Father's Day I was here doing this. I want to go down and see him. I want to see my family. I usually spent summers in California with my family, my extended family. But 2022, when I went down there and my laptop died, right the day before I went down. I didn't have the money to fix it or repair it. HP, you suck. I'm trying to go live on the laptop my mom loaned me, and it was just not good. It didn't work. So everything was chugging along. It just didn't work. I filmed fires I saw live and stuff, but we couldn't cover it. We couldn't have a million tabs open, and it just didn't work. If anyone's letting their kid watch this in the middle of the night, well, they must be mature enough to handle a little bit of occasional foul language. It just stresses me out. It's hard for me to watch too. You know what? Journalists compose themselves for 5 minutes, and then they lose their beep. They lose their stuff. As soon as it cuts away from them, they go to commercial. I mean, the jerks take it out on makeup and the cameraman and yell at them and say, but they vent their stress pretty quick. There's no journalist that just sits there for like 10 hours and like maintains composure. It's gotta be some sort of robot or psychopath and stuff. Like psychopaths truly wouldn't care about situations. So if you do see somebody with perfect composure watching stuff like this, red flag. Rob Lingsdorf, hey, welcome to the night shift. Highway 180 connects Fresno Sequoia. Yeah, it's called the Sequoia Kings Highway, right? Or the Kings Canyon Highway. And my headache is not improved. There's a type of PTSD. It's not like combat stuff. It's not, but it's the watching helplessly stuff. And all of us really experienced it on September 11th. Who saw that? I was having nightmares where I was on the roof of one of the Twin Towers and it fell out from underneath me and I was in like a free fall. And woke up when I kind of disappeared into a cloud of smoke like that, but it seems so real. You touch things, everything's real. You see birds flying around and stuff in a dream, it's real. It's not. You doubt yourself. There's only a few ways to tell a dream is not real, and that's heat does not exist in a dream. A couple of times I was like really scared, like in a building, it's on fire, and the flames finally got to me. I went up. Wait. Oh. Hey. I put my hand in it. Nothing hurts. Nothing's happening. Ah. Oh yeah, I'm dreaming. Wow, this is neat. Fear just goes away, right? But I'd wake up with cold sweats after that happened. I remember looking up at every airplane and not wanting to go into Portland at all, downtown. When I had to, like a week later, my friends and I were just terrified. We rode the train around and we saw the high-rise buildings.
23, and not to the other end. Can you run on 29 on Christopher?
Right there. They're still on Christopher Lane now doing structure protection. Hopefully they don't lose their comms. Anyway, I remember talking to a grief counselor like school eventually and said, is that silly? I get these symptoms like veterans do. I wake up in cold sweats and have the nightmares and like the bed is soaking wet. Yeah, I know, Lady Bird. No, it's okay. Sadie is totally fine. It's after midnight. I revealed your comment for a reason. It's cool. We all should be pretty mad at this. There's somebody up here trying to save little radios that these people could be down there shooting home. And there's some animals that are still trapped. There's some people that haven't left. As chat keeps telling me, I have to make this light red or I'm gonna die. Excuse me, friends. The overhead light. It's the only hope I have for headache control. If I'm red or orange or something, sorry, it's something I gotta do. I get light-induced headaches, so the more white is on the screen especially, and the longer I sit here and look at it. Teresa McClellan says I've had all my children and grandbabies. So I have to dim the screen a bit. Actually, a TV. Up there, right in the heart of Wapinitia. I've not heard from even one of them. Well, only the east side of Wapinitia was affected. I have not heard of any injuries whatsoever. And then sort of a miracle happened with the wind shift, and it started blowing it away from town. I think we did lose some structures. It's going to be a while before they explain that. But Pine, I'm very impressed. This is the opposite situation of what we're looking at. They groomed the environment to be pretty fire resistant. And their trees were spaced out. I couldn't see a dead one at all from the limited views we had. It was like a park, you know. They had plenty of fire access roads, some of them dirt, but hey, they had a lot. And they were able to do one important thing, and that's fire the landscape. Put fire ahead of the main fire, and it stayed on the ground. It didn't climb trees or do anything because there were no dead trees to be had. So, I mean, if they didn't do this work, can you imagine if 50-foot tall dead pine trees were torching and shattering on the ground and falling over the roads? If one of them had fallen over the highway, it could have reached the west side. It could have run into the main neighborhoods, run to the downtown. You know. But Husky says my adrenaline has run out and I'm crashing slow, moderately. No, not this time. Husky, you can relax. I'm sure somebody else will time lapse this too, but I'm stubborn. Wait, did it freeze? No, it didn't. I'm gonna have to use the bathroom though, man. I'm not like a man. I can't reach for the nearest party balloon. Females have disadvantages that way. Or vase. Sorry, I'm just testing to see how many people are awake.
Lincoln 23.
Lincoln 13.
One Lincoln 13, one Lincoln 23, 40415 at 3359 West Olive. RP stating stepmother grandmother attacked her grandmother, and they're currently refusing EMS. Mom will be at Joanna Gonzalez. The female is outside of the residence. DRP, we're still non-land. They're stating that they're fighting again. They say will be in the backyard.
Teresa, there's a shelter at the high school in La Pine. And you know what everybody should get is the FEMA app has a check-in is safe button. And it's one of the best ways to get notified of any serious situations. You just put, give it all the permissions. Of course, it needs to know where you are. And put some towns on the map. You could do up to 5 and track it. It'll give you whatever warnings you want. Tornado, tidal wave.
2329 is negative. Shows on formal probation on ShareNet. States for a felony charge. There's no search terms listed. No charge. 27 is suspended. Clear APCD.
1 King 23
Husky, you're gonna need your strength. You're sometimes all I have at night. You are free to sleep, dear. The fire's into the power lines. Aren't these power lines right here? I can't tell if that's a lens smudge or what. I'm holding it, but I want to go full racehorse.
And assisting unit. Desk can hear a large 415 in the background. They're not answering desk. We have an additional call that came in at 2359 West Olive. RP's Joanne, I believe it will be related to your current call.
Is it a full moon?
13-10-4.
23-10-1.
Yeah, Teresa, nobody's dead in the Pine. Nobody's dead. They set up the shelter at the Pine High School on the west side. Be nice if they checked in and stuff, but
33 and Lincoln 13 are 1087.
you're an adult husky, and of course you could do as you see fit. But do consider how can you best help the public. We are going to cut this off at 12 hours at least. I will throw my sleep schedule into the pit if I don't sleep soon. If I don't take drugs to make myself sleep. Not illegal drugs, guys. The prescribed one. It's part of the treatment for the arthritis kind of condition I have. And I've been waking up at 8:30 in the morning. That's been nice.
10-4 out with 1.
Yeah, Teresa, don't worry. This is Fresno County, by the way. This is Fresno. This is not what's going on in Oregon. This is called Bear Mountain in Fresno, where the bolt fire is rampaging. Everything's fine at La Pine as far as the situation is going. They had a miracle where the wind pushed it east away from the town, and that gave them all of the time they needed to stop the fire, and I believe it held at Reed Road, which led to the cemetery on the east side of town. So wildfires are typically named after the road they start on, like Darlene Road Fire. I don't know how it started, but it raced to the north and to the northeast.
1071.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you are relieved, Husky. Everything's okay.
If you're on Ruth Hill, can you start this way for Spanish translation?
Thank you, Husky.
10-4 en route.
You're amazing. You were here all day, man. You did a 10-hour shift when it was 10 and a half. I need to be sleeping soon, too. I've got to have a cool down time. So I'm going to quickly usher my pizza into the fridge before it actually spoils. I still have it out on the counter. I'm going to make myself a spirulina Spirutine health shake. If you don't know what Spirutine is, it's like the original protein powder before it was cool. And it's based off of spirulina, which is a superfood. Comes from seaweed, actually. And it's got a sweet, unique flavor. It's just jam-packed antioxidants and vitamins and whatnot, and they add some minerals. And a chocolate flavor, there's a banana flavor, there's getting banana's kind of rare, but you can find it on Amazon. So I mix a half scoop of the chocolate, half scoop of the banana, because you're supposed to have 1 scoop of something, right? Gives you tons of minerals and whatnot. And you should take it with a healthy dose of fish oil and or oregano oil or something to keep, the plumbing going down there. Just saying. But boy, I have to put it in my new KitchenAid mixer that Dad got me for Christmas. I just put it on slow. If you just try to mix it like with a spoon, it ain't gonna mix into your milk. It says it mixes instantly. It brags about that on the bottle or the bag. They're trolling. We used to have a hand mixer thing, like why do we ever put it in a garage sale? I don't know. It's one of those like sweet 1990 appliances where they still made appliances rock solid that never died, We never knew that appliances would never be good again. Oh, we're gonna be minimal. We have too many kitchen appliances. Oh man. So now I don't have like a milkshake mixer style hand mixer anymore. But I miss it. So anyway, I got the KitchenAid now. I can't wait to make my own bread dough and my own bread. My arrowroot and gluten-free stuff. Try to heal my stomach. So what you do is, if you can, of course, get the best milk possible.
C4301, local 123.
Oh, my pineapple.
4301 Fresno.
Okay, just check and make sure we still got tone 3.
For copies of that, you let it clear.
Oh, my time lapse is being wrecked back there. I just gotta put some saran wrap over the pineapple can. Put a rubber band on that sucker. Save some more frames. But
71 from town 44.
I got it.
Supposed to take the other road?
Affirm.
I gotta play the game. We've gotta do shorts, otherwise your channel doesn't succeed. I'm figuring a time lapse is a good short, even though it's vertical and stupid. Somebody will see that, find the channel, and a dramatic video is one way to do that. God, one time we saw firefighters enter the frame last year in Northwest California. What was that little town called? But just like this, they had trees right up next to the cams, and so the firefighters had to stop protecting a town and race off and try to protect the stupid radio tower thing. And right next to it, they had like a barn full of firefighting equipment. It's like, set an example. Don't have dead trees everywhere. So just as the fire started up the hill, from the base of the hill, you saw firefighters enter the frame. And one of them was not paying attention, flames came up behind him, and we were yelling at the camera, "Oh my God!" at like 2 in the morning. They were trying to cut down trees at that moment to save the radio towers. Like, too freaking late. What were you doing the prior years, guys? It was so frustrating. And nail-biting. Nerve-wracking, you know? But we keep singing this.
4294 released by EMS available.
So, I did time-lapse that.
Well, 1 at 135.
That'll be a dramatic one. 2. We'll call it highlights or crazy moments of the fire stream, and I'm sure we'll go viral. Blah blah. Again. Oh man. I've got great value milk. Well, it'll do for now. Just take a big glass. Fill it with the milk. Then dump the milk into the KitchenAid. There we go. You know what? I just found I got cordyceps mushroom powder, guys. I want to do a live where I try that. I wonder if it's gross. Somebody came in and said mushrooms have changed their life, and I was like, what? That sounds like it's a fad and too good to be true. No. I've been reading the actual studies which drove the craze. Like, nobody was that into mushrooms, really. Maybe hippies? Some European cultures who knew. But they are the most dense antioxidants, like, on the face of the planet. You just can't find anything better than that. Blueberries are kind of, you move on over. And then they have insane other chemical compounds in there that just do totally radical things, like fight tumors and so mushroom science is now in its infancy, and science woke up. Let's see, the Iceman, you know, the mummy, had terrible health problems. He was breathing in copper fumes because he was a copper smith. Uh-oh.
10-4.
Okay, 10-4 what? What was that? The word structure? What was that? Alright. So, people who knew about mushrooms, he had dried mushrooms on a string in his pouch. It's a brilliant way to transport them. So with mushrooms, you can dry them out, dehydrate them, and then with your finger, flake off a little bit into your tea, little bits of powder. So they found out that his ailments are arthritis and terrible pain from inhaling copper fumes all the time, which is giving him a limp. If you look at the smith gods of say, ancient Greece, like Hephaestus, how do you say his name? Vulcan and Roman things. They tend to be cripples. And yet very high status gods. That's because everybody who worked with copper at the time, you know, it seemed like magic. Turned something into metal like that. Just dig some dirt, turn it to a tool. Alright, we got Nixon. It turned them into cripples because they inhaled the fumes over the... And copper fumes are some of the worst for you on Earth. Okay, I've come back. Wow. So friends, when I say you need to shelter in place and only really last for an hour or two, in those situations, I mean it. Look how it changed. The grass burnt off. I gotta go back and get some of my frames I lost. People think that the fire is going to rage around them all night if it's a fast-moving affair, wind-driven, and the worst of it will be over in an hour or two, maybe even less. If you can get to a shelter or be underneath a bridge or in a culvert, in your car, back to the wind on a baseball diamond or golf course, or if you're in a swimming pool, like if as long as you just stay put, just hold steady, you'll feel like you're dying. There's a lot of smoke. You're not. Just stay calm. You don't have to last more than an hour or two, then mostly you can come out. Grass cools down quickly. Alright, we're back live. I got as many frames as I could. The funny, weird thing is if you got wet, you're probably freezing cold when you come out. That's ironic. Alright, seizure warning. So we don't see much particularly useful here except where is the camera facing. Bear Mountain Fresno 2 is looking northwest. We've known for a while now that the entire mountain's on fire. God, and that one's gone independent mode for some reason. I lost the ability to do time lapse. Oh well. Fresno 1 is still here. Let me go back up to chat that I missed. Rat says, put up the Mamet on his way to the Beaver Mafia and brothel. Teresa McClellan says, okay, thank you. I'll do that. What is this that we're looking at now? Oh, I'm so sorry that I did not know that you were fretting because you thought this was. I'm so sorry. You thought this was Oregon. A couple people have been confused. I tried to put as much info in the title of the stream as I possibly could. So I wasn't ready to go live yet. I had delays. I have had a crazy day. I've had to make phone calls. Things like, we can't refill your prescription. Well, why not? I need to send somebody to get it real quick. Well, because your doctor's not responding. Well, she's really good about responding. Are you sure? Yeah, we've been trying her all last week and several times today. In fact, they said stop calling. I'm like, my doctor would never say that. What are you talking about? Well, that's what they said. I said, okay. Wait a second. What number are you dialing? Okay. Who do you have on file as my doctor? Mr. So-and-so. My doctor's a woman. You're calling the wrong place. Okay, I had that kind of a warning. Just delaying me, and then I would try to gather some fire info, and then they started. And I'm like, wait, do I have to go live immediately? So I stop getting my fire info, like about the major fires that happened yesterday, this and others. And some broke out, like in Alameda County. I would like to have to go live, and then it would be buttoned up. No, I'd waste a bunch of time trying to find the radio frequency, listen. They never really made their way to watch duty. Okay. Oh god, my allergies. So I'd stop and resume. Then get a call back from like the pharmacy. They're like, okay, we're still unable to reach your doctor. Why? I just gave you the correct doctor now. Doesn't seem to be the right phone number. Do you have fingers in Google? I wanted to say. I'm not mean to people on the phone. And they're like, bless your little heart. You don't know how to look up a phone number. Well, here, let me do it for you. You know? Really, I'm busy. I do important things. it's been kind of a morning. So I woke up at 8:30. I'm writing an elaborate description on how to get fire information, especially for Butte County, where the shelters, because they still had mandatory evacuation. So I thought the fire was still going, it was still a deal. I was trying to learn about it. So here I'm watching videos to get myself up to speed. New fires. New fires broke out.
SPD at the last and closed out TOT or ASC.
10-4.
So, what finally made me go live just without being ready, and then my webcam failed, died, and I tried to reinstall it. It half functions now. Excuse me, I gotta tone down the backlight of this monitor. It's serious. Okay, that's better. Darkness will save my headache. Okay. I finally just heard that the pine was on fire, so I put that in the title. But as you can see, it says also California heatwave. I ran out of characters. It always has to say live wildfire tracking. Always has to have a date. So the breaking news situation, the one that is most important to cover, is the one that gets named. But usually I say, like post, and then there's a up and down divider, and then like post, point, divider, arrow, divider, fires. And then, of course, if it's red flag, I gave up when there were so many days, so many fires on red flag day. I just said red flag hell. And I tried to make the description of the video have the fire names so that people could find it. Yeah, Californians are being educated wrong. Yeah, the funny thing is they all need education on how to protect their homes from fire. And, Californians, if they knew that they were buying death traps, some of the highest property values like in the nation, a lot of people would walk away. Developers would just not be able. First of all, they'd be mad. Like, why is all the new housing a fire death trap? There's hundreds of homes. They're 5 feet apart from each other, which should be illegal. And there's no shelter-in-place option, and every single road leads to another road, leads to another road, which is just one way up. And they're not defensible because they're on top of hills, and fire runs up hills. And there's flammable materials all over the hills. In order to make that safe, you'd have to terrace the hills and have a little, mini road on each kind of level so that you could stop the fire and there would be access for the firefighters, fire trucks. They could wait there with the hoses and stop it before it gets up to the homes. Really not rocket science about that, but developers are, the more homes they put on there, the more they sell, the more money they make. And these greedy little municipalities and counties, they know they cram more homes there, they get more property taxes, they get more revenue. And then there's all the taxes they have to pay to build the homes. And they should just be high-rise towers. The sprawl is out of control, especially in Southern California. You could shelter in place in a high-rise and watch these fires out the window for complete safety. Suburbia is an absolute mistake. All it does is we pave over the farmland. We run out of space to live in. Create insane traffic jams getting into the city. You just have cities with high rises and boom, the countryside. That's it. If you could go enjoy the countryside with a very short walk and be in fresh air and such, it wouldn't be that bad. Live in a city, and why not be green, make it illegal for bosses to make you come into work. Work for home is a right if it's appropriate. if they wanted to, you know, be green. But the hypocrisy is just saying they are not particularly concerned for safety. But if more people are aware of it, they just demand it and realize that $1 million home is a $1 million coffin, and it's not going to last. The homes, even if my property is as green as can be with the lawn and there's no overhanging trees, there are 2 buildings right next to it, too close. When one goes up, another will, and there's no way to catch it. There's not enough water pressure, not enough hydrants. Even if you had enough hydrants, they can't go all at the same time. If you had a fire truck in every single driveway, you couldn't save the neighborhood because you wouldn't have water pressure at each truck. In order to save a stupidly designed neighborhood like that, you'd have to have fire hydrants that were probably the size of, I don't know, what's big? What am I thinking about? It'd have to be huge, that's all I'm going to say. Like those mega tall cactuses, you know. And the water mains into the streets, it had to be gigantic. Like aqueducts. Or you could just be smart and have yards.
Preempt subject check. Auberry Library out with 1.
Raph says, how much gold will I find when I mine for gold at home? How much gold will you find when you mine for gold at home? More than if you go into a mine. I'm dead serious, Raph. I am an urban gold miner because I'm green. I made about 2,000 videos, most of them pretty short, explaining how to recycle metal and electronics, and pound for pound, if you know anything about gold mining. E-waste, especially telecom boards such as routers, the household router, the thing that's connecting you to the internet right now. Cell phones especially too, but especially routers and like server boards. Pound for pound, they contain just as much gold as medium to high grade pay dirt. Yet you don't have to refine it. It's just right there. So there's a couple of methods you can extract things like the gold pins, regular computer motherboards, sockets for the CPUs. Not just CPUs, the sockets have gold pins. So I teach people how to extract them, how to weigh them, sort them, put them on eBay by the ounce. You don't have to risk yourself in a mine. If you say you rent a storage unit and tell people on certain days they come to drop off their e-waste, any kind of broken electronic thing, device at all, you literally have a gold mine and everybody will come and it will give you your stuff. And then you just take away TVs. TVs have great, tremendous amount of gold in them too. People don't know that. But when people destroy their screens, what you should do with a TV is just take the circuit boards out the back. They're usually $65 a pop, spending, of course, making model. And then you remove the circuit boards. There's a little thin.
1923.
Little thin boards. That are
copy the last name and 10 left.
Gold plated. No, don't think it's a personal insult, because I'm telling the truth. You can mine gold at home. People bring it straight to you because they think it's trash. Anywhere that electronics have to talk to each other and meet with a connection, like your USB. Do you know that your every single USB cable that you have right now has little connectors tipped in gold? It's gold plated. So I teach people how to pull them out real quick. You can't mix your pins though. They have different grades. They have different thicknesses. People used to think that gold plate is worthless. No, it is not. That's because there's a new method of extraction called reverse electroplating. Don't do it yourself.
Medic 22 arrived at a manual.
Now,
Medic 22-155.
the smart people, don't refine. Don't refine. Don't buy acid. Don't mix it in a jar. Don't try to dissolve the gold off, because what you're going to end up with is just a bunch of acid with gold dissolved in it, and you don't have a chemistry degree, so you can't take it further. You wasted everything. And then you're going to forget about it because you don't know what to do. And you don't realize that that acid can dry out and self-combust in your shed later. Oh, why is my shed on fire? And why are all the plants in my yard dead? That's because you tried to refine gold in your backyard and it pollutes, and you now have polluted all of the soil. And your garden is toxic.
My name's negative 27 UTL, clear your PCD ShareNet.
Just sell it to the refiners. Do need a degree in metallurgy to do that. So if you notice all these how-to videos, somebody will show you right up to the point where they connect the car battery to the petri dish, a little tray in there, and they put the gold in there, and they add the acid, and sure enough, woo! The gold came off. It's in the solution. Why is it green? That's because it's not fine gold. It's not 99.999. It's going to be carroted. It's going to be cut with copper. Copper's green. So you have worthless acid, and you've spent a lot of money on it, and you can't sell it because a refiner is going to be like, how do I know how much gold is in your solution, and why would I buy a solution? That's hazardous to transport. You're an idiot. And there's all these stupid YouTube videos. This is how you get gold. No, it's how you waste it. It's clickbait BS. But I don't BS people. I'll tell you what, if you can get your hands on a TV, a projection TV, the newer ones that don't have wood as their enclosure, the ones with a digital light projection chip, that's the most gold-rich thing that's ever been devised. Move over CPUs, digital light projection chips, and God, the era that went by too fast, projection TVs. Instead of having 3 vacuum tubes that are red, blue, and green in there, somebody got wise and figured out, oh, we can just project the image, and there's a pinwheel that has red, like the toy, red, green, and blue, and it spins around in front of the projector, and you don't need red, green, and blue. Separate projections to make color. Okay, I spared you from the garbage disposals now. Now don't make me angry, because when people accuse me of like clickbaiting and I declare I'm not, I am not. Go look up digital light projection chips and tell me what you see. Gold. Everywhere the glint of gold, and you can just remove it with a little screwdriver, but please don't do the stupid thing I did when I first took one of those TVs apart. I didn't know what I was going to find. I just said, I'm going to make a YouTube show called What's Inside of It. And we'll figure out as we go along. And I was an idiot. I figured nobody wants these parts. Well, it's around $3,000 in working parts now. People are desperate to repair those awesome projection TVs. Not because they want them as projection TV. They modify them into projectors, like home theater. The cost for the optics in there, you would not believe the quality. So they're desperate to keep those things running. Every individual part is worth a fortune. So I unfortunately ripped out the gold-rich parts and recycled the others.
I see the entry at 0200. Did she advise what type of assistance she was going to be needing?
I was so excited when I looked at my dad's old projection TV. It was in the garage. And then my aunt had one too, and now that I was wise, I looked up the make and model, and I looked on eBay, and I looked at the parts. I said, guys, we have $6,000 here. These are the good models that people want. Is that pole on fire? Is that like a power pole? I don't even know. I said, I'm coming back. I'm going to Oregon, but I'm coming back. I'll split the cash with you. We'll eBay the parts. Jackpot. And then my aunt goes, but the picture isn't good anymore. I said, that's because the bulb burned out. It's just a bulb. Like, you could have replaced that for $50. She goes, I said, how long has it been like that? Your TV been that dim? And she goes, oh, like 6 years now. I'm like, what? You could replace the bulb, guys. You know, the towers won't. They're steel, and there's not enough stuff at the base to weaken the steel. There's not enough. Like, they're on concrete slab. But the repeaters are what may burn up. The radio repeaters that they set up on the hillside that they didn't room to be fireproof. Rat, this is not a competition. You asked me a question, and I answered it. You asked me a straight-up question. How much gold could you mine from your house?
He is visiting from out of state and has no means of transportation.
Simple. I'll be en route to facilitate it.
If you're going to get in a beep measuring contest, and all I did was answer your question honestly, you can go elsewhere. That's not what I'm about. I get pretty mad. I answered your question. How much gold could I mine from my house? Quite a bit. If you don't like that answer, okay. I don't know why. You asked me a question, I answered it. Don't ask if you can't handle an answer. Not that it'd make you happy. You can get even more gold than you're already acquiring. The other means. I never declared my method was better. But it does save the planet. Recycling is going to be essential. You know what? I've recycled so much, I've already saved like 3 planets. What, Ladybird? When I'm in the kitchen, I have to talk about something, otherwise everybody tunes out. So, I ramble on usually about what I'm cooking, what I'm making, so I talked about the health shake I made. And so I said, if California wanted to be green, they could secure the right to work from home. Like, make that a law. If you can do everything your boss demands of you from home, they should do that. So think of all the tremendous amount of fossil fuels we could save, and so many cars would be not on the road. And other things that people don't think about, like tires. Every time people have to replace tires, they're absolute toxic waste. They pick up all the benzene. That's one of the worst cancer-causing chemicals known to man from the asphalt. And they absorb it. So if you've ever seen, recycled tires, it's toxic waste. It's not good. When they started putting it in playgrounds, children started getting cancer. When they put it on horse racing tracks and called it polyturf, like in Del Mar, I believe Del Mar track had it, and Santa Anita, horses started getting rare lung cancers, and their lungs were bleeding. That's because the dust of Roundup tires contains benzene and other nasties. When they tried to build artificial reefs in the Florida area, in the Keys, they killed the reefs actually, and no coral ever grew on it because it's toxic. So, there are so many benefits from the right to work at home, environmentally. So if they really cared about people, like the environment, and they weren't just tap dancing at it, that would be enshrined in California law. Don't commute if you don't have to. But, because the worse the traffic is, more people just sit there idling at lights.
I'm 1097 at 31005 Route Road.
So that's when Wrath said, well, how much gold could I mine at home?
10-4, Fort Tom, 44, copy.
Affirmative, he's going to handle the request. Thank you.
10-4.
Wrath goes, how much gold could I mine at home? So I just answered the question. In the kitchen, I couldn't see anything. He was typing, but apparently he's bragging about how he does it better or something. All I did was answer your question. Take it or leave it. And I was being all back. But not serious. No one's being serious. I'm in the dark and you can't see my facial expressions anymore, but I have a wry grin whenever I'm like teasing somebody. I used to have this friend at school and I would tease her. And she was just so mad. Like, crazy mad. I couldn't really understand it. No matter how much I thought she'd appreciate the joke. Like, she teased other people. She'd tease my friend, and she'd tease me, and I'd return it. She just would be infuriated. One day I got up to... One day I got up to courage to ask her, like, why do you get mad when I'm joking with you? She goes, because you're not joking. I'm like, what? Don't you see me grinning and smiling? No. I'm like, well, what? It turned out she needed glasses, like seriously. All facial expressions were pretty similar to her, and nobody had given her a vision test. She's in the 4th grade, and like she can't read either. And she kept running into the sides of the walls, like if she tried to leave a door of a classroom and it kind of had like a narrow corridor on the way out, she'd bump into the side and like get mad. And she had bruises all the time on her shoulders. And usually it was her right shoulder, like if she had to turn a corner tight. She'd just bang into that all the time. We kind of wondered why.
Change location.
1 Lincoln 13.
Not only was it poor vision, that one eye was...
Interrupt to Dudley is used with one. Stand by.
One was way worse than the other, so she didn't have any like depth perception. We just thought she was incredibly goofy. But teachers notice things, you know. So she gets glasses, she comes back, after like summer's over, we go back to school. I go back to just doing my teaching nature thing. And she suddenly starts laughing. She goes, "Oh my God, I see what you mean. You have a little grin on the corner of your mouth when you're saying that stuff." Like, yeah. You gonna stop attacking me now? But, you know, that's still, don't be a jerk and say how many sapphires you find in there. Like, I don't care. With the amount of money you can make gold recycling, I can buy whatever sapphires I want. Haha. Checkmate. I wouldn't even have to cut them either. I just feel like at the gym fair, flashing my cash, man. I'll get an emerald cut. I'll get an emerald cut natural, man. It's not my birthstone, though. I still love it, though. Alright, we're at the 11th hour and 12th minute out of stream. Unfortunately, I have to talk whenever the radio is not. If I'm not speaking, usually it takes about 12 seconds of dead air for people to start tuning out. We have 66 viewers. We've had 6,736 views. And even though we're at the 12th hour, average view duration is past 11 minutes. That's pretty awesome. At least we've had at least 302 likes, but out of 6,000 views, or 7,000 almost, that's still pretty sad.
1303, the suspicious activity holding. The RP believes will be poachers in the area, and he's following the vehicle, currently armed with a shotgun.
Oh! Hello.
To respond, they're currently southbound Hills Valley from American.
Guys, is that in the fire area? Like, is somebody poaching the animals running from the fire? Or is it different area? Wow. Somebody's being followed with a shotgun by the caller or van.
King 03 affirm, you can break King 43 and King 33.
I guess I should change our notepad to bear cams.
He's currently turning into Orange Cove. Did you want to see if they can assist?
Burning over now.
Can check with Area 3 and have North 13 assist.
10-4.
Yeah, the full moon was days ago, so people shouldn't be nuts. Rouse says 2 a.m. and you've done a fantastic job, gorgeous. Okay. Alright, you're stroking my fur now. Continue. This won't always save you, Wrath.
Lincoln 13, let's try this again. Change location.
It won't always save you.
En route to Darlene Hughes with one female 1014, copy mileage.
I copy Hughes, 10-9 the first street.
Dudley, 42297.
Really? A 1014 is a citizen that's holding a suspect. But in other police codes, it's a prowler. But he says he's with a female 1014.
Put me on the suspicious activity call. I'll be from Ruth Hill and George Smith.
10-4.
That's a potential poacher? What do you guys think that is? A 1014 with a female. Darlene Montoya says they've been nuts all week here. Yeah, where's Mercury? Is it in retrograde? What's occurring here? There must be an explanation. You're in Orange Cove, right? Yeah. So as exciting as this is, it's a good sign that we still have the images going, because maybe the power lines have survived and or they have enough backup for PG&E to do something about it tomorrow. Backup batteries or something going on. But as long as they keep their cell phone, and especially the radios, here, they can continue the structured protection. They're still doing it. It's cold now. What is our low in Portland for tonight? Oh, it's 63 degrees. I'm drinking cold milk, Spirotine shake. We had a low of 49 last night. I was shivering in bed. I was like, what's going on? We have a low of 57 tonight. That's in our forecast. Tuesday we'll have a high of 88. Wasn't it Tuesday? It's now Wednesday. I missed T-Mobile Tuesdays. Shoot. It was a high of 88? Couldn't have been. Today, high of 71, low of 54. Thursday, high of 71, low of 49. Friday is a high of 79, but low of 54. I must say, we've kind of had a gorgeous spring and summer. It's been one of the nicest. I mean, I'm a rain lover, but the last 3 years where we called it January.
13,1097.
We called it January.
42298.
10-4 time 217.
We called it January when atmospheric rivers come in, and all of a sudden it's like, I believe last year on June 1st, it snowed on Mount Hood, and
where we have completed the evacuation notifications on the north side of Rodeo, and I'm going to be working my way back east along the
Rodeo. Where's that? That's kind of what we're waiting for. Are there going to be new evacuations?
Along the south side, back east.
We're waiting to see if evacuations will change and get the best idea where the fire is moving and heading. Now, the cams are giving us a bit of a deceitful kind of look because we're just seeing right on this hill. I wonder if that's a building that's on fire. Earlier we saw an oak tree was like growing up right next to a building. As much as I like oak trees, move it. It's gotta go. You just can't lose neighborhoods because you lost your repeaters. Yeah, he said rodeo. I don't know if he knows, is it rodeo or something else? Like
25, vehicle stop, Ashland and Wilson.
my eyes.
Wellington 25, 10 cross of Ashland.
Now I told people in Dunlap to get ready because
Ashland and Palm.
Ashland and Palm.
Look at this.
3 X-ray 0 Tom 074.
The mandatory evacuations are getting close.
Lincoln 25, I'm showing record not on file. I copy 3 X-ray 0 Tom 074.
1023. It's going to be on a white Toyota with at least one.
All right. The Bolt Fire Friends watch duty notification has been mapped.
I switched the 0 to an O Ocean. I show clear and current on 1992 Toyota out of Fresno.
As we can see, it's completely surrounded and consumed Bear Mountain. Let me turn off the layer for the evacuation. Wherever that is, maybe I can't. Seriously, I just want to show you the map and the fire perimeter. Come on now. Can we just not turn that off then? That's irritating. Maybe Caltopa will get an update because this is a mess. So you see how the bolt fire was threatening Elwood, and so they evacuated that little community of Elwood, mandatory on its west side. And I was like, why aren't they doing the rest of the town? It was lapping at the doorstep, but then the sudden change in the wind, it was down here and making its way to the southeast, and could easily, of course, climb the hills. I have no idea why they didn't, but to me that would just seem like a great precaution idea. Then it abruptly went south and went down here and swept over to Bear Mountain in record time. It only took like 3 hours for it to go where you see the original fire footprint here, which is kind of 4 tenths to the left. It just went to Bear Mountain in less than 3 hours. That's why I said we're going to watch this camera burn over. So it went over Bear Mountain, and they said immediate structure threat here. Drake Lane and Elwood Road. So, mind you that this is the base, like the main fire together in one spot. It does not reflect all the spot fires that may have drifted away from the mountain and down here into the backyards of people.
1 King 43.
1 King 43.
I see the last in the call that our RP lost sight. Where's the RP 11198 at?
I'll recontact him.
10-4.
Yeah. The upgraded acreage now is 4,556. Thanks for reminding me to say that. Yeah, the plane just flew over somewhat recently. That is still occurring. Okay, close your eyes if you get seizures. We're doing a time lapse. Here is the last 6 hours of the Bear Mountain Fresno 1 camp. And I marched right over Bear Mountain. That's when to the right is where that Drake Lane and Elwood is. And Matt C, excuse me, I don't want to butcher your name, says Elwood is a fire break, and there's a creek called Mill Creek that runs through WV. And there's about 1,000 people living in WV. What WV? Sorry. Look at that. It's just a mesmerizing wall of flames. But mostly just go along the ground. Oaks. Thank God these are oaks. They're super fire resistant. Just look. Look at the oaks. Sometimes their leaves burn right off. But how many oak trees do you see on fire as it just moves past? Hardly any. Fireproof bark. It's about as fireproof as you can get.
43 Hill 1198 on the northeast corner of Hills Valley and American. He'll have a white Ford extended cab.
King 43, 10-4.
Well, you know, it's not 100% fireproof, but as good as that gets. Now, the only thing better is sequoia, cedar, and redwood.
Soft. Shields and poke.
I'll contact RP.
You're very welcome, Gunner. 87R and
Lincoln 23 Shields and poke.
87 Romeo.
This is X-ray Edward Zebra 085 on a Toyota RAV4 with at least 1 poke.
There, I'll tell you, getting.
10-4, confirm the color.
Silver colored.
10-4, it's clear and current on an 03. I show a Toyota out of Fresno. For the plate I copied 6 X-ray Edward Zebra 085.
Apron.
10-4.
Okay, you found Rodeo Drive. Thank you.
All the residents on the north side of Ruth Hill have been completed.
So that's Elwood proper.
10-4.
So they're knocking on doors even though it's 2 in the morning to give evacuation warnings.
Vehicle stop, Dudley and Hughes.
Sorry, I may have to mute that for a second. Shout outs from Southern California.
Dudley and Hughes.
Gunner 87 Romy says that fire looks like the fire we had back here.
Tom, Queen Boy, 058, a white act, correction, Silver Act Road 1.
2003 in the mountains. It's called the Old Fire in San Bernardino County. Yeah. I have a friend that lives up there.
Expired. It was 2002 Acura. Release the liability out of Fresno.
Okay, Fresno, I'm gonna mute that. There's a lot of domestic violence and suspicious vehicles and random police calls. And there's one that was possibly a poacher. That they just said that the caller was following him with a shotgun. Whoa. Unable to figure out where that was though. But so Wrath, wait a second. Wrath, was it you that sent me the package? Wait a second. I was waiting to open that live. I've never opened it. Did you send me the package? Wonder Valley. Oh yeah. Okay. Look, I've only been in the region once in my life, long ago. So I'm dependent on you locals. Tell me how to say stuff and where stuff is. We've had some wonderful people, not only from locals in Maupin, talking about the Darlene fire and the situation, like how's the vegetation out there, but people here too, explaining what's going on. So this is oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to do one more time lapse, and then I forgot to say when somebody can look at the screen. So this is a 3-hour time lapse. And the reason the fire seemed to be not moving towards the cameras was it ran into retardant, but as you can see, it will breach retardant, and when it does, it suddenly bursts through. So there's airplanes dropping massive retardant drops. We're talking the big tankers. S2s, and I think even the MD-87 did some drops. Now, Mad Dog was in the house for a bit. Okay, look how mesmerizing it is. But this is why you want oak and not eucalyptus and not pines and stuff. These oaks resist fire. They're made for it. And there's not any fierce winds going on. It's pretty calm. It's just that the grass is that thick because we had a wet, long spring. And then we just had, this is what happens when you have incredibly low humidity. The grass is dry, it's yellow, it's dead. I want to bring your attention to the trees. The oaks are not burning. As long as they're spaced out a bit and as long as there's no breach in their armor is their bark. As long as there's no like hole in it or like hollow down at the base, they shrug this off. Some of them look dead, some of them look blackened. All of them looked absolutely dead after Paradise, and that was an insane fire, we know. And the next spring, they're all sprouting. And the very next spring after that, couldn't even tell there was a Paradise fire in the hills near Paradise. The way the land healed like that was pretty amazing. Pine trees and firs are a different story. They promote fire and they drip little sap everywhere, and eucalyptus trees are called gasoline trees for a reason. They want to kill themselves, they want to commit suicide, and they want to take the world down with them. eucalyptus trees. They are, they're like, they're insane. We don't want no Australian bushfires. California has a lot of eucalyptus. They make things worse, but there's no eucalyptus in sight here. So when we go into thermal camera view, just look at it spread. Only the dead trees will be on fire. That dead tree didn't even light. Look at this. You see this dead tree right here? Right there. Take a look. This guy seems dead. Whatever it is. Watch. Maybe it's alive. But you see how it looks dead? Move right and past. It's probably it's a dead oak. So its bark didn't fall off yet. Orange and cherry has a structure fire. Where's that? We'll have to end the stream with less than half an hour. Yeah, Darlene, the eucalyptus will grow anywhere really, but it, boy, don't get me started on it. Take a long time. Re-explain. Sorry. Nice and slow. Don't want to give anybody seizures, but they really needed to have taken down the dead trees near this radio tower. But that goes to show that this is seems to be a dead oak tree. They have pretty dang fireproof bark. It's got to have serious chinks in its armor. Eventually, bark falls off a tree, so you get a different story. But the fire moves right past it, and that dead tree is not burning. You see the bushes, though, burning right off. Let's rewind a little bit. The camera pivots. It's hard to tell which, if this bush here, for example, was alive or what. These bushes are toast. But it's just moving lazy along the ground, right? It's moving because of the incredibly dry grass. And fire behavior can be pretty nuts like this. Just doesn't need too much wind. It's scary. It just needs to be this dry. Eucalyptus? No, it doesn't repel spiders, man. Have you seen the spider problems of Australia? The crazy funnel webs, the insano spiders, man? You can look back at the screen if you're epileptic. They just attract their own kind of special kind of evil spider, man. My friend Tracy used to live out by, they had eucalyptus all over her property, lining the driveway. It was like a U-shaped driveway. It's out by the Sutter Buttes. I can't recall exactly where now. And all we found were dead birds everywhere at the base. The birds of Australia and such, they evolved long beaks because eucalyptus sap attracts insects. And so the spiders follow too. Insects get stuck in that sap. It's constantly bleeding a gummy sap. And the bark is a flaky paper stuff. And the leaves are like paper, like Bible paper, constantly falling off. Just you crunch your way walking to the base of a eucalyptus tree, and then you realize there's an awful smell, and it's the dead birds at the base. So American birds just have regular beaks. They don't have the extra long ones to safely extract the insects out of the sap. So they glue their beaks shut, and it goes into their nostrils, and they fall dead at the base of the eucalyptus. And that's what the smell's coming from. the sap. Aaron is just police I'm listening to. I don't know that much about Australia's landscape, but eucalyptus is a fire promoting tree. It has many, many varieties. Some are bush-like, some are giant, elegant things. We should keep a few around, and Sacramento's parks have huge ones from the 1800s, which are elegant. But many people are allergic to eucalyptus type gum and sap, and I'm one of them. So my allergies just went insane-o every time I was at my friend's house. So you're constantly, you got to rake up the piles, but they blow away in the wind. The leaves are wispier than normal. And so when they're on fire, they go long distance in the wind like paper airplane. That's got to be a building or something on fire. I don't know what to make of it at this radio tower. But notice how the fire has moved on, but something yet burning. There's a little building at the base of one of the radio towers we saw earlier. We could look at the satellite. I could show you. So this is the heat. The fires move past this area, the top area. And heat and light is white on infrared. So stumps, old stumps, dead trees on the ground, those things are doing residual burning. Occasionally a half-dead tree that, say, had a hole at the base of the bark and maybe a bit of a hollow, that's where fire can penetrate, like a grass fire, and then light the heartwood on fire from the inside. If there's another knot hole above it, it's like a chimney, so it'll just gut that tree. It's not all 100% oak, and some of the oaks may be dead, half dead. I mean, who knows? So that's what's currently still these little dots. But everywhere the ground was, where it was just grass, it's already cooled. You can walk on it. Just black ash, crunchy charcoal stuff. Earth says, running springs will check it out. I have to work soon. We'll do it tomorrow. So, what eucalyptus does is promotes fire in the landscape. Don't ask me about it, because it's not like I study Australian ecology, but their bushfires are 7th circle of hell level intensity. Matt C says the trees are already thin, and the alluvial plain that I live on is just lots of tall grass. It's open range in WV, so the cows keep most of it eaten down. I weed whack the rest on the fenced-in area. That's perfect. Cal Fire was on it and did a back burn, and a couple of helicopters dropping water. Sorry, I already forgot what WV is because I'm that tired. Wonder Valley? Good. That's good. So this big white cloud is hot smoke from something happened beyond that hill. I do wonder if that's a building on fire, because that's blazing up good. I hope that's not batteries or something, or the repeaters. I'll show you the buildings that Big Al and I were exploring earlier. So here's the big red squares are where the heat is still flared up. It's all around Bear Mountain where the lookout tower things with the cameras are. That's right here. And what we want to see is it fade into orange first and then fade into yellow. Gray means there hasn't been any activity or not any flared up activity for at least 6 hours. That's good. Gray will eventually turn to nothing. It's all margin of error, so just within somewhere the big square is heat. It's a heat detector, not a fire detector. Morse code just rattled out here. I'll unmute it. So I'll show you the buildings too. I don't know if they're going to say something. Let's, turn that off, turn off the wind. How topo is free. I should just kind of make a little video on how to use it. It's pretty easy. Okay. This is the map builder hybrid. I hate this map layer. Forest Service. That's not Forest Service land. TF Outdoors will have to do for now. So, oh, you know what? Scan topos. There we go. So we've got lookout tower here and radio facility there on the top of this little plateau thing. So we had the cams look down briefly. They can look straight down. And I was dismayed to see a building with an oak tree right onto it, which if it got into the oak tree's branches, the leaves will burn off. Happens. Won't kill the tree or anything, but that's not good to have that right next to one of the actual towers. So we never saw anybody go up there to save it, even though that was being described. So we need to figure out which direction this particular cam Bear Mountain Fresno is looking. It's looking west. So let's flip into, it's not good. It's probably the building at the base of the radio tower then. So it's looking west, and there's one of the dots is a building. Now we flip into satellite view. It's a little discombobulating because it's not that. There's a tower. See this? There's a tower. It's got a concrete slab under it, but there's a building. When the camera looked down, there was a dang oak tree. Like right up against the building. It's like, guys. Really? Really? So here's another tower. You could barely see it. I hope you could see my cursor.
1028.
So it's a little difficult.
Lincoln 33.
7932 6 Edward 2 Dodge pickup.
Camera swirled around all night.
Lincoln 33 is coming back clear and current to a 1994 Dodge pickup out of Fresno, last of May.
Close your eyes. Anybody?
Have vehicle stop at that. Darlene and Crystal. Black Dodge pickup with one.
Anybody seizure sensitive? Close your eyes. I don't believe it was this one that looked down anyway. So you can see the little buildings and stuff around. That's got to be a building that's on fire. I just hope it's not critical. It's pretty close to the tower. I just don't feel like it can collapse it. So we can steal. You need it.
Engine 93 is available.
Seriously cooking. Yeah, we actually can see it spreading around the tower. So let's back up. Let's move frames forward. Have that mesmerizing ground fire.
Engine 93 is available.
These are power lines. Yeah, we don't see it. It's just our best view, and that sucks.
3 North 51B for in progress residential 459. 3386 plus West Elkhorn. 1 hour 53, 1 hour 33.
That's right. It's got
1 hour
this
53.
historic layer.
1 hour 33. 1 hour 53, 1 hour 33 for an in progress residential 459. 3386 West Elkhorn. For a Fresno PD transfer, secondhand info, owner advised by the neighbor, unknown subjects had forced entry and taking items from the roof. Only vehicle that should be 1087 is a dark gray Jeep in front of the garage. Brake. Fresno 2 continuing. For the RP, no one should be 1097. Desk attempted to make contact with the neighbor for first-hand info. Negative answer.
1 hour 53, 10-4, 1097.
10-4.
So before there were radio towers, there was a geodetic survey marker here. I wonder if it's still there. It's where they surveyed the land.
Lincoln 23, Marks in Princeton.
Doing my
7 Mary George. Correction, 7 Mary Queen Frank 866 on a white Toyota Corolla with 1.
So
Lincoln 23, it's something about clear and current, so 2007 Toyota out of Fresno. Vehicle registration suspended effective June 3rd of this year.
okay, go get those damn looters or robbers wherever that's occurring. They're getting caught, which is nice. The police have been constantly checking the roadblocks, investigating cars. They've got people on the mountaintops looking for the looters. So we're going to end here because we've been live for almost 12 hours. The police are en route to that situation. This is last call for information on the fires. Any of them. That's gotta be a building on fire. This is the best view. YouTube does not save any stream.
There was negative contact for the RP. We'll attempt more.
10-4.
There's a cop with an accent that was hilarious. I unmuted it too late. Alright, guys, if you hadn't hit the like button, you have to now. It's required.
Okay, you can clear the channel for now.
You're never going to find us again if you don't subscribe.
Channel's now clear for traffic.
Hit the ringing bell. It's the best way to find us. Boss of the world says cops looking for cartel members. Some try to move drugs before they're burnt. Oh yeah. You know, whenever somebody like refuses to evacuate and pulls guns on the firefighters.
180 in California.
Good job, mate. Kind of telegraphed what you're doing.
Rescue at 180 in California.
Somebody did that at Grey Eagle, during the Dixie. Oh man, where's our firefighter who was in here earlier?
2-1, Union 3, Black Chevy with 1.
That's a small town. Alright.
In California, it's coming back clear and current to a 2021 Chevy pickup out of Carmen.
Why do I beg? Okay, so, I don't want to starve in a gutter. That's one reason. I don't know. Do you think saving lives is worth getting paid for? You know? Are you trolling? I didn't accept donations at all when I first started doing this. I didn't think fire crisis would be this bad. When I lost my family friend to wildfire, I thought, well, that doesn't happen very often. Happened again the next year. My brother nearly died in paradise. Oh, that's got to be a freak event. No, it was a common event. So then in 2020, when the news media turned off, went back to playing Matlock, and fires, hell was breaking loose. I went live, gathered up all the information on all my millions of tabs up there, and I said, no, I don't accept donations. Just give it all to the fire victims. Because I thought it would last a week. Kept going. Started Labor Day, which was first weekend September, right? It was extremely late October or first week in November by the time the rained out the fire, and I had spent an average of I'd stay awake an average of 2 days in a row, get a snatch of sleep, do another 16-hour shift live. Then people said that, thank God I found it. Thank God I found out where to go. We're getting contradictory or no info from the officials, and the officials of different counties put information in different places, and people who did not own a computer or cell phone had nowhere to look. People were in their driveways trying to figure out how to evacuate, and select counties would update on Facebook evacuation orders, and then they told me that they try to make an account, and it's like, oh, check your email, oh, verify your email, or they type in a password wrong, oh, reset and check your email. They had no idea where to go. They're like, tell us where to go. So I found out at the end of it all that since I had been sitting here 24/7 at my post for the most part, I lost more than 3 months of my income for the entire year. You try that. See how well you do. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for keeping us going. I then dropped $2,000 into my computer because my computer was not good enough to handle the literal. I currently have one at 234 tabs open. Because here's the apps up here. There's Radio, Broadcastify, Caltopo, Flight Radar 24. This is everything that happens in Inyo County. This is the different cams and the tabs there. This is the San Bernardino incident. That's the post fire. This is the point fire. That's what's going on in the Sequoias. This is New Mexico, Verdozo. This is the Arrow fire. That I should probably shut those down now. That's the Sites fire. This is what happened in Yakima. This is Wenatchee. This is the Apple Gate fire in southwestern Oregon. I forget what that one was. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, P was for Camp Pendleton down there. So that's the fire at Camp Pendleton. This is the Long B fire. What was that called? Long something. But whenever anybody needs information, I flip over to the tabs and provide it. I also log into Twitter for them because most of the people affected by fire are over the age of 58 because they live in the fire-prone area. Somebody told me they were 103 years old. So after I realized I lost 3 months of income, I still wondered that why in the hell are people expecting me to do this for free? I've still not financially recovered from that period. You work 8 hours your laptop, so what do you think I'm doing? When the 2021 fires broke out,